Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Forced to Marry a Villain? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku bowed, crying in the street. You can be a hero. Those words were a promise he had never heard before, and yet here was All Might, the symbol of peace, telling him those words he had agonized for his entire life. He smiled happily under the tears, knowing that he was forever going to be indebted to the symbol of peace. He would be the greatest hero in his honor. That was an oath he would never break. But enough about canon, let's talk about the interesting stuff. While Izuku Midoriya was being told about One for All by the number one hero, who was going to spend the next 10 months forging him into his successor, another successor was receiving a visit from his master. Tamura Shigaraki bowed his head slightly in respect toward All for One, the ruler of Japan's underworld, and Tamura dared think in his mind, his adoptive father. All for One had never said it out loud, but he had gifted him Kurogyri for his last birthday. You didn't just gift someone a servant, right? There had to be a connection first. Good evening, Tamura. How are you, my student? He asked. I'm doing well, master. Why, I just beat my record at Super Mario Kart 29, and I only had to dust 6 controllers. Fascinating, especially the part where I will have to buy 6 more controllers. Kurogyri, please tell the doctor to cut that his funding for new Nomu material needs to be cut a bit this month. He says that if he cuts it any more he will have to use his grandson. I miss the part where that is my problem. All for One dismissed the Nomu and turned back to Shigaraki Tamura. Now, Tamura-chan. Can I call you Tamura-chan? You could call me son. What? What? I didn't say anything, master. I see. I seem to have forgotten I raised you. All for One took a sharp breath, like he was preparing to get punched in the face by All Might. Again. Son. Tamura's heart, that he wasn't even sure he had a moment ago, skipped a beat. Was this a dream? Did he concuss himself when he threw the 4th controller against the wall and it had bounced back on his head? Well, that was possible, but he was fairly sure it had nothing to do with the best moment of his entire life. He would deny he had squealed in happiness to his death, but All for One's expression, what little Tamura could see, said otherwise. Anyway, you must be wondering why I am here today. Well, there have been some changes to our future strategy, and I wish to be honest with you about it. We have a strategy? I thought I was supposed to wing it until I learned the ropes. That is a valid strategy. All for One defended, but I understand you are still too immature to understand the finer points of training a worthy heir. Another deep breath. This time the tone was more similar to when he had to give away an interesting quirk. Their relationship was progressing really fast that day. Son. I'm all ears, mast. Dad. All for One shivered. It will be faster to explain on the way. Follow me. They both stood up and walked out of the bar and in the maze of corridors All for One had built long ago behind it. So, what do you know about the Yakuza, Tamura? Well, father, All for One shivered again. The Yakuza are small groups of criminals that are only worthy of bowing to us and lick our shoes. All for One sighed. Who told you that? You did, just a month ago. I see, it was all Garaki's fault, of course. All for One nodded, like he had just heard a completely different answer. Well, no, there is a Yakuza clan that is very strong. You see, little over a century ago, not long before Quirk's, a Japanese Yakuza family and a gangster family decided to unite into a single organization through marriage. The result was the only gang that didn't fall apart after Quirk's appeared, and built a network connecting Japan and the US. I tried to fight them frequently, but they were smart and used a weapon I could do nothing against. What is that? Guns. Guns. Of course, big guns from America. Have you ever gotten shot? It hurts like a beach and I can't steal guns like Quirk's. All for One shook his head and put a hand on Shigaraki's shoulder. Never get shot, Tamura. Won't, father. He promised. Somewhere at UA, Snipe felt a sense of purpose bloom in his heart, like a new objective had appeared in his life. But anyway, After All Might managed to incapacitate me with an incredibly lucky shot that was definitely only a fluke, that clan managed to gain more control here in Japan. And now that we are planning our return, they might get in our way. So we kill them all, right? We could, but they also have a few strong quirks now, so I can't just toss Numu at them like I wanted to. They even have some heroes that owe them favors or are outright members. No, we shall take a different route. I will have my heir marry their heir, and that way their old-fashioned honor will bring to my side their impressive assets. Tamura froze. I have to get married? He asked, his eyes growing wide. While it would indeed be time you got out of your room and found yourself a girlfriend, or boyfriend, I don't have a problem with either. I'm afraid this is a bit more complicated. He paused, though if you did like boys? I'm sorry, father. Yes, I should have known. Your homework folder's content is very clear on your preferences. That's homework. Of course, Tamura. SEC education is an important subject as well. Though I'm fairly sure those drawings backs are all bent so much they must have some elasticity quirk. But we aren't here to discuss your impressive collection of 6-digit codes. Oh, thank God. We are here to talk about the future. They arrived at a large door that, Tamura knew, led to a conference room. This was odd, because All for One never had any business in person, so there wasn't much of a point to that. Still, the two entered and found 4 individuals in the room. Tamura, allow me to introduce you to our new associate. This young girl is Toga Himiko. Hi, she said, waving a knife. And those are Mustard, Dobby, and Mr. Compress. They will be our new bodyguards. If anyone asks, they have worked here for years, and our staff was never made up entirely by you, a mad doctor, a hermit giant, and some abominations against nature, all right? Yes. He nodded, studying the 4 individuals. Mustard was a child at most. Though he wore a gas mask, it was clear from his height and general physique. It was weird to say in a society where people could be as short as a stool or 20 meters tall, but one could just tell. W had the most impressive collection of scars and piercings he had ever seen. Honestly, it might have been a bit overboard. It was like a goth teen had been given the definition of edgy and then tasked to turn it into the drawing of a person. Somewhere in a Shizuoka house, Tokoyami felt the need to hide his sketchbook further under his desk. The last one was Mr. Compress. Silly name, but the guy seemed serious. He stared deeply at him, his face covered by a balaclava, a mask resting on the table in front of his chair. Overall, Tamura thought he looked like the most competent of the 4. Finally, Himiko Toga, the only one that used a real name, Jesus Christ. Dobby literally meant cremation. Way to tell everyone his powers just to add some extra edge, was weird. Specifically, she was currently busy testing the sharpness of a knife against the table, rude, that was mahogany, and sipping from a glass filled with a red liquid. Master, why did you hire them? Well, Jiren had a very interesting offer, hire 3 pay 2, this month, so when I hired Dobby and Compress Mustard came with the package. As for Toga, I didn't hire her. He paused, and this time he had the doctor just told me a Numu had too many quirks and died, face. Finally, he continued, I adopted her. Tamura was fairly sure his jaw had hit the floor a moment later. But that means... Tamura, say hi to your sister and my heir. He replied. Shigaraki for a moment didn't know what to say. His mind went into overdrive, or maybe shut down entirely, who knew? Everyone else looked awkwardly at each other. Is he okay? Mustard asked. Did Big Bro just die standing? Toga added. I think he is coming back. Dobby commented, noticing his face going from pale white to red. This is going to be a shit show. Compress concluded. Then Tamura screamed, blocking any more commentary from the gallery. Why, Master? What did I do? Is it for the homework folder? I can delete that. Tamura, your collection has nothing to do with this, though if you could delete it either way that would be great. I check the servers daily and some of those are rather disgusting. You are aware, I hope, that tentacles can't do stuff like that? Too much information. Too much information. Mustard shouted, desperately trying to cover his ears. Unfortunately, The gas mask was not meant to allow for his ears to be covered. But why then? Is an alliance worth disinheriting your son? Everyone in the room, except Tamura, could tell the answer. All for one was trying to repress with all his might was, absolutely, but he managed to say, Tamura, you will still be a high-ranking member of this operation. Not to mention, I'm not going to retire anytime soon. Calm down, son. The last word sounded like someone had just punched him in the gut, but Tamura was too busy hyperventilating to notice. He looked toward Toga. Hi again, big bro. She waved back. He screeched and stormed out of the room. All for one shook his head. Kids those days. Why, I had a brother, and we were the best of friends. Didn't you tell us about the many times he tried to kill you? Dobby asked. And didn't you also say he created a full new quirk just to torment you from beyond the grave? Exactly, isn't that adorable? All for one smiled. I have so many fond memories of his unsuccessful murder attempts, and he even left me with a toy to fight against when things get boring. Granted, one of them lucked out, but it was a very enjoyable gift. Somewhere in Tokyo, All Might felt a weird sensation that weirdly seemed to come from One for All, some sort of rage, but he decided that it must have been his own excitement at having found a successor and went back to drafting young Izuku's training schedule. Toga smiled wildly. So, Dad, when can I stab someone? You promised me some stabbing and a boyfriend. Indeed. Please do remember to not stab your boyfriend though. If he died, our alliance would come apart. Not even with his permission? All for one was about to say no, but then he realized that it could do no harm. Unless her boyfriend actually agreed to it, which he probably wouldn't. From what he knew, the kid seemed to be your run-of-the-mill teenager, and a search of his computer had offered nothing of note, except for a disturbing amount of All Might is your real father, YN, ARPIF fanfictions. Probably nothing to worry about. Sure, if he agrees, go for it. Who am I to stop the two of you from exploring? I feel like we shouldn't be here for this kind of conversation. Dobby mumbled before coughing. So, Master, when do we meet the clan? Soon enough. Mr. Compress, you have a license, so please go to the garage with Himiko and prepare to leave. Mustard, you will stay here to keep an eye on the bar with Kurogyri. Do not touch the Numis, they bite. Dobby, with me, we are going to fetch Tamura and see if he is still sulking. I feel like that's not an if. You are learning fast. Now let's go. Everyone nodded and moved as ordered. While leaving the room, Toga turned around. Dad, is my boyfriend cute? All for one froze, biting his lip. What was a father supposed to answer at that? Was he supposed to say yes? That seemed somewhat demeaning for the role of a strong paternal figure, but saying no would be even more detrimental. You will see him soon, I don't want to ruin the surprise. Toga nodded excitedly and walked away. All for one grinned. Nailed it. This parenting business is easy. The boyfriend better be cute, or he was going to complain. Fake or not, she was his daughter now, and he expected him to be an absolute gentleman. Izuku Midoriya felt a shiver down his spine, before shaking his head. It was probably just excitement for the next day. He smiled and stopped typing the next chapter of his All Might fanfiction, and noticed there was a missed call on his phone. It had arrived earlier that day, but he had been busy trying to not die killed by a sludge villain and had missed it. Then everything else had happened and he had never checked it. Curious, he opened it up to see it was from his father. There were also a few messages, and he checked the most recent. Hello son, you must be really busy since you never answered. I'm back in Japan. I'll be home in 2 hours. Please don't tell your mom, she loves getting surprised, but don't eat dinner. See you soon, Dad. Izuku smiled. That was such a fantastic day, and now on top of it, his father was back too. Things really couldn't go better. Izuku had a wide smile on his face as he sat down at the kitchen table, and Inko Midoriya wondered why her son was so happy. Not that she minded, of course, it was way better than the usual, sad but I won't tell you why, and if you ask, I will say everything is fine mood, but also a little concerning. She shook her head. He had also insisted for her to not cook dinner yet, for some reason. She wondered if he wanted to order takeout, but that would be a bit out of character for her child. So, Someone is happy tonight. I'm surprised considering what happened with that villain. You know you are going to get a punishment for almost giving me a heart attack and then making me flood the neighbor's living room with tears of relief, right? Weiss mom, of course. Good. She smiled and ruffled his green hair a bit. The same color of Hisashi's own. So, what has you so happy tonight? Actually it's a surprise. He replied, and she raised an eyebrow. Not her birthday, and it wasn't any anniversary either. If Izuku had a friend, he hadn't mentioned him to her, unless that friend was Katsuki, who however never showed up at their house for some reason, and he definitely didn't find a girlfriend. God, she wanted her boy to find a girlfriend, or boyfriend, but she was fairly sure she knew which gender her son favored, so much. It would allow him to finally break from his shell and gain confidence, and it would also put her at ease knowing someone else loved him and would care for him. Also bragging to Mitsuki on her son finding a girlfriend before the woman's would have been fun, admittedly. Well, alright son. How long will we have to wait? She asked, and on K the doorbell rang. Izuku's excitement at that was palpable and her own heart skipped a beat. Was it possible? Did a girlfriend actually appear? She walked to the door, Izuku in tow, and carefully opened the door. There, in a white suit with a messy green tie, his green hair tied back in an elegant man bun, stood her husband, Hisashi Midoriya, with a suitcase to his side and a larger bag behind his back. "Hello, dear," he said, extending the hand that, she now noticed, was holding a bouquet of flowers. Inko immediately unlocked the door and hugged her husband. "Oh, Hisashi, it's been 9 whole months this time." "I know, honey, but work has been murder," he replied with a sigh, hugging her for a long minute before raising his eyes. "Now, do you mind if I give a look at my boy?" "Oh, of course." Inko smiled and held his hand while Izuku walked forward and hugged his father. "Hello, Dad." "Hello, son." He smiled. "How is my little boy?" "Come on, Dad, I'm taller." "Dear, no offense, but no one in our family is tall," he replied with an amused look, and it was true. Hisashi, the tallest member of the family, was only around 170 centimeters tall, which was average but nothing more. Izuku knew he would probably grow to that height as well, or maybe even stay shorter like his mom. "I'm glad to see you. Actually, I have something I'd like to talk with you about, but I'd have to take you with me." Inko's eyes froze on him. "Dear? Don't worry, honey. It's a last-minute agreement. A colleague has discovered I was coming home and has asked to meet my son. I figured he would be fine with it." He smiled again, ruffling Izuku's hair. "I know this sounds like work, but I also have good news to balance this one." "I'm listening." Inko's tone had grown clearly colder, and Izuku almost choked loudly on his breath. His mother never sounded cold. "I'm staying in Japan for the foreseeable future," he replied. Inko's eyes went wide and her tone shifted back to normal. "You are? Oh, Hisashi, that's amazing." She hugged him again, and he returned it in full. They exchanged a few words whispering, stuff Izuku couldn't hear, then his father started speaking loudly again. "Yes, it seems that for a while our business will be handled from this side of the ocean. In fact, one of my employees is waiting for me right now in the car. Shall we go, Izuku?" Izuku looked at his mom, that sighed. "Don't worry, dear, go spend some time with your dad. You will tell me how that goes later." "Of course, Mo." "Thank you." He smiled, and after his father had placed the suitcase back in his room, he walked outside, with a smaller suitcase in hand, clearly the work one, and headed down the stairs, followed by Izuku, waving at his wife. He led Izuku to a rather large and elegant black car, complete with a chauffeur. "I didn't know your job came with a car," Izuku commented, sitting down next to his father in the back seat. The man smiled. "There's a lot you don't know about me, Izuku. It's my fault, of course. I should have been there more for you. Unfortunately, I fear my job might have taken away my role as a father to you. So now, I'm going to introduce you to my world. I'm sure you will love it." Izuku nodded stiffly. His father's thought was nice, but according to his mom he was an administrator for a large company. She had never given too many details, but Izuku knew it wasn't a hero-related business, so he never tried to dig into it too much. Dad, did Mom tell you I'm planning to be a hero?" Of course, dear, and I totally support it. But just in case, you should know what my work is. Just in case I don't make it like I probably would have. He thought. Of course, his father didn't know about All Might's quirk, no one did, but knowing he didn't believe in him stung. The car suddenly stopped and Izuku looked outside. Where are we? Why, we are going to get your suit. Izuku froze. Of course, he would need a suit, that was the basis of dressing elegantly. It was clear Dad's company wanted him to look at his best. But a suit meant his worst enemy would be there too. And a tie? He asked, glancing at Hisashi's own messy tie. Of course, son. I took the freedom of ordering one in advance. Hisashi smiled. How did you know my measures? Oh, I asked a friend with the right quirk to take your measurements while you were asleep. He replied with a placid look on his face. Izuku stared back at him, then chuckled. Nice joke, Dad. He commented, you almost sounded sincere. Yeah, almost. Well, let's not ask further questions and let's dress up a bit instead. Hisashi nodded and walked into the front door with a cheerful grin. Izuku followed him. 20 minutes later, Izuku had changed into a gray suit that matched his father's white one, with the same green tie. Both him and Izuku had their ties straightened by the tailor, and then his father accompanied him back outside, where the chauffeur, a man with blonde hair and glasses that was clearly of Western descent, was waiting. Izuku caught a glimpse of the man using his fingers to light a cigarette, though when he noticed Hisashi he grunted and threw it away. Hisashi smiled, noticing his son's attention being caught immediately by the quirk. Your chauffeur has a fire quirk. Izuku blurted out. That I do, sir. The driver replied, seating in his place behind the wheel. It's called Ember. Amazing! Can you light more than a cigarette? What's the maximum output? He discussed the man's quirk for a good chunk of the remaining trip, his father letting him for a while before he realized they were approaching the destination. It was about time he broached the subject. Coughing to catch their attention, he spoke first to the driver. Now, Kurudo, please leave us alone for a while. He said. The man nodded, waved at Izuku, and raised the window between their seat and the front of the car. Izuku looked at his father, in confusion. What, Izuku? Think it's time I tell you about the family business. Izuku raised an eyebrow like he used to do when he was a child, and someone asked a difficult question. Adorable. Family business? Yes, I believe your mother never mentioned, but it's not quite true that I work for someone. You see, I'm actually the head of the company. You are the CEO? Izuku's eyes went wide. But then why did Mom never tell me? Mostly because she doesn't really like to talk about her husband's job. We kind of agreed that I would stay quiet about it to you, but things didn't really pan out as I wanted. Izuku looked at him in confusion. Hisashi sighed. God, this was harder than he expected it to be. His plan was to come in, tell Izuku, you are the heir of a Yakuza family, get some thanks for the incredible opportunity this offered in the current working environment, for example, not having to deal with any boss, except fellow mafia bosses to intimidate or deal with. The wages were also great. Instead, Izuku wanted to be a hero, so he had to explain to him why it was such a great chance. So, what does the company do? Well, son, I'm glad you asked. You see, the Green Valley Clan, and I spent a lot of money to ensure it's called that in Japan too, is a great organization born from the fusion of American and Japanese groups. Our work includes the relocation of precious merchandise, ensuring the safety of private businesses, and of course the forceful acquisition of other companies. Hisashi answered with a confident ruse. It wasn't ideal, but if his son required more time to convince, it was better to lie on the finer details. Surely his naive young heir would never figure out what his father really did. Dad, are you a mob boss? Izuku asked fearfully a second later, shattering Hisashi's confidence in his lying skill and, admittedly, his mental image of his son. Surprise? He said, chuckling. Now, I know this comes as a bit of a shock, but please Izuku, don't freak out and, Izuku Midoriya, put down that phone this instant. He said, swatting out of Izuku's hand the phone he was holding, already typing in the police emergency number. Izuku, I understand that, my father is a Yakuza leader, is not the gift you wanted to receive today, But it's not all bad news. It's not. Dad, I want to be a hero. I can't be the son of a mob boss. Well, that ship kind of sailed the moment you were born, dear. You have been the son of a mob boss before you knew what a hero ever was. He sighed. Although, please, could you call me a Yakuza boss at least? Mob boss is rather rude, makes me sound like some small-time drag dealer. Dad. Yes. F you. Hisashi gasped, his mental image of his prim and proper child further deteriorating. Izuku Midoriya. Where did you learn such a language? Was it Katsuki? I knew he was a bad influence. Dad, you are the bad influence here. Me. I am a hard-working gentleman that isn't afraid of dirtying his hand for the sake of his family and his employees. Why, when the old Nalutta clan tried to invade our turf and hurt one of my men. He coughed, noticing Izuku's expression was turning from disbelief to disgust at an alarming rate. Look, Izuku, I understand, I went through the same experience when your grandfather, and be glad that your grandfather isn't here because of your behavior so far would have been met with some pretty harsh punishment. Still, I really hoped I wouldn't have to reveal you all this. And what changed? I need your help to prevent a gang war that might destroy Japan. He replied, and Izuku's jaw dropped. Oh. The rich restaurant with, he guessed from the comments of his underlings, beautifully decorated walls, with paintings of various locations of France, made it clear from the entrance that this was a place that Tamura Shigaraki shouldn't have entered. Much to All for One's chagrin, however, he had been invited too, because Hisashi Midoriya had offered a marriage deal and All for One had immediately mentioned Tamura. In response, Hisashi had explained that he had no daughters, but allegedly he was still going to show him Tamura too. One never knew, heterosexual son, so he had of course lied about his daughter. As a result, both siblings had been invited, forcing All for One to play the difficult game of making those two change into proper clothing for the night. Surprisingly, Tamura had given up when he had invited him to dress like him, because, like father like son. It had worked amazingly well, he was going to treasure that tactic for the future. Tamura, please wash the dishes as I would. Tamura, please play fewer video games as I would. Tamura, please do try to kill All Might as I would. Indeed, pushing all of one's expectations and desires on a child was exactly what good parenting was about. Himiko, on the other hand, had resisted to the idea of changing her clothes a lot more, something about not looking cute without my uniform. In the end, All for One had compromised by letting her decide on her dress, so long as it was elegant enough. Of course, blood red was her color of choice, as she had announced, a one-piece dress with a long skirt and a frankly unacceptable cleavage. Yes, he could see the difference in her body temperature. He could also see she was padding her BRSTS, but he wasn't going to judge that he had only allowed because they were atrociously late for the dinner. Less than 5 minutes later they had arrived at their destination, thanks to Mr. Compress running every single red light and compressing no less than 3 trucks and 5 cars before they hit their vehicles. Good job, Compress. I will give you a raise. Thank you, sir. He said, panting a bit. What should I do with the vehicles? Drive out of town and free them, making sure they don't see your face and our license plate. He paused. Keep one for Himiko. If she behaves well tonight, she can have her stabbing. I'm no liar. Yay! The girl exclaimed, hugging All for One. Thank you, Dad. All for One exercised a restraint he didn't know he had to not shoot her away with an air cannon blow, and instead awkwardly waited until someone else removed the girl. That someone else was of course not Tamura, who instead of pushing her away hugged him too, thankfully remembering to keep his pinky raised. It would have been a very poor way to go for Japan's symbol of evil if it came from an unwanted hug. Desperate, he stared at Dabi. The man was wearing, by Compress description, a black suit, black pants, a black tie, and a black jacket. Christ, did he know other colors existed? And Shigaraki gestured toward the two. He nodded and very carefully started to pry Tamura's grasped finger by finger. Himiko let go while he was busy with that, but All for One swore at that moment that if this charade went south for any reason, he would absolutely enforce a rule to stop both of his children from so much as breathing within 10 feet of him. He composed himself and entered the restaurant, with Tamura to his right, Tamura, please, keep your back straight. You aren't trying to mimic the hunchback of Notre Dame. And Himiko to his left, please, don't try to skip with high heels, you will either break them or twist your ankle. Dabi closed the group, the agreed bodyguard each side would bring. Dabi? You are doing a good job, keep it up. After making sure they followed his instruction, he continued in a whisper. Now remember what we said. None of you speaks unless they ask you anything. None of you insult someone. None of you attack someone. And if I so much as hear a whisper of the words, homework folder, from anyone, I will personally make sure to make that person see what can be done with tentacles. Dabi coughed, certainly not a laugh at his serious threat, but didn't argue. Tamura looked absolutely mortified and Himiko just smiled and nodded. Hisashi Midoriya was waiting in a private dining room they had booked in advance, to which they were escorted by a waiter that did his best to feign being happy to see a scrawny 20-something-year-old drag his feet through the fine hall of the restaurant. Once they entered the lavish room, decorated with elegant paintings and reproductions of European medieval armors, that or very cold waiters, cursed thermal sight, he saw Hisashi Midoriya and his son. Hisashi he knew well enough. They had already met 4 times, twice 14, once 10, and once 5 years before. The first 2 times he had exchanged condolences and congratulations with him after his father had passed and his son had been born in the span of 6 months. The second time, Hisashi had tried to come to an agreement to get a quirk from him, but the deal had fell through because understandably the symbol of evil did not wish to offer a strong asset to a rival, puny as he might have been, and Hisashi wanted a quirk worthy of a top hero. The final time, 5 years ago, had been right after All Might had dealt him the finishing blow, when Hisashi offered him a way to get to the States, him and the doctor, to gain access to higher caliber medical procedures than what he could obtain in incognito in Japan. He had refused, however, to avoid debt with the man. In hindsight, considering he had lost half his face, he should have taken the offer. He missed proper eyesight every day. The son, on the other hand, was an unknown. Officially Izuku Midoriya was registered as quirkless, but that could have meant he just had a quirk his father wanted to keep hidden. He had long suspected the mysteriously elusive granddaughter of the leader of the Shai Hasaikai was a similar case. With his sight limited to thermal, All for One, unfortunately, had no way to see if he was cute either. A shame, he would have liked to, but he would have to judge on Himiko's reaction. He better be, he is offering him to my daughter after all. Hisashi stood up calmly, his son stiffly. A quick exchange of handshakes between the 2 bosses came first, accompanied with the same empty pleasantries, All for One reserved to anyone that tried to stand on his level, and then it was the son's turn. This man was missing half the face and looked like a potato. Izuku was glad his mouth was basically sewn shut by fear, because knowing himself he would have blurted that out if he wasn't. When he took his hand, it was like shaking hands with a nutcracker. Except this nutcracker was trying to crack his knuckles. Tamura Shigaraki, as he was introduced, had a weird handshake where he kept the thumb up. Izuku really wanted to ask if it was his quirk, but he wasn't going to have the chance since Tamura was seated on the other side of the table, between their fathers. He was seated next to... "Hi," she said with a smile that showed her large canines. "I'm Himiko T. Himiko, totally, Shigaraki. His daughter." She pointed at All for One. I am Izuku Midoriya. Are you a gang member?" He whispered. "Oh, of course not." She replied. "Oh, thank God. This is so awkward, but I'm glad to know there is a normal person here." Himiko's smile froze. You think I'm normal?" "Oh, I didn't want to." He looked at her rather cute face, her blonde hair, her slit eyes. Was that related to her quirk? Her teeth with pronounced canines, was that related to her quirk? Maybe both, and then his treacherous eyes betrayed the steel effort he had done so far and wandered down to the exposed portion of her cleavage. Curse him and his attraction to Brstis. He really hoped he wasn't going to be some sort of pervert come high school. In his house in Yokohama, Minoru Mineta sneezed. Someone was talking about him. Probably a girl, he thought with a grin. With a titanic effort he looked up. I think you are quite beautiful, not just normal." She blushed a bit and looked away, and Izuku turned himself. Smooth Izuku, smooth. Going exactly as planned. I'm sorry, did you just say gang war? Izuku asked. Yes. I'm on the verge of a gang war with another group here in Japan, and I will need your help to prevent that. But I'm not a hero or anything. And thank God for that, or I couldn't ask you this. No, I need your help for something else, making an alliance through the use of diplomacy. But I know nothing about diplomacy. Izuku. Hisashi energetically grabbed his shoulder. You are a teenager with an internet connection and no girlfriend. I will believe that you suddenly developed a quirk before I believe that you don't know what kind of diplomacy you will have to exercise. Izuku went pale. I want you to marry the daughter of that boss and have a child with her to ensure a long and prosperous alliance. Izuku had tried very hard to do any of three things. 1. Muster the voice to scream. 2. Muster the courage to jump out of the car. 3. Muster the self-control to pretend he didn't know what having a child entailed. Unfortunately, the result was an incoherent whimper that sounded like a dolphin being strangled. Look, that's for the future. You are 14, that's not what you have to do now. Now you just have to start a relationship with her as boyfriend and girlfriend to prove we intend to go through with the agreement. But why would I do that? I hate villains. But you want to protect people. If we fight, there will be casualties, no matter what I do. He could even take it out on you and your mother. That's why I thought you would like this solution. You can be a hero and save all those innocents this way. His father raised his hands. If that's not convincing enough, let me point out your mother and you will both end up being targets, so you understand why I care so much about this. Izuku bit his lip. Stupid dad with his stupid logic and his stupid promise I will get to help people. He thought, assailing the appetizer, some food with a French name he had not understood, trying to imagine the meat in it was his father. It was a rather soothing image at that moment. So, Izuku, tell me, how old are you? All for One suddenly asked. Izuku finished munching the piece of food in his mouth. It was meat and cheese, he noticed. Thankfully he wasn't intolerant. Before speaking. I'm 14. He replied. My daughter is 15. His glance at Himiko was followed by a nod from the girl. 15, yes. And she too is planning her high school entrance. Which school did you choose? Oh, I'm joining you. He blurted out. All 4 pairs of eyes, well, 3 and a potato forehead, raised from the food and locked on him. That's interesting. General course I take? All for One asked. W as a second choice. So, is your first choice support? Third. Business. Fourth. Izuku managed to mumble, before heroically returning his attention back to his food and adamantly refusing to exchange a glance with anyone at the table. All for One's silence seemed to be telling of the fact he didn't intend to ask any further for the moment. Unfortunately, Tamura Shigaraki wasn't going to let it go that easily. So you want to become a poster boy of the oppressive society they built? He asked. That's magnificent. All for One interjected, suddenly speaking again. Why, very intelligent of you, young Izuku. You have clearly understood that there are problems in the hero system that force gentlemen like us to hide behind closed doors, and are going to experience them firsthand, while also gaining a valuable hero license rather than forging one. Your father clearly educated you well. Izuku felt like saying All for One had probably overestimated him and certainly overestimated his father, but before he could say that no, he very much wanted to be part of the hero system that forced criminals like those two to hide. Thank you very much, Hisashi interjected. Yes, my son has been reading a lot about heroes. Why he has 10 notebooks dash. 14. Izuku corrected. What? It was important. 14 notebooks worth of hero analysis for the future. Preparing already to take over the family business? Very astute. And joining UA you will see firsthand what kind of quirks the next generation of top heroes will sport. Clever, very clever. He looked at his dad, who just nodded slowly. All right. Thank you. He replied monotonously. All for One nodded, deep in thought, before turning to Himiko. Say, dear, you haven't decided yet which school to join, right? We allowed you a leap year, but now it's time for you to make a choice. What do you think about going to UA with Izuku? No 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 no. Izuku's mind just repeated the word like a mantra, before Himiko tilted her head to the side. But won't we be a bit lonely? She asked. Also, I won't know anyone aside from Izuku. Oh, thank God. But we are in luck. Our associate Master, Majitaro, is just of the right age to accompany you two to school. I'm sure it will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Kurogyri? Mustard asked, seated far away from the muscular Numu with a toothed beak that currently occupied the other side of the bar. Yes. Do you ever feel like an entity larger than you is taking active choices that will decide the course of your future and go heavily against your moral code just in name of personal gain? The fog-like Numu stared at him without answering for a long moment, and Mustard shook his head. Sorry, that was a stupid question. Kurogyri did not answer. Shigaraki bit his lip. The little fucker was going too well for his taste. He didn't know if his father's, that still made him so happy, words were genuine or not, but he just didn't like to hear him praise someone else. He glanced at Himiko Toga. She was looking at father, clearly uncertain. Good, at least someone was unhappy. Especially her, that was particularly good. Stupid Beach thinking she could take his place. But now, how could he make the green BSRD sound bad? Are you really going to make it in UA? Not to criticize, but you look like a wet noodle. Shigaraki commented. All for one turned his face to him, his teeth clenched behind his lips. Shigaraki shrugged. I'm just curious, father. Yeah, I actually found a trainer just today. We are going to be training for 10 months, right to the entrance exam. I will put my all into it and I will be able to pass. Dedication is very important for the Green Valley clan. Hisashi said. The sound of Izuku's teeth clenching actually resonated in the room. And is this trainer good? Tamura asked, deciding to keep up the questioning. His father didn't stop him, though he looked pensive. Or maybe he didn't, it was hard to tell with his face looking like so thoroughly damaged. He actually works in the field. And very close to the top at that. What's his name? I don't think you would know him. He replied. Midoriya was evading. He was right, of course. He wasn't going to know the name of some random hero, let alone someone that sounded like just a random employee, but the kid was clearly trying to change the subject. All for one. Hisashi intervened, stopping the conversation. By the way, have you heard about the new movements of the Shai Hasaikai? The discourse shifted to some third-rate criminal syndicate that Shigaraki didn't care about, and the Midoriya brat seemed to relax a bit, while the plates were changed with dish after dish for the following hour. After a while, Shigaraki felt tired of eating and started to just discreetly dust his portions, all while trying to figure out what to do. I could be a mature person and try to get over this childish rivalry, and instead, focus on the role of older brother master entrusted on me. He paused. Nah. Say, Izuku, you know who really SEKS? Endeavor. He commented. I mean, Endeavor is, okay? Excellent results on the field. His personality is a dumpster fire though. Izuku replied. He is the kind of hero that puts strength and results above being reassuring. On the flip side, you could also say that he is reassuring in his own way by keeping the streets safe. Good answer. Plan B, plan B. You are right. He waited for Izuku to take a sip of water, then continued, I guess All Might is worse after all. He had expected a spit take, possibly resulting in the puny BSRD spitting on Himiko and ruining his chances with her. That would have been the ideal result because then he could go back to his place as successor. Unfortunately, what actually happened was that Izuku's grip closed on the glass so much he shattered it, blood dripping from his hand. There was a famous writer in the All Might RPF community, the writers of All Might fanfictions. And that writer was Small Might 9N1 fan, the best writer of All Might fics in the entire site. And there was one rule that was so heavily enforced in the comments of those fics, that even trolls respected it. Never insult All Might. Izuku's eyes were burning as he stared at Tamura, blood dripping from his hand. What did you just say? Oh, Well, I just said All Might kind of this. Izuku, are you okay? Hisashi shouted, immediately helping him clean the wound with a handkerchief. A waiter also arrived with some bandages. Not that Izuku was paying any attention to that. All Might is the best hero we have ever had, certainly better than in Endeavor. The brat shouted meanwhile, absolutely ignoring what was happening around him, possessed by what Tamura could only describe as pure, unadulterated rage. Frankly, he was actually a bit scared. That was new. Don't you dare badmouth the #1 hero, or I will twist that scrawny neck and see if your head can get far enough up your... Well, that was fantastic all for one. I hope you can forgive Izuku, he is excited by the situation. Hisashi Midoriya covered his son's mouth, which was complicated considering the boy was trying to climb the table to punch Shigaraki. Or maybe carve his eyes out, it was hard to tell. Father raised his hand, though he took a moment longer to speak. Of course. We will call it a night then. And when will we organize the next meeting? Hisashi closed his eyes, probably thinking while he and their bodyguard were busy physically restraining Izuku from jumping over the table and try to assault him. Holy hell. He was never going to insult All Might again within that child's earshot. He liked his eyeballs in their sockets, not clawed out of them, thank you very much. Finally, the older Midoriya spoke. About that. I was thinking that maybe it would be best to give them both time to prepare for the UA entrance exam in peace. We will consider the deal still active, but you know how teens are, and we wouldn't want one of them to fail the exams, right? But Father nodded once more. Excellent. It will give us all time to prepare for what's to come. The two shook hands again. Tamura was sure he managed to see hope leave the other teen's eyes. Back in the car, Izuku looked down at the ground, unable to find an answer to what had just happened. Sure, he was both nervous because of, well, the whole situation of finding out in the span of an hour that your father is a Yakuza boss, that you have an arranged marriage with an admittedly beautiful girl, and of course everything that had happened before during the day. Still, he might have jumped the gun a bit. It couldn't be good etiquette to break a glass with your bare hands, though frankly Tamura was lucky he would have totally thrown it at him if he had the chance, and then promised someone to shove their head up their back door. Maybe it was the fact All Might had promised to make him his heir? Or maybe was it just pure fanboyism? Thinking about it, it was probably fanboyism. He did get pretty angry on the various forums, now that he thought about it. How many had banned his main accounts at this point? 15? Also the whole never. Insult. All Might. Rule on the main page of the fanfiction site he used. That one everyone agreed came about because of him. Yeah, maybe he went a little overboard. Hisashi smiled. Well, that went better than I expected. Dad, are you brain damaged? Come now Izuku, we have an agreement going and you didn't make an butt of yourself for most of the night. Why at the end Himiko was looking at you like she was looking at a delicious meal. What? He hadn't really looked at the girl, and wasn't that rude, so he hadn't noticed, but his father smiled knowingly. Izuku, I have seen what a woman that's thinking about grabbing a guy and going to town looks like. Why, your mother. Oh God, no. I am not angry. All for one emphasized. I am just disappointed. Tamura winced but All for one remained focused on him. Why, goading a child, and without even any real plan. At least I offered him some thoughts on what he can do with his misguided love for heroes, and how much good he can do in the criminal underworld of our fine nation. Dabi coughed. Sir? Not now Dabi. Tamura, you have to understand that your role as big brother is very important for the success of this alliance. While you could blame them for not having a female daughter for you, I believe you should really consider it a chance to grow as a leader. Tamura looked down to the ground. Sir? Dabi repeated. Wait Dabi, I'm not finished. As a punishment, you will only receive 4 controllers this month. Shigaraki's weep was a long, guttural sound, like the sound of a whale that was looking for her deceased child. All for one knew what that sounded like. He had become a part-time illegal whaler for 30 years from the moment the government prohibited whale hunting. Those were the days. He leaned back on his seat and stared at the roof of the car. As for you Himiko, good job. You didn't interact much, but now we will have the opportunity for the two of you to grow closer during your school year. I will. Sir? What is it, Dabi? I think your daughter is either eating a handkerchief or suffocating herself with it. All for one turned around to see Himiko, a red handkerchief shoved deep in her mouth, munching on it while crying. Tastes so good. She ummed through her blood-covered lips and the sheet of paper of the same color. Ah, so she is eating. All for one brought a hand to his face, covering his non-existing eyes and sighing deeply. Fine, let her. Things can't get worse either way. The tires of the car screeched and then there was a loud thud. Himiko gagged when her mouth closed reflexively and the handkerchief lodged itself in her throat, now actually suffocating her, while the car came to a halt. Oh wait, no, she is suffocating herself. Fascinating. Dabi continued, nonplussed. Compress, what the hell are you doing? All for one shouted. We hit someone, sir, they fell from the sky or something. I can tell, but why did you stop after hitting someone? You are supposed to speed away. There was no immediate response, so all for one huffed and left the car, ignoring Himiko's coughed call for help and her starting to turn a worrying shade of blue. Dabi and Tamura could take care of it, which they seemed to be doing by deciding through rock, paper, scissors who would try to pry it out, and walked outside to look at the wounded. It was a man with black hair, a mask, and an impressive arsenal of weapons inside his bag. Sir, I just hit you with my car. There was blood gushing from a leg that had broken in several places, to the point the bone emerged from the skin, and another was an head wound that was bleeding even more. He stared at him for a long moment as he realized that A, he knew this man, and B, he was unconscious and slowly dying. God damn it. Compress, he called, and the man saw him haul the bleeding man in the car. Himiko had just caught her breath after the handkerchief was removed by an incredibly disgusted Dabi, while Tamura murmured, good old rock, nothing beats that, but nonetheless screeched in delight when blood started to puddle on the floor and the seats. Yes, sir? Take us to the Jaka hospital, please. I think we might need the doctor's facility. I'm surprised, sir, we are rescuing a civilian? This isn't a civilian. You just run over Stain. Compress decided to shut his mouth and drive. So, let's recap. Izuku said, as their car parked in the lot near their apartment. I have to marry that girl. Yes. And you want us to start dating in 10 months. Correct. And by then I have to make sure I can join you, make sure she joins you, make sure we are in the same class. That, by the way, is not something I decide, spend the following 3 years trying to make sure we don't break up, or, in fact, that we can act like a couple at all, then marry her, have a child and live a happy life with her? I never said anything about the happy life. His father replied. He glared at him with so much intensity that if he was X-less his father would have turned then and there in a colander. I'm joking, Izuku, I'm joking. But yes, that's what it will take you to save life. If you ask me, that's a better deal than just becoming a hero, right? Oh yes, Dad, my dream for the future was becoming the heir of a Yakuza clan and marry the daughter of another mob boss, ignoring the law, my love for heroes and the fact I might not even like her. You seem to like her cleavage at least. His father teased and Izuku went bright red and squeaked. I didn't. His father chuckled and Izuku grumbled. He was fairly sure no one had ever had a single day with so many highs and lows. A villain attack, all might, another villain attack, one for all, his father being a mob boss. Izuku froze. All might. One for all. He had been so caught up in everything going on he had forgotten that his new teacher might not have taken well the idea of passing his quirk to the son of a Yakuza leader. He groaned and started to hit his forehead lightly with his knuckles. How did I forget I'm supposed to be the heir of the #1 hero? How is that not the highlight of today? He was sure no one could possibly be having a worse night. All for one side. So, let's recap. He said, as he walked through Dr. Garaki's lab accompanied by Compress. I had to remove Tamura as my heir, someone I had raised just for the role since he was 5. You raised Tamura? Compress asked. Of course. I think I did an excellent job, wouldn't you agree? Compress gave no answer, but all for one knew that was because the only obvious answer was yes. Sure, Shigaraki was a man-child that would throw a fit for anything going wrong, but that was all to make him a good villain, of course. Certainly not his failure. Anyway, after that I adopted a daughter, that is. He looked around. Where is she exactly? Last time I saw her, she was trying to SCK Stain's blood from the car's carpet. I believe Dobby was bartering to convince her to at least go for the bloody seats instead. All for One scrounged his face in disgust. He was thankful sometimes that his thermal vision wasn't that precise. Sir, wouldn't it have been better to adopt someone that wasn't so… That wasn't a blood-obsessed lunatic? Yes. Ah, sure, Compress. Now let me check again in the long and comprehensive list of villain teenage girls I can adopt that Jiren sent me. No, wait, why don't you help me look through it? He opened his phone with a vocal order and had Compress check his email. Sir, this list only has Himiko in it. Of course it only has Himiko in it. Compress coughed in embarrassment. Well, I'm sure you can be a great educator, sir. Thank you, your words almost make me forget the fact you run over a serial killer I was planning to recruit. He said the last word in a tone so cold Compress felt chills run down his spine. In my defense, he fell from the sky in the middle of the road. Yes, that is why you are still employed, alive, and not in one of those tanks. Now, let's take care of our guest, right? Compress took a satisfyingly fast pace as the two walked out of the pneuma room and up the stairs, reaching the room the doctor had reserved for his new patient. Stain was lying in a hospital bed. He didn't know exactly how that had happened, but he knew that couldn't be good. He looked left and right, trying to figure out what was going on. His leg was in a cast, and he had bandages covering his head. His clothes had been changed to a hospital gown, and of course that meant his weapons were all gone. And he was also handcuffed to the hospital bed. Fascinating. His hand reflexively searched for one of his hidden knives, but of course the police, because who else could this be, had taken them all. I certainly hope you don't have another knife hidden somewhere. There aren't many places we didn't look into, and none of those are places that should hide one. A voice said from the door. He turned to his left to see a man walk in dressed in an elegant suit, a smile on his face. Or what remained of it. Stain thought he had experience with disfigurement, especially self-inflicted, but damn son, what did you have to do to get half of your face replaced by scar tissue to the point your eye sockets and nasal cavity were just gone? Who are you? He asked instead. His personal interest in the origin of those wounds could take a step back in the face of the end of his crusade. My name is All for One. You might have heard of me. I haven't. All for One frowned. Are you sure? Yes. Maybe think about it a bit more. He did, but to no avail. Doesn't ring any bells. Seriously? All for One? Shadow ruler of Japan? Leader of Japan's criminal underworld? The big bad evil guy? Never heard of him. Well, now you have, so you better remember it. All for One growled and Stain sighed. Yet another villain wannabe, though maybe this one had at least some backing given the hospital hadn't called the police apparently. Or maybe the hospital had called the police and then All for One had arrived first. Hard to say. So, you wanted something? Indeed, Mr. Akaguro. Stain froze, and he grunted as the other man smiled. I have been following with interest your hero-killer crusade. It was very entertaining. I'm not doing this for your entertainment. No, you aren't, but I had a good laugh every time I saw the headlines on who you had killed. Although, if it wasn't for me, so many of those good quirks would have been wasted. What? Never mind that. Now, let's discuss our next move. You see, you owe me a favor, since I have saved your life. He raised an eyebrow, trying to recall what might have happened to go from his extremely cool, if he dared say so himself, roof jumping to the hospital. All that came back was a screeching sound and a blinding light. What happened? You were hurt. How? Now that isn't really important. All for One hand waved the question and continued. What matters is that you owe me if you are not in jail, and considering you also have a broken leg you will also owe me shelter for a while. I can walk it off. You really can't. You are probably not going to walk anywhere anytime soon with a leg broken in 3 separate points, including an exposed fracture, bruises all over and a wound on your forehead that will probably scar. What the hell did all that? Now that isn't important, Focus on what matters. You need to recover for a while, possibly far, far away from the streets and the heroes. So, I will generously let you do it here. It should take about a year for rehabilitation and release. What? I can't spend a whole year in a hospital. Well, if you wanted I could expedite the process for a deal. Stain gritted his teeth. So, I just have to make a deal with the devil? Please, the devil wishes he was this good. Kaizome gritted his teeth, considering all the ways he could try to kill All for One and get out of the hospital, but it came up blank. With an injured leg, he wouldn't even make it past the door. Fine. What do you want? To hire you. Kaizome sighed. Of course. I won't go against my principles. Of course. Originally, I was planning to have you kill a few people, all rivals of my group, but now it seems there is a different reason to welcome you in my organization. Stain listened, and as he did his face paled slightly. He bit his lip, heavily considering the idea of stabbing All for One with the needle of the IV drip, but before he could decide if that could work, All for One extended his right hand. Stain stared at it, sighed, then awkwardly raised his handcuffed right hand. Ahem. Oh right. All for One casually aimed a finger toward the handcuff and the lock exploded. What the F? Stain had a very easy time imagining his head doing the same. Maybe that handshake was a good idea after all. 5 seconds and 1 quirk use later, he was back up, the man using another, clearly different ability to heal him. As he walked outside, he was intercepted by someone that was probably the man's bodyguard. He just put an arm around his shoulder. Call me Compress. Welcome to the circus. He whispered. Kaizome had no idea how to take that. The next morning, Izuku Midoriya woke up particularly early. The question of why he was up so early in a weekend dissolved a moment later as the shitshow commonly known as the day before rushed back into his mind. Oh right, I have to meet All Might. Oh right, I'm going to inherit his quirk. Oh right, my father is a Yakuza leader. Oh right, I have an arranged marriage with the daughter of a mob boss. He turned around, planted his face in the pillow and groaned loudly. Why? He took a long minute to calm down. The worst part was, he couldn't even wish the day before was a dream, considering how the first important half went. He sighed and got up, starting to dress up. At least things couldn't get any worse, right? He had already had his whole family history destroyed, his love life probably ruined if he wanted to save people, and oh god, he was actually considering this long term, and having to decide if he should have told All Might who his father was. That was the real problem, right? Oh hello All Might, I know we spoke yesterday about you giving me your quirk, but I think you should know my father is the leader of a gang of thieves, murderers and other criminals. I'm sure that's fine. He held back from the temptation of bashing his head against the wall and just walked outside. His mother on Saturday morning was usually out of the house for groceries, and that was true that morning as well. His father on the other hand was watching the TV in their living room. He waved to Izuku. Good morning, son. Don't talk to me. He grumbled back. Was it still a bad thing to talk back to your father if he was a criminal? Oh, don't be like that. The gangster replied, Izuku doing his best to ignore him. Come on Izuku, don't act like it's the end of the world. Are you seriously doing this? I'm just saying this is a great opportunity for you. Dad, I'll be honest, I really wish I could erase last night from existence. Since I can't, the next best thing is erasing you from existence. So, I'm going to ignore you until you leave for the United States again. You do realize that will probably take months, right? I can't hear you. He stubbornly downed a glass of milk and then, dressed in a gray tracksuit, and after putting on his gym shoes headed to the door. Izuku Midoriya, where do you think you are going? Oh right, he might want an explanation for this. I'm going training. With that mysterious trainer of yours? The man asked. Oh right, Izuku had blurted that out the night before, hadn't he? Honestly, his return home was kind of a blur since he had stormed into the house, said goodnight to his mother and then locked the room before falling asleep. Yes. He replied. Good, let's go. Whoa, wait, you are not coming with me? Hisashi chuckled. Izuku, you are my son. I can't really let you hang out with someone that might have malicious intent. Are you for real? Why would anyone want to kidnap a quirkless teenager? Because that quirkless teenager is the son of the leader of the Midoriya clan. His father smiled reluctantly. I assure you, I had my way to ensure your safety even before, and now I suppose I can be more hands-on while I'm here, don't you think? Honestly, Izuku wondered what his father meant. There wouldn't have been anything to save him from the Sludge Villain, it just so happened All Might was hunting it. Then again he had a point. No, bad Izuku, don't agree with the gangster. Dad, I assure you he is not an evil person. I believe you, Izuku. The man said, with the expression of a man that was pretending to agree with a 4-year-old on the sanitary safety of eating mud. But please, just this once. If I think he can be trusted, I'll leave you to the training, but you must understand, we don't have any time to lose. Now that you have told All for One you will join the hero course at UA, the clan is expected to make sure you do so. If you fail, it won't be just you that pays, but our name too. He put a hand on his shoulder. You have to be a hero, Izuku. Izuku didn't know if that was something he had always wanted to hear or not. Granted, it was encouragement, of sort, he supposed. On the other hand, he now felt a part of himself pushed to fail the entrance exam and make the clan look bad. It was a small part, though. Still, the real issue was this whole All Might and my father will meet deal. He sighed. There was no winning this, so he just nodded, prayed any god that would listen to make this go well, and his father accompanied him to the car. Kuroda was still sitting behind the wheel. Had he slept in the car or something? Where to, sir? Dagoba Beach. Izuku replied. His father and the driver exchanged a look, but after a moment Hisashi shrugged and they left the parking lot. The road there was silent, mostly because any attempt Hisashi made to start a conversation was met by a wall of silence and indifference. Not that Izuku felt bad or anything about it, but it felt weird to ignore his father, when usually he couldn't wait to have him around in the flesh. He felt a bit betrayed, to be honest. Not that he liked the idea of his father hiding the truth, but it had opened such a Pandora's box regarding his family life, especially regarding his mom, and whether she knew or not, that he almost wished it had stayed closed. Before he could reflect on the situation more, they stopped by the beach. It was a dump, the sand almost completely covered by trash. Are you sure it's here? Hisashi asked. Aye. Good morning, young Izuku. A cheerful voice said, and the three turned to see All Might walk toward them. Well, really, this was Toshinori Yagi, the skeletal figure that could become the symbol of peace. Izuku didn't know if he should have felt relieved or not. On one side, explaining why the #1 hero was training him could be weird, on the other Mr. Yagi looked, for lack of a better descriptor, suspiciously like a meth addict. Of course Izuku knew the sunken eyes, fragile frame and skeletal appearance were the result of the severe injury, but he couldn't exactly explain that to his father. And good morning to you, Mr. Midoriya, I presume. The hero meanwhile continued, shaking his hand. Izuku, is he the man? Why, yes, Dad, this is Mr. Toshinori Yagi. I see. Sir, might I ask you why you want to train my son? He asked. Oh, of course. Pardon me. His hand went into his pocket and fished out a business card that he handed to Hisashi. My name is Toshinori Yagi, an assistant for the office of the #1 hero, All Might. Your son's behavior yesterday reminded me of his exploit, and as you might know, All Might was present there and privately complimented your son too. Therefore, I decided to offer Izuku the option to train. Izuku's jaw didn't fall open, but did All Might just lie so casually? His whole image of the #1 hero was cracking, if he was such a good liar. Then again, he realized a moment later, it made sense. He did have to hide the nature of his quirk and his injury to the media all the time. Cover stories must have been a bit of a specialty for him. His father didn't seem as impressed. And might I ask what training you believe will allow him to join UA in 10 months? Yes. He fished out from another pocket a large pile of papers. This was prepared by me and reviewed by All Might himself when I asked him the favor. It's the American Dream Plan. It means, I work often in America, so I understand. Kuroda, what do you think? Hisashi ended the plan to the driver, who quickly scanned every page. It's a solid training regimen, sir. It even includes a complete diet. At the very least, your son will come out healthier and, bluntly said, quite jacked. He also pointed to the final page. It also has All Might's signature, so we can be sure that Mr. Yagi is telling the truth about his cooperation. Izuku's hand moved at a speed that would have frankly seemed inhuman in any other situation, and snatched the page, before putting it in his pocket. Izuku, did you just steal All Might's signature? Hisashi asked. No. For a long second no one commented, then All Might coughed in his fist. Very well, if there is nothing else. Actually, sir, I have a question. Kuroto asked, I see here that you mention weight training and then add a note that reads, trash hauling. Might I ask why trash specifically? Toshinori nodded and started a rather idealistic, but somewhat sensible, explanation on the role of heroes in society and why cleaning the beach would teach him the value of his job for the citizens. Izuku frankly didn't care that much. All Might could have told him to jump in a pool of lava and Izuku would have done it. Very well, it seems sensible. Did you agree on a payment? No payment will be needed, Mr. Midoriya. I don't do this for the money. Hisashi's eyes narrowed. And why then? Because young Midoriya has the potential of being a great hero. Even if he is quirkless? His father's question was a punch in the gut. He knew rationally that Hisashi didn't mean anything by it. It was more of a statement to make sure Toshinori Yagi knew who he was training. But it still hurt a bit. I think he will surprise you, Mr. Midoriya. All Might replied, I can assure you he will pass the exam. Hisashi's eyes stayed on All Might's for a second, then he offered his hand to All Might. In that case, Mr. Yagi, my son is in your care for the next 10 months or until he wishes to stop. Thank you. All Might took Hisashi's hand and shook it. Izuku cringed internally at the image of his favorite hero shaking hands with a criminal. But this was so horrible. As soon as the car left, All Might sighed in relief. That was intense. Your father is pretty scary, young man. Izuku froze. Ooh. All Might started to chortle, some blood gushing from his mouth. You know, his way of talking and acting reminded me of some Yakuza leader I caught over the years, really scary people. He must love you a lot to appear so stern. Huh? Yeah, it's just that, definitely not a Yakuza leader, Kill me right now. He thought while making the fakest laugh of his 14 years of life, one worse than the time he laughed off Bakugo making his limited All Might 35th anniversary of hero career pin explode. Luckily, All Might was laughing about it too, and quite loudly. Should I tell him? He wondered, imagining All Might gently putting a hand on his shoulder and going, it's going to be all right, son. In fact, why don't I adopt you? You will become the hero All Might Jr. and... Oh yeah, that would be ridiculous, and of course we couldn't be having this conversation. Come again? Well, I mean, I trust you are a good child, and it would be unfortunate, but I couldn't really hand one for all to the son of a criminal syndicate that is entirely based on their family bonds. Not that a person like that can be a hero in the first place, background checks would prevent it. But you aren't one, of course. He raised an eyebrow. Is that surprising? Izuku shook his head. Oh no, it makes perfect sense. His mental image shattered in a million pieces and was replaced with the far less soothing image of All Might just leaving and organizing a raid on his apartment, with Endeavor burning down his room totally by accident. His poor action figures. Alright, maybe I can tell him when we know each other better, right? Once I'm sure he won't judge me based on my dad's business, right? I mean, technically he wasn't lying. It's not like All Might ever asked him, is your father a Yakuza boss? Or anything like that. And All Might had kept his identity and wound a secret, so maybe it was alright to keep some information himself, right? Right? All Might nodded. Well then, let's get started. It's going to be a long training PRD, but I am sure you are going to be great. Izuku sighed. At least it had gone well. The training was probably going to be the easy part compared to this. Mustard was sitting in the meeting room, Himiko to his left. On the other side of the table, besides All for One, today hooked to a breathing machine, unlike the day before, and sitting close to him Compress. It seemed the magician had become the go-to bodyguard for All for One. And considering him and Himiko were here, that left Dabi with Shigaraki. His deepest condolences went to the fire user. Or they would have if he wasn't busy thinking about his own situation. I will join you. Yes, I'm glad you understood the forward sentence I just said. All for One replied with a condescending nod. But sir, my quirk is no good for a hero. I emit a gas that makes people lose consciousness. Like midnight. And it affects a large area. Have you seen a serious Endeavor fight? It's no use in combat against anyone that figures out what it does. At that All for One just laughed. Mustard, even I admit there is more to being a hero than brute force. The UA principal is a genius. There is no way he would create a test that puts destructive quirks at an advantage. Nedzu felt his ears ring. He decided it was nothing much and returned to work. The robots this year were going to have a particularly sturdy armor, perfect to test any quirk. Somewhere else, a young teen with tall purple hair felt the need to punch a rat. But even then, you can't be a hero without some way to attack, right? At least Himiko as her knives. That's true. Originally, my plan was to make you two fight Nomus day after day for the next 10 months until you were strong enough. Mustard whimpered. But due to a lucky coincidence, I have found the perfect teacher. He snapped his finger, and nothing happened. Grunting, All for One raised a hand. After a moment, Stain appeared next to him, vomiting some dark liquid. Himiko's eyes went wide in anticipation before she sagged back when she realized that was not blood but some sort of black sludge. What the f? The man gagged. What was that? Next time, I expect you to walk in when I call. You called? I snapped my finger. The door was closed. You lunatic, how was I supposed to hear that? All for One remained quiet for a moment, and then turned back to the two teens, ignoring the question entirely. This is your new teacher. I made sure he agreed to train you daily, so long that he is allowed to continue his job. With Kurogiri's help, I am sure he will prove quite successful in it. You better hope so. You do realize now I can just teleport you back here with the sludge, right? The masked man said nothing, but Mustard knew he needed to do something. He didn't want to go to a hero school. He hated hero schools. Unfortunately, right now his mind was going in a different direction. Oh my gosh, you are Stain! He shouted, jumping up and shaking the hand of a bewildered serial killer. Yes. I'm a huge fan, sir. Everyone is like, become a hero, be a great hero, you should definitely be a hero, and then you come back and just slash and cut and kill them, and oh my god, it's so cool. I feel like my motive went a bit lost. Please give me an autograph. Alright, enough. All for One waved his hand and an invisible force sent Mustard back into his seat. Alright, he was talking about joining UA. Oh god, he was supposed to join UA. Oh god, UA's sports festival. Wait, UA's sports festival was his ticket out of this mess. Sir, I ran away from home. I can't just reappear out of nowhere. That is true. Jinta Hazano can't reappear out of nowhere. Which is why you are no longer Jinta Hazano. I'm not what? You have been renamed and adopted, and your name is now Majutaro. He slid his new identity card to him, and Mustard grabbed it and stared at it in disbelief. Majutaro was indeed his new name, but his surname. Does that mean I have a new brother? Himiko asked, because the other one kinda is. Don't talk like that about your brother, he is just a person. But no. It would seem suspicious for a new son of mine to appear out of nowhere. Therefore, I chose a foolproof strategy. He pointed to Mr. Compress. He is your father now. Yes, I... Wait, what? The man did a 180, staring at All for One, who grinned. You signed the papers yourself. I didn't. Yes, you did, yesterday night, after we returned. I signed a forged report for the insurance about the car damage yesterday night, not an adoption certificate. Why, Compress, are you suggesting I used my ink control quirk to modify the text of the documents you signed? Stain frowned. Car damage? Compress coughed. Never mind that. I can't have a son. Why, don't you think it's wonderful? My daughter and your son going to school together. He grinned. Perfect chance to know each other more. This is for the car, isn't it? I don't know what you are talking about. But Mustard's brain raced in desperation. My parents will know the truth. Even if Mr. Compress plays as my father, they would find out, and that's even more suspicious. All for One made another snap of the finger. Nothing happened, so in annoyance he used the same quirk as before to bring a mud-vomiting Nomu in the room, a deformed creature with large teeth, an exposed brain, which Mustard found painful to admit he was starting to grow numb to seeing, and two small, thin arms ending into large hands. This is Willy. Willy can change your hair and eye color permanently, along with changing ever so slightly the shape of your nose, eyes, and whatever other body parts you might wish for. Any question? Stain snapped out of his thoughts and raised his hand. No, it can't make a nose regrow. Stain dropped his hand. Any other question? Mustard really had one. Not a mature one, or even a reasonable one. Still, every body part meant. Two roads opened in front of him. One where he asked the question and probably got expelled from the league for it, or worse. And one where he stayed quiet, and his comedic genius was forever lost. After a moment of deliberation, he sighed, clenched his fist, and closed his eyes. Alas, jokes would have to wait. Once All for One dismissed Willy and Himiko's question on whether it could make her hair blood red, Mustard just sagged, giving up. So, will I get any weapon? He asked. At least something cool could come of it. If and when I deem it necessary. Stain replied before All for One could. Now move, both of you. I want to be done with this as much as you do. Mustard followed him, while Himiko stopped for a moment to talk with her boss father, but after quite a long chat Himiko caught up to them in the gym. Despite everything, Mustard smiled. At least he was going to learn fighting from Stain. Maybe at least the training was going to be fun. Izuku panted as he rolled on his bed after his first day of workout, succumbing to the exhaustion almost immediately. Nope, this training was not going to be easy. Mustard panted as he fell on the ground of the gym, having been stabbed by wooden and plastic swords so much that he was fairly sure a real fight would have killed him 10 times over. Nope, this training was not going to be fun. Izuku smiled as he landed on the couch in his living room with a satisfied sigh. Another day of training, more progress cleaning the beach, more time spent with All Might. At this point, he had spent a month with his idol, and he was as great as Izuku had thought he was. Except for the whole, I can't really train the son of a Yakuza boss, sunny thing, but no one was perfect, right? Another satisfying day, A voice asked, and his good mood instantly evaporated. I still can't hear you. Izuku replied, turning his back to his father. The man sighed and sat down. Izuku, me and your mother have been patient, but it's been over a month, and you still refuse to talk to me. It's starting to hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. I will pretend my father hiding from me for 14 years that he is some high-ranking leader of a criminal syndicate didn't sting at all. He replied, turning his back to him further, which was unfortunately hard to do when they were both sitting on the same couch. He would have stood up and left, but his legs would have probably told him to go F himself if he didn't give them at least a few minutes to rest. Is there anything I can do to be forgiven? Turn yourself in? Izuku asked. His father just shook his head. If I did, your mother and you would be in danger. And that would also shoot any chance you have of getting in a hero school, you know that, right? Izuku bit his lower lip. It was really selfish of him that the idea of being barred from a hero course stung more than the idea of losing his father. Then again, his father did arrange him a marriage with the daughter of a mob boss without even asking. He had tried to make some research on both the Green Valley clan and All for One. On the former there were enough information, though the leader was believed to be an American mobster called Isaiah Greenvale, and his father seemed proud of his alias, Quirk, and appearance unknown aside from having green hair. One would think that would be recognizable, but in a world where some people looked like animals, green hair was hardly a rarity, and of course there were a lot of people that would just change their hair color weekly overseas. The Green Valley clan activities in Japan were handled through various means, but the authorities agreed the leader was in the US at the moment. Those idiots. All for One had no information, PRD. Whoever he was, his name was almost impossible to find online. The few results that would come up didn't really mention anything more than the name having some meaning in the criminal underworld of Japan, but no one investigating had ever figured out if it referred to a person or a group, let alone who or what they were, and most of those investigations had stopped long before they could uncover anything. Izuku was fairly confident now that the answer to the question, person or group, was scary man with a baked potato for a head, but he figured he was supposed to take away the second half of the sentence and just look at the scary man part. He also had done no progress in the Tell All Might issue. Kind of frustrating, but what was he supposed to do? Izuku had tried twice, and both times he had only gotten 2. So, about the Yakuza? Before All Might shouted, Yakuza? Where? And went into muscle form. Yeah, he wasn't dealing with that too. Someone gently touched Izuku's head, stopping his thoughts as he turned to see his mom slide his cheek fondly with the back of her hand. Dear, I know this wasn't what you wanted, but your father has finally been honest. Isn't that something to be happy about? Izuku sighed again, gently grabbing his mother's hand. For some reason, finding out that his mother knew had not been surprising. She wasn't stupid, of course she had to have known. Mom, why did you marry Dad? Not that I don't understand attraction, but didn't you think he was dangerous? Her mother and father looked at each other. His mom snickered. His father chuckled. His mom started to laugh. His father burst out in the loudest cackle Izuku had ever heard, like a hyena that had just been told the funniest joke in existence. What did I say? He asked when the two finally calmed down. Nothing, son. His mom kissed him on the forehead. You just assumed things the wrong way around. I feel like that needs to be addressed? Nah, it doesn't really matter. Let's just say I never feared for you two while I was away. Hisashi answered. I feel like I'm missing something really important. Izuku replied. Granted, that was probably because his brain was refusing to acknowledge a certain possibility. Good old thought repression. Nothing much. His father replied again, We are who we are, dear. I'm still the same person that bought you your first All Might figure. Your mother is the woman that raised you while I was busy at work. Don't misunderstand, we both love you, Izuku. But you are still going to force me to marry Himiko. His mother made a squeal. Izuku sighed. How many times was that now? Mom, can you stop getting excited about it? No, dear, I won't. I'm so happy you have a girlfriend. But I don't even know if she likes me or if I like her. Dear, does she have births of any size? Why does that matter? Izuku asked, but his father gave a silent hiss at the same time and his mother chuckled. Izuku looked away. How come everyone suddenly knew he liked? Wait, why was that the important part of the conversation? I don't even know if I like her as a person. You don't know her at all, dear. I'm just saying, if there is physical attraction, that's a good point as any to start. Feelings can come over time, but if you aren't attracted at all, then this is going to be hopeless. Izuku leaned back on the couch. That was a valid point. A suspiciously logical one, but he didn't think he could just like someone for their appearance. Then again, who knew? He was just happy he didn't have to consider it for 10 more months. In that moment, Hisashi took out his phone. Izuku had a bad feeling about that. Even worse when the man left the room. Mustard was exhausted. Destroyed. Absolutely burnt out. His idol was a torturer in training, and he was getting tortured. No one in the world did an exercise regimen that was harsher than his. Parkour, sword-wielding, knife combat, bare-handed combat, cardio, strength training, Stain was an all-rounder that was going to probably drive him to an early grave. And the worst part was that Himiko was doing better. That was so unfair. He couldn't beat her in knife combat, could barely pull a win now in bare-handed, was hopelessly behind in parkour, and they were at 50-50 in sword-wielding win-loss ratio because, in Stain's words, you both SCK at it. Harsh but fair, he assumed, but then again, who would use a sword in the 22nd century with a straight face, unless their quirk literally required it? He was a gas user, damn it. At least I don't have to handle being the boss daughter. He commented with a sigh. His new father rarely, if ever, interacted with him in that capacity, which was fine by him, but all for one was oddly overbearing with Toga. Probably because Tamura is such a train wreck of a son. He decided. In the past month, while they were busy getting tortured by Stain, the older son of All for One spent his day playing video games in his room. And he didn't even share. Mustard sighed. This wasn't what he had imagined when he had run from home. For starters, because he thought he would hit big as a villain, and second because he was supposed to dodge hero school expectations this way. He burped. Gross, that wasn't like him. And then black mud emerged from his mouth and absorbed him before spitting him back out in the usual meeting room. Why can't you just call us like a normal person? He asked, gasping loudly and coughing. This is faster. All for One argued with a dismissive movement of his hand. So, Mustard, we have worked out some things that you will do for me. We do. His attention focused completely again. His first mission as a villain. And he could skip training. Best day ever. You see, I just talked with Hisashi, and we agreed that while it's good to leave this time for you, Himiko and Izuku to train yourself, you two also need to catch up on your school material. After all, we need you to pass the theoretical test as well. So starting tomorrow, you are going to be studying at Hisashi Midoriya's house once a week. Of course, you are there as Himiko's bodyguard. I expect you to be ready to protect her should this be a trap. Please express yourself in something more than monosyllabic shouts. I mean why? Because you need to enter the UA Hero course, and because befriending Izuku is convenient for both. It's the same reason why I also planned a training exchange. In 2 days, you and Toga will train with Izuku's trainer and he will train with Stain. All for One widened his arms with a grin on his face. This experience will build a bond between you three, and it will also allow us to test if Willie's modification can fool someone, since this man apparently works closely with All Might. What happens if he isn't fooled? You bravely sacrifice yourself to make Toga escape, go to jail, and probably get sent back to your parents. I don't know why I expected a different answer. He sighed. It doesn't really matter if I want to or not, right? Not in the slightest. I just wanted to make sure. Is that all? No, actually. The man snapped his finger, and a moment later a Nomu appeared in the room carrying a large box. This is a gift for you. Mustard couldn't say he received many gifts. Once a year for his birthday, maybe, but those were usually clothes. So he wasn't particularly excited when he opened the box, but once he looked inside his eyes went wide and he took a step back. Is that a gun? He shouted, pointing at the revolver. No, this is a projectile-launching multifunctional support item. Sir, that is clearly a revolver. No. A revolver is a weapon I can't give legally to a child. A projectile-launching multifunctional support item, on the other hand, is something even a child can use legally. It's just lucky that your doting father made you one that can shoot both darts and bullets. Darts? Mustard looked inside. True to All for One's word, the box contained a series of weird dart-like bullets. He carefully picked one up and studied it. It was filled with my gas in liquid form? He asked. Indeed. I figured it would do well to ensure you have more than one option, so I asked the doctor if your gas can be collected and liquefied. And it can. Good for you. So, I just shoot people with the darts, and they fall asleep? Well, it will take a few seconds. Cool. He put 6 darts in the gun and grinned, pointing it around the room. When can I train? Starting tomorrow, you will drop the sword training in favor of gun training. I talked with Stain and, in his words, you already learned everything you need to know that you are absolute sheet with a sword. Gee, thanks, master. He thought, before suddenly turning to All for One. I thought you wanted to keep Stain's bond with the League a secret. How will Izuku not find out? Stain says he has a way. I will trust his judgment. He is the one that would lose reputation anyway for working with a criminal. All for One replied. Izuku woke up thanking God for Sundays. Of all days of the week, Sunday was the only one where he didn't train with All Might, instead having a set of exercises for himself but mostly time to study. Granted, he was doing a bit more exercises than the agreed-upon amount, but he could do it, right? With that in mind, he finished his wake-up push-ups and opened his wardrobe. The shining eyes surrounded by pitch-black fog stared at him. He stared back at the abyss, which should have been a brave thing to do but really wasn't considering. He started to shiver immediately. And then he screamed. Loudly. "Izuku, are you okay?" His father asked, rushing in the room. "Dad, remember when you said there wasn't a monster in my closet when I was 4? Yes. Well, you were full of shit apparently," Izuku pointed out, while his father peered in the wardrobe to see Kurogyari awkwardly stand there, his body completely covered in shadows. "Good morning, Hisashi Midoriya," he said with a bow. "Oh, Kurogyari. What are you doing here?" The man replied with a yawn, suddenly less interested. "Is something the matter?" "Wait, you know him?" Izuku asked. "Of course. He is the guy I asked to sneak in your room and take your size for the dress." "That wasn't a lie." "No, don't answer that. The sentient fog works for you." Izuku's question was followed by the annoyingly intrusive thought that the sentient fog probably had some very cool quirk. But before either could answer, said quirk activated and a face stared through the dark gas. Tamura looked around for a moment before stepping out. Ignoring them both, he looked further left and right, took in the room filled to the brim with all might memorabilia, clenched his teeth so strongly Izuku was sure he could hear them squeeze together, and then turned around. "This place is," he declared, before walking back through Kurogyari's gate. Hisashi and Izuku looked at each other. That was a thing that happened. Hisashi commented finally. "Dad, the fog guy?" "Oh, right. No, Kurogyari works for All for One, but he also does freelance work to get his group some extra money. So I did the obvious thing and hired him for the measuring. So now he can just enter my room whenever he wants? Admittedly not my best plan, but I was in kind of a hurry, and you really needed that suit," Hisashi pointed out. Izuku stared at him like a person would stare at another person that just uttered an incredibly dumb statement. No, there was no place to think about an intelligent metaphor in Izuku's mind, only Kacchan-inspired rage. What if they try to kidnap me? "Dear, let me tell you, All for One won't touch you with a 10-foot pole if he can. Now, I'll go make breakfast. I think we are going to have guests soon." "Is that why you are here, Kurogyari?" "Yes, sir, it seemed more convenient to not attract attention by using the normal way in." Right on cue, another teen of about the same age fell through the portal. He had bright blue hair and when he looked up, Izuku stared into his purple eyes as he helped him back up. His shirt had a gas mask on it, in tandem with the one on his side. Are you Izuku Midoriya?" "Hi, Izuku," a second cheery voice said. Now with black hair and gray eyes, it took him a second to recognize Himiko. She also looked somewhat different. She seemed a bit taller, even considering she was wearing heels back at the restaurant, and her face, while not heavily changed, looked just a bit different, even though Izuku couldn't quite pin down what it was exactly. Also, her boobs were a bit, goddammit. He stopped himself and awkwardly waved. "Hello. Let me ask again. Are you Izuku Midoriya?" the other teen asked meanwhile, Himiko's boyfriend? "I think so." He nodded, and both him and Himiko looked away. The teen put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head with a pitiful expression on his face. "I'm so sorry for you." "Hey!" Himiko shouted, but the other just stared at her. She pouted, looking away after a long moment. "All right, children, let's calm down," a fourth voice said, and then a new figure entered. Tall, well-built, with his head still distinctly resembling a potato, All for One entered the room, and smiled at Izuku, which was in stark contrast with Izuku's terrified expression. "Good morning, Izuku Midoriya. I hope you are having a good day," he said, looking around. Izuku suddenly felt the need to thank his luck that the man didn't have eyes. He had the strangest feeling that the man wouldn't appreciate his precious All Might's merch. "Morning." "It is indeed. I'm sorry for bothering you, but I have decided to accompany Himiko and Majutaro myself for your first study group." "My first what?" "Your first study group, young lad." All for One replied, and no, Izuku was not going to make a remark on the man just calling him lad. "Your father said you wanted to know more Himiko and suggested this wonderful idea." "That's great. I will murder him. I will get ready quickly. What the hell, Dad? Great. I will go say hi to your parents meanwhile. No need, the mother is already here. Majitaro replied, pointing at the door. Izuku watched all for one turn, and then do something else. Freeze. This 2-meter-tall man without the upper portion of his face was just staring at the door, clearly frozen in shock. Before he could ask Himiko or Majitaro what was happening, however, the man seemed to get back in control. Good morning, Inko. Good morning, Shigi. She replied with a smile. And it's Miss Midoriya. Of course, pardon my rudeness. The man replied. Did his mom just call all for one Shigi? Was that a thing? And why was the man not fighting that? Even Izuku felt that was a bit insulting, and he let a friend call him Deku. He knew a thing or two about insulting nicknames. So, once again, what the hell? It's nice to see you, Shigi. How long has it been since the last time? 17 years. He replied with a gulp, during the incident of Shizuoka. Of course. What a fun day that was. What was that guy's name? Makia? How is he doing? She grinned, and Izuku had never seen his mom grin like that. Smile warmly. Sure. Smile sadly. Absolutely. Grin with the expression of a cat dissecting the prey? Never in his life. He's fine. On vacation. I'm sure we both know that was nothing personal. Do send him my excuses. I think he would start screaming if I did that. Poor thing. She said, And then she paused, her eyes wandering from the first time from all for one and locking on Himiko with the precision of a hawk spotting his prey. With the speed of said prey-spotting hawk, she rushed toward Himiko and hugged her. Oh dear, it's so good to meet you. Are you Himiko Shigaraki? Hi. Himiko replied with a pained expression. Did Izuku imagine her bones creaking while the woman hugged her? Oh my gosh, this is great. Come with me, you need a good breakfast, dear. She physically dragged the girl away, ignoring her whimper for help. Izuku wondered for a brief moment if the right thing as a supposed boyfriend was helping her. He then immediately decided that she would be fine. He sighed. What was his life? I think I need a drink. All for one said. Me too, buddy. Me too. Izuku thought, feeling a deep connection to the mob boss, and then turned to Majitaro. Please tell me you are normal like Himiko. I really need a bone here. Normal like Himiko? He asked. Sure. She seems pretty normal to me. Majitaro snickered. Then he started to laugh. Then the laugh grew stronger. Then the laugh dragged him on the floor, where he started to actually roll, alternating long laughs and cries for his sides being in pain. All right, Izuku decided he was officially the only sane man in the house. Great. Sitting down at the table for breakfast after everyone else left the room and he managed to change was the most surreal experience of Izuku's life. The heir of the #1 hero, his Yakuza father, a mob boss and their families were sitting at a dinner table. The mob boss in question also looks like he is baked Jewish right. Of course, Izuku himself was the punchline of whatever joke that was. He sighed. Maybe he should have looked at the bright side. He had a girlfriend before Kacchan. No wait, if Kacchan learned about that he was going to explode. Yep, there were officially no good sides. So, He turned to Himiko. Nice day, right? Himiko hummed in agreement, without taking her eyes off from her bread with eggs and ketchup. A lot of ketchup. Almost more ketchup than eggs and bread, really. Izuku supposed that was a matter of personal taste. It's so nice to have you all here. Inko said, and Izuku nodded slowly, in a non-committal way. His father finished first to eat. So, all for one, we should probably go. I am sure we don't want to get in the way of our children's studies. Of course. The mob boss stood back up, just a bit too fast to not make it look like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Where are you going? Inko asked. Oh, we have a few business arrangements to discuss, so we are going to the office. On Sunday, dear? Inko's tone made it clear she didn't approve, and Hisashi gulped. All for one, on the other hand, took a step back towards the door. Seriously, why was he so scared of Mom? She couldn't hurt a fly. I will make it up for you, honey. He said, bowing to give her a kiss on the cheek. It's something important. She sighed. Very well. But tonight, we are going out for dinner as a family. Of course. And Himiko is coming too. She added, with a warm smile toward the girl that completely ignored Izuku choking on the glass of milk he was drinking. I don't know, maybe All for One is. All for One interrupted him mid-sentence. She can go. Right, Himiko? Himiko raised her gray eyes from the dish that she was dissecting, kinda rude. If she didn't like it she could say so, and looked up at him. I what? Excellent, I'm glad we all agree. Majitaro, remember to be nice. Himiko. All for One's eyes locked with hers. Remember to be nice. And with that and a quick nod toward Inko, he rushed outside the house. He is always in such a rush. Inko commented. Only when you are around, honey. You are just so dazzling other men can't look at you for too long. Hisashi replied. Izuku's second-hand embarrassment at the compliment was probably easy to feel because Majitaro sent him a sympathetic look. Maybe the boy wasn't that bad after all. I'm fairly sure that's not the reason, but thank you, honey. She gave him a kiss on the cheek back and he walked out with a grin, following All for One. The rest of the breakfast continued awkwardly in silence. Majitaro didn't seem inclined to start a conversation. Himiko sometimes looked at him but seemed more interested in eating her fully red breakfast, and Izuku took the first opportunity to help his mom clean the table afterwards, while telling the other two to go wait in his room. They both nodded and he wondered how this was going. What am I supposed to do? Himiko asked, shaking Mustard's shoulders. How am I supposed to know? Do I look like I have a long history of relationships? Oh right, good point. Hey. It's just so awkward. She sighed, sitting on Izuku's bed, covered with what Mustard identified as an all-might blanket. Kind of a monothematic room really. Come on, it can't be so difficult. You have never had a relation? Yes, but usually it's easy to deal with it. Well, why don't you do what you did in those? I can't. Dad said I shouldn't stab Izuku without his permission. She cried out. That takes away 90% of my love life. Okay, yeah, let's not do that. He paused, thinking, then turned around. Kurojairi. Yes. The man asked from the closet. Wow, you really are still there. I will make you a list of stuff to buy for her. Think you can procure them by tonight? Of course. Send me the list and I shall procure any material Himiko Shigaraki needs. Mustard took out his phone and quickly typed down everything. All right, so that's for the future. For today, here's a quick suggestion or two. First, don't stab people. Why does everyone assume that's the first thing I will do? That comes at least after a few hours. She pouted, but Mustard ignored her and continued. Second, answer when he asks you something. Don't just hum or nod, but actually give an answer. What if it's not an interesting answer? It doesn't matter, just don't make it that awkward. He shook his head. Ugh, why do I have to do this? I never had a girlfriend in my life. Just help me, you seem to know more. She saw Izuku enter the room and stopped. Hi Izuku. We were absolutely not discussing you. Hi. He sat down. Sue, I guess we will start by figuring out what your level is? I bought the preparatory book for the UA entrance exam, so we can use that. Mustard gasped. Right, they were there to study. Oh God, he was there to study. And Himiko was too. This was supposed to be a study date. He was the third wheel in the study date between a serial killer and a Yakuza heir. Can I go back to give relationship advice? He asked himself. Unfortunately, he was categorically sure the answer was no. Izuku stared in awe at the results of the test. They were so completely wrong that it was frankly inspiring to know that no matter how much he effed up in an exam, he wouldn't be able to actively achieve such a low result. So, how is it? Himiko asked with a grin from her side of the small table Izuku had brought in his room to allow them all to seat comfortably. Izuku looked up at her, then back at the papers. Her highest score was a 32 out of 100, and she had written her name wrong, so the test would most likely be trashed either way. How did you misspell Himiko Shigaraki like that anyway? There is definitely a unique style. He commented, reading some of the answers to the biology test. Honestly, Himiko had a very good knowledge about the human body, particularly the blood system. It was the only part of the test where she got full marks. She had even added her own comments. On the other hand, math was a disaster, English and Japanese were barely better, and any other science argument had been reduced to silence. Really, Himiko needed some help if she wanted to get into UA. He turned to Mustard, deciding to break the good news first. "Yours are good," he said, pointing to the 75. "With a score like this you have a good chance to pass, provided you can make it through the practical." "Oh joy!" Mustard muttered, studying the paper, and Izuku turned to Himiko. I think we should start with math, alright? It's my best subject and you're least good. Your gymnastic to not say she essays is admirable, man," Majitaro commented. Before he could respond in any way, Himiko beat him to it by flipping him the bird. "You are just jealous," she hissed, "of someone that can't solve a simple equation or calculate the area of a circle." "No, I'm not," he replied, standing up. "Well, since you need to help her more, I'll use the time for a bathroom break." "Thank you very much." "Wait, wouldn't that leave us alone?" Izuku asked. "Yep," he said, popping the "I'll be back soon," and saying that his only anchor of hope walked right out of the door. "Don't leave me alone with him." Toga felt like shouting, only holding back because him was right next to her, looking as awkward as she felt. She had no idea of what to do. She had fallen in love a lot of times, but usually she could just go for the become them, kill them approach. That was the kind of romance she reveled in. But of course she couldn't now. What do girls on a study date even do? She thought back at her school years. One of her classmates had a boyfriend, right? Himiko couldn't remember her names or the boy's name, but she remembered they had a study date. She had said how they had started studying and then proceeded to kiss. A lot. With some tongue action. "Is that what I am supposed to do? Should we start?" Izuku asked, and Himiko yelped. "Not the tongue. I was going to start with math, really. I guess English and Japanese can wait," he replied, an eyebrow raised. Oh right, the math. "Of course," she sighed. "Sorry, I've never been a stellar student." "I can tell," he started, and Himiko winced, making him stammer, but it's not a big deal. Everyone can learn with the proper method. We can start with the simpler stuff and work our way up from there, alright." "Alright," she replied, blushing a bit. This was the worst. She had to go through math like this? Maybe it was a bad idea after all. All this stuff about pretending to be someone's daughter, why am I doing this? She caressed the knife hidden in her sleeve. She could have just stabbed him and ran away, right? That's who she was, her true self. She didn't really care if Japan fell into chaos, and frankly he was cute enough to qualify as a boyfriend. His blood that she had tasted was fairly good too. Maybe. "Himiko," Izuku asked, handing her a paper with a few exercises. "We can start with those, alright? Try to solve them, and if you feel stumped I'll help you through them," he said, smiling encouragingly. She looked at his throat. A single, clean hit would have been enough. But then her eyes drifted to the smile no other boy had ever given her. Every other boy she had met either wanted to be her boyfriend or was scared of her. Izuku clearly wanted neither, and despite being forced in the former position wasn't trying to push her into doing girlfriend things like kissing. He couldn't have, of course, but there was no way he would know that, right? She looked like a normally frail teenage girl, even if she had killed more people than most. She moved the hand away from the knife and toward the pen. Maybe she would wait a bit before going for his blood after all. It was only an hour later, once they were done with the math exercise, that Himiko realized Mustard had never come back and wondered where he had gone. "Another muffin, dear?" Inko asked, looking at Mustard's empty dish. The kid shook his head. "No, thank you, Miss Midoriya. It was very nice of you, but I should go back to the others now," he replied, standing up, only for the chair to move forward and force him to sit back down. "Oh dear. Sorry, my hand must have slipped. Well, I'm going to cook lunch now. I think I will need someone to taste it, so would you be so kind to stay here and try my cooking for me?" Mustard felt the nagging suspicion that Inko was keeping him there. He couldn't say he minded all that much really, so he shrugged and nodded. Sure. The smile Izuku's mother sent him almost made him forget that she had clearly coerced him into this. He was starting to understand why All for One was so scared of this woman. Wow, you did a lot of progress in just 2 hours and a half. Izuku exclaimed, nodding. I think if you keep up like this you won't have a problem once the UA exam time comes. All right. Himiko replied with an unsure smile. Izuku made a thumb up and an all-might-inspired smile. Somehow, it didn't seem to work. Dimon, he needed to work more on them then. Good, now we should move to Japanese and English I suppose. Any preference? You didn't seem that stoked earlier. Oh, I guess we can go for Japanese? Good choice. Izuku nodded before taking out a book. I wonder where Majitaro went. I'm sure he is fine. She said, though really she was fuming. So much for support. You are probably right. Izuku sighed. I'm just wondering what he would be doing. It's not like there is anything else that could keep him busy for so long. He shook his head. Well, never mind. Let's go for. He winced a moment after opening his Japanese textbook. Paper cut. He watched his thumb as red started to spill out of a small cut, and moved to grab a tissue, when he noticed Himiko had leaned forward, the table creaking as she pressed both hands on it to keep herself up. Are you okay? She asked, stammering, her eyes focused on his thumb. Oh yes, it's just a paper cut. He replied. That's too bad. She said, panting a bit, and Izuku wondered if she was scared of blood, so he put his other hand on the table to lift himself up. Unfortunately, he hadn't considered that the old table had been put in storage for a reason, as the leg to his left cracked under his and Himiko's combined weight. With a yelp, they both fell forward as their support disappeared. In other stories, this would be the part where the two fated lovers kiss accidentally for the first time. Alas, this FIC is often disappointing. Their forehead met each other in the midway point, the impact accompanied by a sound like stones bashing together. They both fell to the ground on top of each other, and there was unfortunately nothing romantic about them both holding their hands to their forehead with tears of pain in their eyes. Arg. Himiko whimpered, that hurts. Yeah, it really did. Izuku replied, wiping away the tears. Alright, so maybe it's not entirely true that there was nothing romantic about it. Izuku realized that as he looked up. By falling on top of each other, he was right under Himiko, her face just a few inches away from him. He blushed and the next moment she looked down, pain entirely forgotten as her face also turned bright red. They stared at each other, tears in their eyes from the pain, a small red bump already forming on both heads, unable to break eye contact. Because they were both dying of embarrassment. Oh God. Am I supposed to do something? Izuku thought, at a far faster pace than he expected. What do I do? Do I say sorry? She is looking at me. Does she expect something? Wait, I'm supposed to be her boyfriend. What is a boyfriend supposed to do? Oh God. What do I do now? Himiko thought, the smell of blood filling her nostrils as she realized his hand had splattered some blood on his face when he had grabbed his forehead and wiped his tears. It was almost nothing, it was from a paper cut after all, but she had a natural inclination to smell even the smallest hints of blood, so it was like he was covered in it. Don't lick it, Himiko, you are a strong woman. She looked at him, and her heart started to bump as she remembered what her middle school friend had said. We kissed. Her voice repeated in her mind, and she felt herself blush. Is that what a normal girl should want? I just want all the blood. She whimpered, holding on the edge of her sanity, barely restraining herself from going for the knife, panting, her tongue passing over her lips at the thought of tasting blood. Oh God, she is panting. Is she going to cry? Is she angry? Is she? A memory rushed back into Izuku's mind, a sappy romance her mother was watching at some point with him sitting next to her to keep each other company. The two main characters had both fallen on each other like this. And then he saw her tongue move on her lips. Is she expecting a kiss? I'm not ready. I'm not even sure if I like her. Yet. Somebody. Help. The door slammed open. Hey Izuku, your mom says lunch is ready. She also said to knock, but it's not like you two are. Majitaro froze, staring at them, red-faced and slumped on top of each other, panting, and suddenly he, too, turned bright red. "Please tell me I didn't cockblock you," he whimpered. That definitely broke the moment, as they both jumped up and toward opposite directions of the room. I need to go find a tissue, yeah," Izuku said, running toward the kitchen. And I need to go to the bathroom," Himiko said, rushing the other way toward the room. Majitaro watched them run away and scratched the back of his head. "Meh, it's probably nothing," he decided, looking at the table and shaking his head. What were they doing that would? Oh God, I really am a cockblocker. He grabbed his head as the mental image of Himiko and Izuku kissing, tossing and turning on that table so much it broke, rushed into his mind, and checked his nose, to make sure he wasn't bleeding. He wasn't. Oh good, he wasn't a full pervert, good to know. Mustard? Himiko's voice startled him and he turned toward the bathroom, watching her peek from it. "Thanks, you saved me and Izuku just now." He asked, but the door closed again. Majitaro? Izuku's voice said from the kitchen. Thank you. I was in a really embarrassing state." Izuku slipped away, and Mustard could only stand dumbfounded in the middle of the corridor. What? The lunch was an awkward mess where neither of them could look at each other. Izuku knew it was stupid, it had just been an accident, after all, and it wasn't like anything had happened, but he couldn't bear to look toward Himiko. He couldn't bear to look toward his mother either, because she was looking at them like she thought something had happened between them, something very romantic since she had the same expression she showed while watching her favorite soap operas. He then decided to turn toward the only other man in the room. "So, Majitaro, where did you go anyway?" "Oh, I was helping your mom in the kitchen. She needed me to taste her cooking, then to prepare the table, then to clean a bit. She really needed the help." He said, turning to his mom, who winked at him. Of course. If there was something his mom never needed was help in the kitchen. Izuku knew because he always offered and she always refused, so she had really tried to force him alone with Himiko. "Thank you, but later you can probably help me and Himiko with Japanese and English, those seem to be your best subjects." "Sure." His mom shook her head, but he just stubbornly focused on his food. "Sorry, Mom, one parent trying to force me into this relationship is enough," he thought, and the image of what had happened earlier rushed back into his mind. In hindsight, he was probably being stupid. He had barely ever talked to a girl before today. Oh wow, thinking about it, this was kind of an event, considering they had talked for over 2 hours, even if most of it was studying, so he had gotten a bit embarrassed. She certainly wasn't expecting a kiss or anything, right? He looked at Himiko, who looked away and shook his head. Of course not. Himiko felt really stupid and really worried. She had managed to calm herself down by washing her face with cold water and had stopped her blood cravings, thanks to Izuku's mom making some meat that was still gushing a good amount of the liquid, so she was now realizing just how risky that had been. She could have seriously killed Izuku back then. The smell of blood had sent her on a frenzy and she was this close from grabbing her knife. She sighed. All for one's order were harder to follow than they should have been. He looked at him. She couldn't say yet if she liked Izuku or not. Her kind of man was a bit roughed and bruised, and Izuku wasn't. His blood did smell good, and he looked a lot like her earliest crush, but, well, he clearly wasn't that interested, right? If he was, he would have tried to at least kiss her back then. She supposed, at least, but it was just a guess based on what she had heard in school. She really needed more time to figure this out. The rest of the lunch passed in moderate silence, and before they knew it, the three of them had moved back to the room. His mom had moved out the table, Izuku noticed, and cleaned the floor too. It saved him the effort. It also proves she didn't need his help. Damn it, Mom. Japanese and English occupied their afternoon, him sitting on his chair and the other two on the bed with the book on their knees. Not that comfortable, and when they had to do the tests they had to take turns to use the desk, but they managed. By the end of the day, Himiko had made a consistent improvement, though she was still below the minimum score to pass. Made sense, of course, she couldn't go from her 32 up to acing it in a day. As for Majitaro, there was almost no change in his test, But that was normal too, he was already in a better situation academically, so improving was a slower endeavor. At 6 p.m., All for One walked back into the room. "Good evening, Izuku," he said with a nod of his head, before turning toward Himiko and Mustard. "It is time to go, children. Himiko, you are changing for your night out. Mustard, you have a free night. Me and Hisashi have agreed Himiko will be in his care for the night," he said, and Hisashi followed him in the door, smiling to his son as All for One turned to the wardrobe. "Kurojiiri." The door of Izuku's wardrobe opened, and the dark mist bowed. "Sir." "Wait, have you been in there all day?" Izuku asked. "That is correct, Izuku Midoriya," he replied with a courteous nod. "Did you see?" "Yes." "Oh." All for One turned to him, and Izuku shivered as what was left of his eye socket focused on him. "Did something happen?" "And nothing bad, sir." "That's so." He looked to Himiko, that looked away, and then to Kurojiiri. "I will be curious to hear your report." "Of course, sir." The dark fog bowed again, then opened a portal. Izuku had to fight the urgency to ask him his quirk's limitations, as one by one the group walked through the door. He waved back to Megitaro, and him and Himiko exchanged an awkward glance, before All for One finally stepped through the fog. A moment later, the dark being itself disappeared too. Izuku and Hisashi stood next to each other, staring at the wardrobe. "Well, that went well, Hisashi asked. Izuku punched him on the side. "Well then, Himiko, you should go dress for tonight. Feel free to choose any dress, but nothing too elegant. Hisashi's wife is fond of less expensive places." All for One stated. Surprisingly, Himiko obeyed immediately, rushing off. He had expected her to ask something in return. Good girl, he thought. She was adapting well to the role of daughter, it seemed. "Well, I will go then." Mustard started, but All for One stopped him. "Wait a moment. Kurojiiri, report on the day." Kurojiiri gave a very detailed report. Very, very detailed. Including the part where Himiko and Izuku fell on top of each other, and the consequent part where Mustard entered the door. Once it was done, the man slowly turned toward Mustard, and he felt very small. "Oh God, he is going to be angry because I stopped their moment. I'm dead. Or I'm Numu, which is about the same. R.I.P. Mustard, your villain career was short, weird, and confusing. Good job," the man said instead, and Mustard blinked. "What?" "Good job intervening there. You left them alone long enough to form the beginning of a relation, since closeness builds feelings, but you stopped them before they went too far for a first proper meeting. Then, by spending the afternoon with them, you normalized their situation. An excellent job. But aren't they supposed to get close fast?" "Not that close that fast." All for One frowned. "Those two need to pine for each other, and that's not happening if they get to business immediately." "Oh, I see. You are a genius, sir." "Indeed. Go rest now, tomorrow you have training with Izuku's master." He nodded. "Can't be worse than Stain," he mumbled, leaving the room. All for One sighed and turned to the door. "How was Tamura today, Dabi?" "About the same as usual, sir." "A NEET that spends his whole day playing video games?" "Yes, sir." Good. Did he say anything about his brief visit to Izuku's house?" "Only something about the kid being a normie All Might fan." All for One winced. The young man being a fan of All Might was unfortunate, but not unexpected. For some reason, everyone in Japan went crazy for that so-called symbol of peace. Inform him that young Izuku is not to be called a normie. "Yes, sir." Dabi nodded, turning around and walking back down the corridor. All for One sat down at the bar. "Kurojiiri, get me a drink." "The usual. I need it after seeing her." He shivered. Inko Midoriya was still a terrifying woman. Inko sneezed as she watched her son dress up. He wasn't in a suit, they weren't going somewhere so high class, but still, a proper long-sleeved shirt and good trousers were expected. "You look like your dad when he was young." Izuku shivered. "Oh God. It's a compliment. Why, I'm sure Himiko will be charmed," she added with a wink. Izuku sighed and walked to the door. All for One was accompanying Himiko at the restaurant with his car this time, so they were going to meet there. He didn't know the place, since it was his mother that had picked it after a short phone call with someone else. His father had just obeyed and called for the table, and so now they were going. An hour later, when everyone was finally ready, Kuruto drove them all to a parking lot that gave access to Mizudafu's commercial district, just 100 meters or so from the restaurant. Looking around, Izuku saw a few patrolling heroes. Death Arms and Mount Lady passed by at different points in time, and Izuku had to hold back from rushing to them and ask for autograph. Frankly, he was just tired from all the excitement of the day and wanted to finish already. Soon after, a black car screeched to a halt in front of them, and Himiko walked out. Izuku looked at her. She had opted for a black light jacket, a black and gray striped skirt, and black boots. It gave her a bit of a goth impression, though she didn't have the makeup of the style. He heard her bodyguard, a guy in full black with a patchwork of scars and piercings for a face he had already seen just the night before, grumble something about asking for suggestions and then not using the makeup he had suggested, and that gave him a chuckle until All for One walked out too. "Good evening, everyone. We will be gone in a moment. I just wanted to organize her retrieval." "Of course." Hisashi nodded. "Back here in 3 hours?" All for One nodded, and both he and Dabi walked back in the car, that then sped away like it was taking part in a race. He hadn't even said goodbye to Himiko, oddly. Inko more than made up for it, hugging the girl. "Oh Himiko, you look so cute," she said. "Izuku, accompany her," she said, and then put her arm around Hisashi's, the two starting to walk. Izuku and Himiko looked at each other. "So, about earlier." "Right. Nothing was happening, right?" "Nothing at all." He smiled and instinctively moved his arm towards her, imitating his parents, before realizing what he was doing and blushing a bit. Sorry, maybe you don't feel like." She crossed her arm with his, like his mom had done with his dad's. "I guess we should," she said as they started to walk. Izuku gulped. This was good, right? Katsuki Bakugo was angry. He often was. Really, it was more of his default state. The doctor that had examined it once called it anger issues, but what the F did the BSD know? He was just strong of mind and body. Anyway, his current cause of anger was his mother dragging him out to go eat at a restaurant. The hag always pulled sheet like this, despite the fact this meant his study hours were cut short. He was supposed to study until 8 p.m., eat dinner, exercise, shower, then go sleep by 9 p.m. Damn it. Did she think half-butting it was going to make him enter UA and become the number one? This perfectly reasonable anger was why he was fuming as the hag and that wet blanket of his father walked next to him to the restaurant. They had said something about a social meetup. Great, more people to deal with. The restaurant turned out to be large and well-lighted, at least judging by outside. A lot of patrons too, so it was probably good, and the prices were affordable. At least the hag had made a good choice for that. Then he noticed the Midoriyas. Inko, Deku's mother, was standing next to Hisashi. Deku's father was weird to see, since he was never around. That means Deku is here too. He realized. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Of Inji course his parents thought they were still friends. And of Ain course the useless idiot had done nothing to dissuade the idea. "Oh, Kacchan is totally still my friend, he just told me to jump off the roof once." He sighed. Alright. That had been a whole move from him. Izuku was useless, but the sort of useless that was supposed to stand to the side and watch the pros take care of the job. Telling him to jump from the roof had been idiotic that day, and he was relieved to know the guy hadn't followed the advice. Well, he wasn't an a-hole. Still, where the F is he? He looked around, searching for the familiar broccoli hair, and then froze. There. A girl with black hair and gray eyes at his arm. He was talking with her as they walked toward the group. "What the F dash?" He whispered, and his mother and dad, that had been talking with the Midoriyas, followed his gaze. Both of his parents' eyes grew wide in surprise. Then his mom grabbed Inko's shoulders. "You didn't tell me?" she hissed. "I wanted his girlfriend it to be a surprise." The woman replied with a smile as she uttered the word, girlfriend, a smile Bakugo could only read one way. He knew a smug smile, he had had his own for years. "Oh my gosh, tell me everything," his mother asked, shaking her best friend. He ignored them after that, and instead focused on Deku, who had clearly seen him if his eyes growing like a deer's when caught in the headlights of a car were any indication. A girlfriend? Bullshit, the guy was incapable of so much as talking with a girl. No, something was fishy here, and Bakugo was going to figure out what it was. Kacchan was staring at him like a bloodhound staring at a rabbit. Izuku knew why, of course. Kacchan was supposed to be better of him at everything, and that included romantic relationships. Except that, right now, he was the one with a girl sitting next to him, and Kacchan was sitting next to his mom, which wasn't really a great look. Sue! Himiko had probably noticed, especially because Katsuki had been grinding his teeth together for the whole dinner. "What's the trick, Deku?" Katsuki finally asked. "Teach the trick? There is no way a loser like you got a girlfriend before me. I thought you didn't want a girlfriend." Izuku replied, and Katsuki grabbed the edge of the table. "That's not the point." "I feel like it is." "No, the point is that I don't buy you could have a girlfriend." "Katsuki!" his mother shouted. Alright, their parents were there. So was his girlfriend, for that matter, who was looking progressively more annoyed. "What? Come on, it's Deku. I can't be the only one that thinks it's weird that he goes from, 'I can't make eye contact with a living being,' to, 'I'm going to smooch this girl's face off her cranium.'" Hisashi coughed out the wine he had the bad idea of drinking while Katsuki's rant extended at the rest of the table, and Izuku could do nothing but cover his face with both hands as he started to become so red he could be mistaken for a semaphore. "It's not that," he grumbled. "How did you meet?" Katsuki asked. "Her father is Dad's colleague," he answered, looking at Himiko. He noticed she was starting to pass the knife over the fork to sharpen it. Weird way to show nervousness. "And what do you like about her?" Izuku looked at Himiko. He didn't know her well enough. What did he like about her? "Her beard," suggested his treacherous brain, before getting smothered by the tag team of his self-control and his decency. "I think Himiko is a great person because she is kind and nice." He stammered, under Katsuki's glare, not even daring to glance at Himiko. "Those are generic, give me something specific, nerd." "Shut up," a voice said next to him. He looked at Himiko standing up, red as a tomato, staring at Katsuki. "You are bothering him." Katsuki glanced at the knife and instead of backing down like any sane person would have took it as a challenge. "But yeah, why don't you answer then?" Himiko's grip on the knife tightened, something only Izuku seemed to notice as everyone else looked at the standoff between his best friend and his girlfriend. Hisashi and Masu had the same dumbfounded expression on their face. Mitsuki seemed about to just jump on Kacchan and drag him away. "Please, do it." And his mom was looking at Himiko in approval. "I like Izuku's BL. I like Izuku," she replied, and it was his turn to go red. Of course she would say that. Of course, they were supposed to be together after all. People would find it weird if she said otherwise. Even if it was just for the sake of the Green Valley clan, she had to keep up the relationship. But despite all that, he was still changing color like a chameleon over a stop sign. Why? Why does it matter? "I like him, he likes me, what the hell do you want?" Kacchan staggered back, and Izuku wondered if the question had hit. Why did he care? Kacchan didn't care about relationships. Izuku knew that he thought a girlfriend would just slow him down, especially one that was an extra, like everyone else. Not only that, but given his personality was better summarized by a trash can set on fire and then placed on top of the garbage pile to be declared king explosion murder of the dumpster fire, he was also absolutely the last dating choice for any girl. Not that Izuku would ever say that within earshot of him. He liked to live. You know, with your garbage of a personality, no wonder Izuku beat you at getting a girlfriend. Bakugo's jaw dropped. Izuku's jaw dropped. Hisashi and Mitsuki doubled back in laughter. Inko and Masaru's chuckle was the least expected reaction, though Izuku was finding out a lot of stuff he didn't know about his mom. What? I'm just saying, maybe if you didn't act like everyone around was a sheet under your soul, Maybe a girl would actually take the chance of smooching your face off your cranium. But maybe you are just worried you would SCK at it. I'd be a great boyfriend. Sure you would. She put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Unfortunately, I have to say, Izuku is a much superior one. I guess the real Deku here is you. Bakugo froze, his face turning redder than it was a moment ago, an impressive phenomenon. Izuku froze. Everyone else at the table froze. Except for Himiko, whose grin was almost splitting her face. Then Bakugo stood up, opened his mouth, and then promptly collapsed from his chair. What just happened? Himiko asked after a moment. I think you made him so angry his brain shut down. Izuku commented, I've only seen that happen once, when someone dropped a part of his All Might card collection and then a truck passed over it. And with that, I think we can go. Mitsuki decided, sighing and picking up her son with surprising ease. Himiko, I love you. Izuku, you found a real woman. I'm so happy for you. Inko, I'm sorry about my son. Don't worry, Mitsuki. I know Bakugo is a handful to handle. Frankly, from what you told me, he has been on his best behavior tonight. Although, she turned to Izuku, I expect someone will explain why his childhood friend is acting like this. He is just very driven? Izuku commented, as Masaru offered politely to pay and left without being able to do so when Hisashi answered he planned to cover the bill himself. Izuku, Himiko put a hand on his shoulder. Tamura is driven and an a-hole. If Bakugo is an a-hole too, you can call him an a-hole. I know. I think he can be a great hero. Himiko scoffed, more like a great idiot. He spent the whole night glaring daggers at us and then went on a tirade about our relation being fake. Well, it is, right? Himiko blinked, then blushed again. Well, yeah, of course, we just have to pretend for the sake of the underworld society until we marry, but, well, he doesn't know, right? Yes, but... No buts. Bakugo is a JRK, alright? That's your girlfriend's policy. She winked. And don't worry about him, I'm sure he won't disturb you any longer. You can become a hero in total peace. Izuku smiled and could see both his mom and dad smile too. It was really nice of Himiko to think so much about his well-being. He just hoped she was right. Oh right, Dad, I want to murder someone. All for one raised an eyebrow at that. Himiko had been of her best behavior, according to Hisashi. And from what he had collected, his hunch that Toga would like young Izuku quickly, even if right now it was an attraction born of her love for blood, was correct. He had lucked out with that paper cut, he supposed, but getting hurt was surprisingly easy, and he had figured that in a whole day he would at least bleed once. If it didn't work, he had plans to cause a small accident, but that wasn't necessary now. Of course, now he still had to be the wise adult and drive her in the right direction, so that she wouldn't deviate from the straight path. All right, who? A guy named Katsuki Bakugo. Sure, but only if you brush your teeth, he replied, nodding. Yay! His adoptive daughter smiled and nodded fiercely. Man, parenting was easy. He didn't know who this Bakugo was, but if he had made his daughter angry, he definitely wasn't smart enough to stay alive for long either way. The next day, a beautiful Monday, saw Izuku first head early to Dagoba Beach to meet up with All Might. He had 1 hour of planned garbage cleaning before going to school, and his father had also asked him another favor. A student's exchange? All Might asked, while Izuku tried and failed to push a rather large fridge to the truck. All right, so he wasn't strong enough yet. Not that he thought he could pull an All Might and push it down like a can of soda, but the fact that after a month he still couldn't move it at all was a bit frustrating. Yeah. My father has 2 colleagues, and their children are planning to go to UA. They talked and figured us switching training occasionally might be good for both. He moved to a small desk and started to carry it away. This one, at least he was strong enough to move. I don't know. This training really is designed for the air of one for all, to build your muscles up. Well, they assured me I would be training hard with their trainer as well. He replied. Well, I suppose I should allow it. I can't really offer an explanation on why I can't. He nodded. Very well, I suppose I can accept this request. Training some more zygotes is good. Izuku blinked, pulling up a chair. What did you say, All Might? I can accept. No, after that. Zygotes. Yes, that. Why? My teacher used to say it all the time. It sounds good, right? No offense, but it sounds super weird. Izuku commented, putting the chair in the truck. I think you are great, All Might, really. But that is just odd. All Might stared at him for a moment, then chuckled. I suppose that's true. You are in good humor, young Midoriya. A bit more confident. Did something happen? Izuku wondered too. Since the night before he had felt a bit lighter. He pushed the last piece of trash, a large television, on the truck, and then thought back at the dinner. Himiko was a really supportive friend, and she had even said he could be a hero. She had even defended him in front of Bakugo, and actually had called him better than Bakugo a few times, which was, wow. But that's when it clicked. He had a friend. Too, in fact, Majitaro had been fun to hang out with too. It was odd to think about his girlfriend as just a friend, but he supposed that was an improvement too from stranger I'm supposed to be eloped with to avoid a street war. He smiled. I guess a friend of mine helped me and I'm in a good mood. He replied. Oh, hello Stutter, you are back. The same person I have to train? Yes, one of the two. Then I will gladly do that. I'm sure they are some fine people. Izuku's smile faded. Say All Might about the Yakuza? Yakuza? Where? All Might turned in his muscle form and started to look around, like a lion chasing his prey. Izuku sighed. Never mind. Of course, not everything could be that easy. When he reached school, Izuku entered the gates and walked up the stairs, walking through the corridors of Aldra and reaching his class to see something horrible. Terrible. A bit disgusting too. Kacchan confessing to a girl. Although, it looked more like he was robbing her. Go on a date with me. He roared in the middle of the class at full lungs. The poor girl looked absolutely terrified too, considering that Bakugo had the same expression of a feral dog. Sorry, you aren't my type dash. Bakugo roared again and the poor girl yelped, using the chance while he was raging to walk away and sit at her desk, which Izuku noticed was far, far away from Bakugo's. The teen looked around, noticing everyone was looking at him, and then scoffed, sitting down. Izuku used the chance to walk to his desk, and thankfully Bakugo didn't stand up or even turn around, still too busy curing his ego. Oh, Midoriya? One of the guys that usually hung up with Kacchan, or Ruda, with the ability to elongate his fingers. Why yes? He asked. Any idea what's going on with Bakugo? He has been acting weird. He asked in a whisper. They were right behind him, but he supposed right now Kacchan was so taken on its own problems he wouldn't listen in. Yeah, I noticed. No, you didn't, you just arrived. The man has already hit on 3 girls today. 3 girls? That was bad. But why suddenly? The memories of the day before rushed back and Izuku groaned in his hands. Of course Bakugo had taken Himiko's words as a challenge. Of course now proving he was the superior boyfriend would become his next life goal. Of course the girls would say no, even if some of them found him physically attractive. No one wanted to deal with his personality. And of course that was making him angrier, because there was no way he was the problem. That was so Kacchan it hurt. So, any idea? I think dash. Alright class, let's start the lesson. The professor said, and that pushed the Kacchan issue from his 2 classmates' mind as they scrambled for their seats. Izuku decided that he would keep it for himself for a while. Surprisingly, the rest of the day went quietly. Sure, Kacchan proposed to the entire female population of the class. Not hard to do, it was just 6 girls, and got rejected that many times, but on the other hand that meant he was too busy to come after Izuku. Small mercies. With that in mind, he walked back home, stopping only to eat some food on the way as usual. He entered his home to find exactly what he expected. Kurojiiri, Himiko, Majitaro and Hisashi waiting in the living room. Odd to think that the man made of shadow was at this point just a normal sight. Oh God, was he losing his grip on reality? All right, Izuku. His father said, you are going with Kurojiiri while I take them to the beach, is that all right? Actually Dad, running to the beach is part of the training. Majitaro and Himiko audibly sighed, while his father frowned. Well, It is only 3 kilometers away. I suppose a short run won't hurt. Very well. Can't be worse than my teacher's training. Majitaro commented, and Izuku shook his head. I assure you it's a lot harder than other training routines I found online. I assure you that so is my master. We'll see if you think that later. Izuku quipped, knowing full well that was a bet he was going to win. Same for you. Majitaro replied, and Izuku couldn't help but think that for once he would be taking it easy. Bye, Dad. He added, and they both froze. It was the first time in over a month that Izuku spoke with him normally. The man grinned and Izuku couldn't help but worry a bit. Was he already forgiving his dad for hiding who he really was? Before he could think about it more, he landed in a large training room with no window. The walls were lined with swords, knives, and more training gear. Most of the weapons were made of wood, but a few were of actual metal, though he hoped, dull. On his side, he found Tamura Shigaraki. Oh joy, the Hero-boo is here. The man grumbled, rolling his eyes, and when Izuku went to greet him he raised his hand. Look, I'm only here to look over you for the time being. Effie and Chihiro wanna be making me waste time when I could be doing my daily pulls. They just released a new skin. Look over me? Does that mean you are the trainer? No, I am. Izuku turned to see a man wearing a red mask that covered completely his face. Under it he wore a bulletproof vest colored in black and red pants, and had his black hair fashioned in a ponytail. Izuku felt the person was somewhat familiar, but with his face covered he couldn't really tell. My name is Stendhal. I will train you today. I expect you to behave appropriately. Why yes, sir. Izuku replied, his eyes going wide. Stendhal had been a vigilante a few years before, but then he had gone silent. Did he retire to become a trainer for young heroes? Or did he join a criminal group? That didn't seem in character from the scrap of news Izuku had found. Good. Pick up a weapon. Sword or knife, you are free to choose. The masked man stood up and observed Izuku as he picked up a training knife. You know, Miss Shigaraki is a knife user, while Mustard, well, not what we are working on today. Izuku looked at the knives, wondering why Toga needed one. Thinking about, he had never asked about her quirk. Probably something that required a blade. Did she have blood control like Vlad King? It was possible. Or maybe she could control missing body parts. But that seemed a bit extreme. Begin. Izuku had 1 second to process the words before he had to bend down to dodge a knife to the head. He winced as the wooden weapon grazed his brow. Shouldn't we start on a count? He asked. Who has ever heard of a villain that starts on a count? Stendhal asked. Good point. Thank you. And the man threw another wooden knife, hitting him in the chest. Izuku winced at the pain. You just died by the way. He pulled out another wooden knife from somewhere on his back, and Izuku decided he had really underestimated Mustard's advice. Oh young ones. Toshinori Yagi said with a smile as Izuku's friends appeared at the beach, panting for running the 3 kilometers from Izuku's house. He nodded, giving them a few moments to breath and turning to Hisashi, who was panting too. It's nice to see a father so dedicated. He commented. Huh? Yeah, that's me, totally dedicated as a father. The man mumbled before taking a breath. Well, they are in your care. I take they will also run back home. That is correct. Very well then. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. The man replied, turning around, before blinking and sighing. I forgot no car. He pulled out his phone and started calling. Thosanori assumed, his chauffeur. All Might chuckled and turned to the teenagers. The girl had black hair and gray eyes. Her face also reminded All Might a lot of someone, but he couldn't quite piece together who. He wondered if perhaps he knew her father. The boy was a bit leaner than Izuku, and a bit shorter too, though clearly a teenager. He had bright blue hair and purple eyes, a combination that was quite common. He smiled. It was good to see his protégé had some friends. Hello again, kids. He said, my name is Toshinori Yagi, and today I will train you both. Any questions? Why do you look like a meth addict? The male asked, and Toshinori laughed, coughing a bit of blood in the process. Both kids' eyes went wide and the teen turned toward the girl, who was staring. Well, nothing surprising there. Seeing someone puke blood was not common. "Ah, sorry," he said, cleaning his mouth with a handkerchief. "I assure you I'm not a meth addict, young. I'm afraid I don't know your name." "Oh, I'm Majitaro Psycho," the male said. He smiled and took his hand. "Well, young Majitaro, years ago I was wounded in a villain attack. I survived, but unfortunately some consequences have haunted me since. Do not worry, I can definitely handle your training, as Izuku will have certainly said." He turned to the girl. "And you are?" "Himiko," she said, shaking his hand. "Just Himiko?" He is puzzled. "Oh right, I should give my full name." "Sir, may I ask a question?" Mr. Compress asked, while helping All for One change the respirator's oxygen tank. Apparently, All for One managed to pull off a maskless attire for a few hours, but after that he needed to be hooked back, hence why he spent most of his time sitting at the PC. Wow, he really was Tamura's father. Of course. "What is it, Compress?" "I understand that with that Numu we have changed Himiko and Majitaro's appearance. And their DNA to... The Numu acts on someone's genetic code to change the expression of certain genes, so their DNA is slightly different too. At worst, they would pass as distant cousins of Himiko Toga and whatever Mustard was called before." "I see. Well, I was just wondering, their quirk didn't change, right?" "Correct. Then how are we sure no one will be suspicious?" "Well, you see, for young Majitaro, he can simply claim his quirk is rather common. Gas users aren't exactly rare, even among heroes. Just look at Midnight. It's not like it can't be a coincidence he shares his power with a minor that is currently running from home." Compress nodded. "That is true, but then what about Toga? That rat is smart. He will probably not be distracted by a bit of documentation when he finds himself looking at her. And considering Himiko's quirk is transforming, even the DNA test turning out negative might not work. And even if he had no proof, he could at the very least bar a suspected serial killer from attending his school." All for One nodded. "That is true, Compress. But as Tamura would say, big-brained, this. Please never use that term again." "But according to Tamura, that term is very p." "Don't finish that sentence." Compress shouted. God, this was his fault for talking back to All for One when he had said that he should spend more time with his son. He never thought suggesting in turn that he should spend more time with Tamura would do this. He wasn't ready to hear his boss, the symbol of evil, say, poggers. Big-brained, this? How? Well, you see, I dangled at Ned's face a little mystery that will make him way more curious about her fake past than her real one, so to speak. So much so he will want to have her in his school no matter what. He grinned. Let him hunt a fake family history in the gentle way the principal and the heroes are so proud of, all while the serial killer solution collects dust. Compress raised an eyebrow behind the mask. "That makes sense, I suppose. What did you do?" "I gave Himiko an interesting name and appearance. Did you think black hair and gray eyes were a coincidence?" "I'm Himiko Shimura, sir. Nice to meet you," Himiko said, extending her hand in greeting. Toshinori's mouth rained blood all over it, sputtering wildly as his eyes went wide. She decided she really liked Izuku's teacher. "What the hell do you mean, Nana's granddaughter, Toshinori?" The raspy voice of Gran Torino on the other side of the phone still made Toshinori Yagi, the symbol of peace known as All Might, shiver a bit at the memory of his training, but this time around he wasn't going to let that stop him. "I know. I have no idea what's going on, but she is right here, training." "What?" Wait, one thing at a time. "So, you stumbled into a girl named Shimura, right?" "Yes." "And why do you think she is Nana's granddaughter, exactly?" "She might just come from another Shimura family," Gran Torino pointed out. Toshinori admitted that was possible, but looking at the girl training on the beach, currently busy helping Mustard move a large drawer, he couldn't pretend to not see the resemblance. Aside from the same hair and eye color, she also had a similar shape of the nose, eye shape, and other small details through her face that made her look very, very similar to Nana. "You couldn't just fake small aspects like that." "I'm confident, sir." The man scoffed. "Fine, pretend that this is actually Nana's granddaughter." "How old is she?" 15. He replied. Apparently, the girl had taken a leap year between middle school and high school, as he had found out asking a few questions. The family? Toshinori frowned. All I know is that her father is a co-worker of my protégé's father. All Might answered. Then he froze. Protégé? Who is that? The man on the other end of the line took a moment, then his eyes went wide. Wait, Toshinori, you also mentioned training. Did you find a successor? Well, the cat is out of the bag, I guess. Yes, sir, his name is Izuku. A very smart young man. But for a second I thought you had chosen the Shimura child out of some misplaced sense of debt and was going to come over there to stop you. Toshinori had to admit, for a second, after young Himiko's resemblance clicked into place, he had thought of that. He had, however, dismissed the thought immediately afterwards. Not only because it would have been a massive insult toward young Midoriya, who was working hard to succeed him, but also because the Shimura family had suffered enough. Nana's child, who he assumed was Himiko's father, had suffered enough for it without having his daughter also getting involved in the whole one-for-all legacy mess. Especially now that All for One was gone and he could just focus on keeping their society stable in the next generation. I would never, sir. But I see there is some sense in that brain of yours. Well, that was interesting. Wait, don't you want to? To what? Come see her? Talk to her father? I am a stranger to her, Toshinori. He pointed out, though. Thank you. It's nice to know Nana's family is doing well. Tamura reached that spot on the back with a sigh of relief, then put down his old father's hand next to the others. Man, he really made an excellent back-scratcher. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, sir. He answered. He had to admit, he actually was a lot more curious about Himiko, and he was sure Nizu would be delighted to see if his theories on what One for All could do to the heir's children were right. Yeah, maybe let's wait a few years before telling him. He closed the phone after saying goodbye to his teacher and walked up to the children. Well then, you seem to be doing well. They were both sweaty and panting hard, more or less what he expected. They both had a lean physique that wasn't built for strength but more for agility and nimble movements. Out of curiosity, sir, does Izuku do this every day? The young man, Majitaro, asked. Indeed. Well, except on Sunday, when he has to study hard, and when he is busy swimming or running. Man, no wonder he is bulking up. Majitaro muttered, and Toshinori let out another chortle, accompanied by blood. Once again, Himiko stared at him transfixed. Indeed, that is what we designed this training for. I notice you two are more on the nimble side. Nothing wrong with that, of course. I know a few heroes with that same skill set, like Best Genist or Edgeshot. Can I ask what you plan to do for UA's exam? Well, we are studying for the written portion. Himiko explained, then I guess it depends on the practical. Toshinori hummed. Nedzu would be using robots like he did every other year, but he wasn't going to tell them. It was supposed to simulate an impromptu villain attack by only informing the students of the enemy at the last second, after all. Telling them in advance would betray the purpose of it all. And what do you assume that is? Combat of some kind? Maybe sparring with other students. Himiko grinned. In that case I should do well. Me too. I mean I have this. Majitaro added, and proceeded to pull a revolver out of his pocket, Toshinori's eyes going wide. Young Majitaro, is that a gun? He took a second to look at it, then at him, before shaking his head. And no, of course not, this is a air projectile launching multifunctional support item. Definitely not a gun. Oh, of course, you wouldn't have a gun, my bad. Toshinori laughed, and Majitaro laughed too, if a bit loudly, while Himiko glared at him. A good choice to have a support item from the start. I guess you will be quite proficient in it by the time of the exam. That's what I hope too, sir. He replied, and Toshinori chuckled. Ah, the nervousness of young heroes in the making at school exams. They seemed so terrifying, and yet All Might knew they were but a starting line. Very well, that's enough for a pause, let's go running a few laps. They both sighed, but didn't complain when he pulled out a Segway and started to lead them both. Hopefully, young Midoriya was having as much fun. Sir, is that a real sword? Izuku shouted as he did his best to block with his wooden sword the opponent's attack. The edge is dulled, Stendhal replied as the two came into contact and the wooden sword flew away. And as I said, tighter grip, kid, or this happens. And with that, he slammed his sword on Izuku's side, making him cry out in pain as he flew back against the wall. You died again. I noticed, the teenager said lying on the ground. Looking up, he saw he had landed right in front of Tamura, who was munching absent-mindedly into some popcorn. A little help? He asked, raising his hand toward him. Nope. The man replied, munching on another hand of the snack as Izuku tried to bring himself to his feet. JRK. Hirobu. Izuku sighed, rolled on his side and stood back up, going to pick up his sword when a wooden knife hit him in the temple, making him step back. And again. Come on kid, try to at least keep your mind sharp. What villain is going to let you just pick up your weapon? Izuku had to admit the ex-vigilante had a point, so this time he kept a careful eye on him as he picked up the wooden sword and rushed forward. Majitaro wasn't joking about this training being harsh, he was going to be sore for days. Mustard limped to the apartment complex where Midoriya lived, landing on his but on the sidewalk in front to it. Next to him, Himiko looked pale as a sheet after all the running and muscle exercises they had done. She sat down next to him and immediately sighed in relief. Well then, that was a good day of training. Toshinori Yagi said from his Segway, I'll go back to the beach and take the pickup to the garbage dump. Good luck with your training, young heroes in the making. The two made sounds that might have been a goodbye and he chuckled, turning around and starting his route back to Dagoba. Once he was sure the man was gone, Majitaro pulled out his phone and called Kurojiiri, who opened a portal. Out of it, bruised and exhausted, walked Izuku. The two looked at each other. And then as one they extended their hand, shaking the other's. I really underestimated your training, Izuku. Me too, Masuchin. He replied, and they both realized they had just formed a friendship born from the strongest of bonds. Exhaustion after a long day of training. Somewhere out there, a young man that was buying red hair dye felt a manly tear surge to his eyes, and knew that out there somewhere two bros had just become bros. So manly, he whispered, not knowing exactly what was happening but sure it made sense in context. Himiko shook her head as she walked through the portal. Boys are dumb, she decided, collapsing on the closest chair on the other side, face on one of the tables of the bar. Welcome back, All for One said. She waved at her dad without taking her face up from the table. Not going to try and kill that Bakugo today? He added. She groaned. He gets to live a bit longer. Are you sure you don't want me to send a Numu after him? Or even just Dabi or Compress? No, he is mine. I'm just too tired today. Toga leaned back as Majitaro walked through the portal too and followed her lead, collapsing on the chair right next to her, his face also planting itself on the table. Kill me, he muttered, before he noticed Toga's hand move to the knife. I was joking. Go take a shower, both of you. All for One said after a moment. You stink. No. They both groaned. Compress, from the side, chuckled. If Midoriya is training to the point you two end up like this and can't even do as you are told, maybe we should ask Stain to make his training harsher too. We are going. They both jumped up and rushed to their respective room. Or well, more limp to them, but the point remained. I'm impressed, Compress. Thank you, sir. The magician replied, I figured I'd put some effort into parenting for Mustard. Because of my example? No, because that way you will never feel compelled to spend another day with Tamura to set an example again, and I won't have to worry about internet lingo coming out of your mouth. He paused, then quickly added, Sir. All for One scoffed. He didn't think being a parent could be fun, especially when the daughter was a teenager too, but so far he was acing it. Taking it as a challenge, he stood up and walked to Tamura's room. I wouldn't go in, boss. Dabi commented when he reached the room, but All for One ignored it, taking only a moment to think on how to greet his student. Of course, the best way would be showing pride in Tamura's achievements, scant and unimportant as they might be. How to express that? Of course. Are you winning, son? He asked, opening the door. Tamura's hand froze on the mouse. The other hand was conspicuously hidden, and all for one thanked heaven that the chair was covering most of Tamura's body. Unfortunately, his heat vision quirk was a very refined thing that allowed him to tell the small difference in the color of various pixels of a screen. So, right now, he knew the screen showed a particular piece of Tamura's homework collection that his student had been very proud of. A waifu he believed that was called. Said waifu was currently in a very uncomfortable situation, considering the various backbending positions she was executing while fully naked. She seemed to be enjoying it though. Good for her. All for one said nothing and just walked out, closing the door. He turned to Dabi, who just shrugged. I told you. He sighed and wondered if he had a quirk to remove short-term memory. Oh wait, he didn't since he had sold it for the jet-like shoulders. Just his luck. For days after his first day of asking out girls, Bakugo snarled, kicking an empty can down the road and watching it tumble on the gravel. His find a girl and rub in Deku and the beach's face that I would be a better boyfriend than he is operation had been a failure on day 5 too. Why can't they just say yes once? Admittedly, one of the girls of the other class had explained she didn't like him because of his personality, but what did she know? He had the personality of a winner, damn it. Was she implying girls liked more a loser personality like Deku's? He kicked the can again, before turning a corner. He was in the same alley where that sludge bastard had tried to take him over. He always made it a point to pass through it to show he wasn't scarred by the experience or anything. As if FING mud could make him scared. He was reminiscing on that when he felt a shiver down his spine, a sort of primal fear that made him tense. A moment later, from a corner, emerged a girl with blonde hair, her face covered by some sort of weird mouth scarf from the nose down, leaving only her pale skin and golden eyes in sight. She was wearing a school uniform, though Bakugo couldn't recognize a specific school from it. He blinked, and when his eyes opened again, she was gone. It was only his instincts that made him move in time to dodge a knife to his neck coming from his left, where the girl had clearly managed to rush to in the instant he had blinked. He turned around releasing a series of explosions and she moved back. Again! He growled, but there was no answer. She didn't answer, just slicing, aiming for his tendons, neck and stomach. He had to focus his whole to just not get killed by her knife. Then he saw his chance, grabbing a trash can lid and causing an explosion to propel it forward. The blonde girl's head got hit and she started to bleed. That hurt. She hissed, her voice sounding weird, like she was in a dax. Looking at her face, now uncovered because of the hit, he realized she also looked familiar in general, but before he could see, more steps rushed toward the street from behind him. Instinctively he turned around, in time to see the hero Death Arms turn the corner too, probably having her his explosion. You are effed now B. He turned to see that she was gone. I told you she was a blonde girl with buns, about this tall, with golden eyes. Katsuki explained for the 5th time to the police officer, she attacked me with a knife, and I had to fend her off until a hero arrived. The police officer nodded, taking down the statement, and she attacked you first, is that correct? You didn't pursue her or anything. He added, Yes. Do you think I would just run after a random girl? Of course not, of course. He smiled politely, no, you ran into someone we know well. Someone you know? Mitsuki asked. She had reached Bakugo at the police station after he called her, or most likely was forced to call her, because he was being interviewed and legally a guardian should have been present for a 14-year-old interview. Yes. Recently, just a few months ago, a young girl stabbed her classmate to drink his blood. You might have heard about it. Oh, I remember. She ran from home, right? Mitsuki nodded. You are saying it's the same person? The description matches. Golden eyes, blonde hair and a knife as weapon are all compatible. Mitsuki looked at her son, who was quietly fuming. She knew what he was most likely thinking. The girl was a villain, not managing to beat her immediately must have angered him far more than being attacked. She did wonder why he also looked thoughtful. So, what's the name of this villain? I think we should know. Of course. Her name is Himiko Toga. There is no point in hiding the information since her name was spread all over the news. The policeman calmly replied. Their reactions were very different. Mitsuki just let out a soft, "Oh my," of surprise, while her son, well, he was her son, of course he would explode. "What? What is it?" Mitsuki jumped in first, before Katsuki had a chance to reply. "It's just, my son's best friend has recently started a relation with a girl named Himiko." "It makes sense now," Bakugo roared. "That beach wants to kill me before I can show I'm a better boyfriend than Deku." He laughed. "That idiot?" Wait, Katsuki, they don't look that similar." And Inko and Hisashi mentioned they met her father. She clarified to the police officer, "I have a picture in case, but—" "Well, ma'am, may I see it?" The officer took her phone the moment she handed it to him, and looked at the girl. They don't really resemble each other. Himiko's quirk might be at play, but her modus operandi is to kill within a day at most of finding her victim, so this is very different from her usual actions. Just to confirm, did any member of the other's family seem distressed? I dare say they were all quite thrilled. Mitsuki replied instead. She knew something about that. Inko had kept her on the phone for literal ages talking about Aiza's girlfriend. She couldn't blame her, seeing Izuku build any sort of confidence made her feel proud of him. Too, but man did she know a lot about Himiko now. And again, they also met her father, and I believe Inko mentioned an older brother too. Bullshit. Katsuki growled instead, making her sigh internally. That's her, for sure. How are you so sure, son? You understand that this is quite the accusation you are moving against Dash. Because there is no way in hell Deku could have a girlfriend. Especially before me. Well, I don't think that's proof enough. Just in case, could I take a phone number from the family? Her son started to shout that it was their job to prove it, not his, while she frowned as she handed him Inko's contact. Katsuki wasn't the kind of person to accuse someone just out of anger, and he had been angry since their dinner a few days prior. Well, angry was usually his mood, as she knew far too well, but him getting to the point of hitting on girls and accusing a person he barely knew of being a serial killer just because of a spat seemed weird. And she was also Izuku's? She realized at that moment that she might have misjudged her son. Or at least his preferences. Katsuki felt burning anger in his chest as they left the police station. How the F was everyone stupid enough to not see that Deku's girlfriend had to be Himiko? She was probably holding the whole family hostage and forcing them to play along with the girlfriend play until she got bored. There was no other explanation at him having a girlfriend. He certainly wasn't the kind of guy that would get one normally. Effing beach, he muttered, entering the car. She was quite smart, going after him, the only intelligent person around Deku first. With Katsuki out of the picture, all those idiots would just blindly believe her while she pulled off her schemes, whatever those were. Which probably meant Deku was also in danger. Looking online, it didn't take a genius to figure out Himiko had a date and kill modus operandi. That fool was probably her next dish. Of course he didn't believe that Deku knew she was a villain. He probably just thought he had lucked out or something. "Sue," his mom suddenly said, making him look up from his phone. "About Himiko." "What about her?" "The police won't listen Dash. Because the serial killer and Izuku's girlfriend are two different people. I told you, Inko and Hisashi both met her father. She is probably forcing them to play along." Katsuki shouted back. Mitsuki snorted. Then she started to laugh, and Katsuki felt himself explode. Again. "What's so funny, old hag?" If the image of a teenager FO forcing Inko to do something against her F family. "Oh god, my stomach hurts," Mitsuki replied between giggles. Katsuki looked at her in confusion. As far as he knew, Deku's mom was a sweet, innocent woman. Even he couldn't get angry at her for anything. That brings me back to our old job." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, just reminiscing. Anyway, son, I understand that you are jealous Dash. I'm not jealous of Deku for dating a serial killer." He shouted back, "The beach tried to kill me. I wasn't talking about Izuku, I was more thinking that maybe you were feeling bad for not managing to, confess first." Katsuki's anger was replaced with confusion. What the f was the old hag talking about? This had nothing to do with anything. He didn't even know Himiko, and who the F would want to confess to a murderer? I mean, I understand that dealing with your feelings must be hard, but it makes just so much sense now. Since you were very young, it was always Deku this, Deku that, and now that you are in middle school, you are always buzzing around him from what I hear. And then he helped saving you a month ago. Your feelings must have been crushed when he found himself a girlfriend. Katsuki was in utter confusion for a long minute. Then what her mother was saying sunk in. But jealousy is not a reason to try to dash. I'm not into dash. Katsuki shouted, unable to finish the sentence. What the hell? Dear, I understand you probably wanted to come out on your own accord. Mitsuki said. Oh God, with Ifane Deku? I'm saying, there are a lot more fishes in the sea, even if you and Izuku cannot be an item. I'm gonna throw up, he said, the image starting to crawl its way into his mind. He had nothing against same-sex relationships, but him, with Deku? Hell no. And I assure you that you have the family's support in any relationship you might entertain, dear. She added, and Bakugo could only stare at her wide, encouraging smile at the thought that he might have wanted to go out with Deku. She actually believed that she'd. I'm not into him, Mom. Mitsuki bit her lower lip. I see, you probably want to take your time to tell us. But please, don't hit on girls you don't even like anymore to try and hide your feelings. The school is getting worried. Unless you are into both genders, dear, I will support you in that too, but the timing is a bit off for that. And it's still wrong to hit on girls you don't like dash. Bakugo literally exploded, his hand sending sparks out and the car seat getting a bit burnt. I'm not in love with Ifane Deku. His mom slowly nodded, and Katsuki knew she wasn't going to let go her theory. He grumbled quietly. What the hell was the hag thinking? Just because he didn't give a shit about having a girlfriend before? Another FNG can of worms to deal with. Why is my life so complicated? I never did anything wrong. Izuku paused while picking up a small microwave. Something wrong, young Midoriya? All Might asked. I don't know. I just feel like someone somewhere told a lie so big I could sense it. That is odd, young Midoriya, I won't lie. For me too, All Might. So, can I talk to you about something? It's about a Yakuza. Yakuza? The pro-hero started looking around frantically. Where? Izuku sighed. Nothing. He wasn't really one to criticize lies, he supposed. Bakugo kept grinding his teeth together as his mother went on and on about accepting yourself and stormed out of the car the moment they made it home, rushing to his room after giving a quick wave to his father. Once he was inside, he grabbed his pillow and shouted into it. He used to just scream, but the neighbors had called the police a few too many times. What the F do I do? He wondered. The logical thing is telling Deku and then punch her teeth in. Then he paused. He thought back at what the detective had said about her modus operandi. She clearly wasn't trying to kill Deku yet, because let's be honest, that couldn't be that hard. So, she had to be doing something else. Of course. She is playing with her food. She is letting him believe she is in love with him, and if I tell him. If he told him, she would kill Deku. Probably his whole family too. Bakugo considered his options. Going after Toga by himself sounded like the right thing to do anyway. All Might didn't need anyone's help, and as the person born to surpass him, he didn't either. How tough could it be to prove Toga and Izuku's girlfriend were one and the same anyway? He started to build a plan. Hello. Inko Midoriya picked up her home phone calmly, putting down the plates she was about to put away. Good morning, is this Inko Midoriya? The voice on the other side asked, and she stiffened. This is the Muzutafu police force. Might I ask you some questions? Oh. Good morning, officer. Who do I have the pleasure to speak with? This is Detective Gortaro. I'm sorry to bother you, miss, but I have a few questions regarding a person you might know. Truly? She asked, raising her eyebrows slightly. Was this about the old days? Yes, it's a certain Himiko. She paused. Little Himiko? That seemed odd. I just would like to ask a few questions on her. Of course. Did something happen to her? No, ma'am, it's just that there was a villain attack we think she might be involved in, and we would like to. Is she okay? Again, ma'am, she wasn't a victim. the man replied, and she took a deep breath. Of course. Shiggy would never allow her daughter to get hurt. I just have a few questions. When was the last time you met her? About 4 days ago, when she came to visit my son with a friend. She replied. And did she have a parent, or a tutor, to accompany her? Yes, of course. Her father, an employee of his, and her older brother came by, though the latter only briefly. You know how those 20-something years old are. She chuckled. She hadn't even seen Tamura, but according to Izuku he had just walked in and then back out, so it wasn't a surprise. Ah, my husband and my son also met them 3 days ago though. I see. Now, could you tell me her full name? He asked. Inko winced. Truth was, she knew Shiggy probably had planned to change her surname for Yue. It was such a Shiggy thing to do. Always so paranoid, that guy. I don't quite remember. We always call her Himiko around the house, you see. My husband should know though, her father is a colleague after all. I see. Now, if I might ask, could you give me a description of her? Inko winced. So they were investigating her. Up to now, she had worked on the assumption that Himiko had been involved in a villain attack, but now she had to assume she was either the villain or on the villain's side. So, but can I ask more information? I don't understand the reason for all those questions. There was a pause on the other side, then the man sighed. Miss Midoriya, today a young man was attacked by a serial killer known as Himiko Toga. He mentioned that your son has been in a relation with a person of the same name for a while now, and so we need to check. Although, I assure you that the fact you mentioned her having a family and said family having employment is already enough. We just want a description for completeness. Inko closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. Of course. It made so much more sense now. She knew she never heard of Shiggy having children, and he certainly wasn't the type to make up a family. Of course he would have adopted a serial killer, and probably whoever Tamura was, for his selfish reasons. She wondered if her husband knew and had agreed anyway or if he was in the dark. Hisashi was a smart man and handsome too, but sometimes he fuzzed over the details, like, I don't know, thinking his son would never question the fact he was a Yakuza. He was such a dum-dum sometimes, but he was her dum-dum. Then again, her husband never cared much about the old family politics, as he had proven marrying her. He was more of a progressive, and she was fairly sure the decision to organize the marriage in the first place came from the insistence of the other high-ranking members of the gang. Those old men were all about tradition. Well, sir, I will give you a description if it can help, but I assure you, little Himiko is as innocent as can be. She answered, before launching into a long description of her appearance, down to the shape of her shoulders and the height and estimate weight. Well, she was good at picking up details. The man on the other side was clearly taking note of everything. Thank you, Miss Inko. One last question, if you don't mind. How long has your son been in a relation with the girl? Oh, about a month, I would say. She answered. There was a pause from the other side, then a simple goodbye she returned, before the phone went silent. Inko stared at the phone and quickly opened her browser. A quick search gave her all the information she needed on Himiko Toga, including a picture that, while not identical, made her think this could very well be the Himiko she knew. About 5 deaths were to her name. Well, amateur numbers, in fact, may be a little low, but still a bit for the girlfriend of her son. Would a responsible mother let him continue that relation? Then she looked at a picture of his son she had taken when he was a bit younger, of him being all nervous, and thought back at the night a few days before, when Himiko had jumped on Katsuki for his outburst and torn him to shred for talking back to Izuku. She sighed, using her quirk to pick up the plates. Truth was, she liked Himiko a lot, so for now she would let Shiggy and her off the hook. Izuku was growing up and didn't seem to dislike her either, and Hisashi certainly had no qualms with having a family member marrying a bloody bride. Far be it from Inko to ruin a young girl's chance to happiness, especially a young girl that reminded her of herself when she was young. Also, she could really protect her grandchildren if it came to it. For now Himiko would stay, and if she somehow did something bad, well, Inko wasn't that out of shape, now was she? But before it came to that, she supposed a phone call was a good idea. The symbol of evil dreaded only a few things. The end of his life, that would come, by his estimate, around the age of 150 to 160, so unfortunately close. The day when All Might had destroyed his head with a punch. The horror of making eye contact with Tamura since that Monday. The number on the screen of his phone. He took in a sharp breath. Calm down. Tis retired. She and the others all are. You are the symbol of evil. Don't get scared. His finger hovered on the answer button and, admittedly, a few times on the reject call button. But he was the symbol of evil. He wasn't about to chicken out of a phone call. Hello. Oh, Shiggy, hello. Ainko, don't stammer, she will smell your fear through the phone. Hello, how did you get this number? Why, I asked Hisashi. Son of a beach. How nice of him. So, how can I help you? Well, I was thinking, you could start by telling your daughter to not try and kill Mitsuki's son. You know, she wouldn't take it gently. She replied flatly, calmly. Mitsuki's son? Yes. You don't want her to go wild, do you? Inko's voice had a hint of smugness that All for One normally would have killed. Alright, maybe he had lied to Tamura when he had claimed that it was only because of big guns and a few strong heroes that he didn't want a war with the Green Valley clan. Really, those two were nothing compared to the other reason. That Katsuki brat. Really? He sighed, what did I do wrong in my life to get punished like this? All Might felt one for all swell inside him, burning with what he could only describe as righteous anger. I don't know what you are talking about, but I suppose I can tell Himiko to stay away from Mitsuki's son, whoever that is. Yes, do that, Shiggy. Oh, by the way, thanks to that I think it would be best if we keep Katsuki away from her, if we can, right? We wouldn't want any incidents. Ah, of course, an excellent idea. But it's just a pity I won't be able to organize another dinner like the one we had the other day. It was delightful, but it is what it is. Oh, All for one last thing. Why yes. Stop stammering. I'm fine with their relation. We know our family can't judge her for a few accounts of murder and assault, but if she hurts Izuku, it won't happen. I assure you, Himiko will be of her best behavior. Actually, I believe Mustard said something about having procured her some material to help being a better girlfriend. Inkoku. All for One had never felt relief so palpable in his life. Are you done pouting? Mustard asked, entering Himiko's room. 5 more minutes, Himiko grumbled on her pillow. Mustard, have I lost my touch? You mean, was it stupid to attack a guy in broad daylight on a small side road when said guy makes explosions that will alert anyone around? He shook his head. In that case I'm afraid that yes, it was. JRK. Don't call me that, I'm here because what you asked for has arrived. He showed her a large box of cardboard. It took Kurogyri a few days, but he finally stole everything. What's that? The only source of knowledge on couple affairs I could think of. Curious, Himiko opened the box and stared at the content before slowly looking up toward Mustard. Mustard, those are the best romance manga I know of. Early 21st century stuff mostly, but there is some older and newer content. Why? What do you mean why? Those work. I mean I never tried but those characters always hook up together in the end, so it must work, right? Why not movies? He snorted. Movies are so unrealistic. Himiko blinked once. Then twice. Then she realized that she was rather desperate. I mean, at worst she was going to waste a few hours a day, right? This advice couldn't be that bad. Are you sure that will work? He scratched the back of his head. Honestly, no idea. Izuku is kind of a dork too though, right? He probably doesn't know much about love life either, so maybe. Himiko opened one and watched the main boy and girl kiss. Fine. But if this doesn't work I'll murder you. Alright. Well, for starter, try this one. It's about a tsundere, a Hajadir and the MC in a love triangle. She pushed an Azure book in her hand. What is a tsundere? Mustard sighed and put a hand on her shoulder. We have a lot of work to do. Izuku was starting to get used to his new life. That should have been very worrying, but what could he do? Normalcy was what felt normal, not what was normal. His weekly routine was always more or less the same. On Tuesday, he would wake up sore from his Monday training, go to school, watch in secondhand embarrassment as Kacchan hit on some other girl only to get brutally rejected. How there were still girls in the school for him to propose to was a mystery for everyone, and go on a rant, enter into class, spend a normal school day, go back home, and avoid Kacchan, who apparently tailed him. Oh right, Kacchan was following him after school every day. He was lucky that his meetings with All Might and his training were later in the day during school days, after lunch and homework, when his childhood friend was busy studying and exercising and couldn't follow him around. Still, for good measure, him and All Might had agreed to only meet while he was in his skeletal form. Bit of a bummer, but better that than Kacchan seeing him with the number one. Izuku had also decided to not mention the Yakuza, to avoid triggering the hero's weird reaction to the term, which was another hit to his tell All Might plan. He was starting to feel rather guilty, but what was he supposed to do? As much as he hated to admit it, the idea of seeing his father and, more importantly, his mom getting involved with the mess he could cause was a huge deterrent. Not to mention he just didn't know enough. His dad had mentioned a couple times that there were other people in the clan. Could they take over after him? Would they go to war with All for One if they did? Izuku felt like he would risk a lot by telling All Might, and not just for himself. 2 months after his first study Sunday, on the day, Izuku took a deep breath as he woke up and opened his wardrobe. Sure enough, there stood Kurogyri again. Izuku felt like bashing his head against the wall for the fact this was now something he had come to accept as normal. Yep, I have a fogman in my wardrobe, tell me something I don't know. He sighed. Good morning. Good morning, Izuku Midoriya. I shall wait for you to be presentable before taking Miss Himiko and Mr. Majitaro here. Thanks. Izuku refrained from pointing out he could have just dropped them somewhere else in the house instead of his wardrobe. The last thing he wanted was opening his fridge one morning and find a partially frozen Kurogyri saluting him and passing him the milk. Instead, he just picked a few clothes, closed the wardrobe, moved outside of the line of sight of it for good measure, and quickly got dressed with his favorite white shirt labeled as shirt. Sue him, he thought they were hilarious. The rest of the house was silent. His mom was out with Kacchan's, and his dad had said he would leave early that morning to meet some upstart down in Tokyo. He didn't want to know, so Izuku had just tuned out the conversation he had with his mom, something about some masked youngster. Honestly, he knew a soon-to-be hero should have found discussions about criminal gangs important, especially when he was also the son of a Yakuza leader, but he couldn't help but wanting to avoid the conversation entirely. He sighed and knocked on the door of the wardrobe, opening it. I am ready, he said, and at that a few people started streaming into his room. The first was Izukin. He saluted with a wave, good morning. Morning, Masuchin. Ready to study? He asked back with a grin. Sure. He shook his head, I just don't think you are. Why? Himiko soon walked through the portal. Her black hair and gray eyes immediately darted to Izuku, and she quickly looked away. Gee, good morning, Izuku. She stammered. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Are you okay, Himiko? I is not like I like you or anything, stupid. She shouted back, before turning again. Izuku froze. Did I do something? He looked at Majitaro, who was doing his best to keep a calm expression. Masuchin, what happened? He felt tears swell in his eyes. Himiko and Majitaro were his first friends since Kacchan, and now one of them had just walked in like that. Majitaro sighed and put an arm around his shoulder. Izuku, are you familiar with the concept of Itsundara? What? Majitaro took a deep breath. Then another one. All right. Me and you, we need to organize an anime night. You can't be 14 and ignorant of how the world works. Himiko, abort the Tsundere protocol. What? But I spent the last 2 days figuring out how to do that. Your effort is admirable, but that archetype only works on people that are aware of the trope or that are MSCSTs. Are you a MCTzukin? What? No. Yeah, figured. He let him go, tapping him on the back. Anyway, it was kinda rushed. You have a lot to study yet, Himiko. He shook his head. That, stupid, wasn't even well executed. I'm starting to think you might not know what you are talking about, Majitaro, she replied before shaking her head. Anyway, sorry Izuku, ignore what just happened and let's move on, alright? Izuku wasn't sure what to say to that, but he felt relief wash all over him. He hadn't done something wrong, and the guys were still his friends. He smiled and they headed to the kitchen for a breakfast, talking about the day ahead. He had to admit, even if they were weird, having friends was amazing. As he sat there, after they had finished and graded the math tests, Izuku couldn't help but smile. Both Himiko and Masuchin were progressing fast in their studies. Himiko was consistently reaching the average grade, and while that by itself wouldn't guarantee she would pass the entrance exam, it was a step in the right direction. Masuchin was doing better, now consistently getting a result in the 80%. While Izuku's 90 to 95% average across all subjects was maybe a high goal, he thought that his friend could reach him at least in English and Japanese. Which left the practical. Izuku scratched the back of his head. He had so far kept away from asking them because he knew they would answer back, but he couldn't really wait anymore. So, guys, he coughed, since we are going to you, can I ask something? Sure. Masuchin nodded, while Himiko just looked at him, his head tilted slightly to the side. Well, I was thinking, what are your quirks? Masuchin and Himiko looked at each other, and Izuku noticed a hint of worry on the girl's face. Only if you want to tell me. I just thought that, depending on what the exam is, we could start thinking about working Tagatharantid off that. Relax man, relax. Masuchin sighed. All right, let me show you. Open the window please, and then both of you walk to the door. Izuku nodded, and Masuchin moved to the window and put on his gas mask. Then he extended his arms, and purple smoke started to pour out. No, not smoke, Izuku realized, gas. My quirk is gas. I can create a large amount of this. It makes anyone that breathes it fall asleep. He closed his hands, and the gas immediately stopped, pouring out of the window, but I can't control who it affects. Also, breathing too much makes people fall in a sort of coma, so I have to watch out for that too. Izuku took note on everything and then looked up. Judging by Masuchin's expression, he looked as excited as he was. How does the gas move? How much can you create at once? Does it have particular side effects? Calm down. Yeah, I can also perceive anything within the gas like a sonar. It's more precise the denser it is. Izuku nodded excitedly. This is such a good quirk, Masuchin. You can be a hero like Midnight, who can stop large crowds of villain with a single emission of her somnambulism. And it's a radar too? That means you could identify and attack any villain that has survived the gas. You'd need a support item though, to protect yourself. I have that. He pulled out the item, and Izuku blinked. And Masuchin, is that a gun? This? This isn't a gun, don't be ridiculous. This is a projectile launching multifunctional support item. Izuku groaned. And is one of those projectiles bullets? Maybe. Masuchin, you can't go around wielding a gun. Izuku shouted. But it's not just bullet. Look. He pulled out a small dart. It's my gas compressed to become a liquid. If I shoot someone with it, I can put them to sleep. Oh. Izuku had to admit, that was useful. He could see the logic behind it. What are you doing? I'm trying to decide if the gun having an awesome quirk application excuses the fact you are going around carrying a revolver. He sighed. I can't believe this is my life now. Izuku. Yes. Please stop worrying. I have all the documents that say this is a support item and not a gun, you know. Masuchin, this is a gun. Anyone with 2 brain cells can tell that's a gun dash. Your teacher believed me. But then again, I'm sure I have context on your private life most people won't, and you do have all that documentation, so of course they will be fooled. He coughed. Of course. Definitely. So, we all agree that is not a gun. Yup. Masuchin grinned. Glad. We are on the same page. They both turned to Himiko, who was looking away. She had been for the entire time actually. Izuku frowned. Himiko, are you okay? Sure, it's just, I need to go to the bathroom. She shouted and left the room. Izuku looked at Masuchin, who just shook his head. Women. He said with finality. What do I do, what do I do? Himiko Toga, once a serial killer and now still a serial killer but on vacation she supposed, was walking up and down the bathroom of her supposed boyfriend, more a friend really, that she had ran into the moment her turn to reveal her quirk had come. Stupid Mustard and his stupid quirk that is stupidly easy to explain. Oh, look at me, I fart sleeping gas from my arms, woe is me. She sighed. How do you tell someone, oh, I seek someone's blood and turn into them? She looked at herself in the mirror. She saw a face that wasn't hers. Eyes her nose. Wally the Numu had done a good job, even if her dad had been the one picking her appearance. She wasn't looking at Himiko Toga, she was looking at Himiko Shigaraki, or Himiko Shimura. She didn't know if she liked that. She had thought about it for 2 months, and she still wasn't sure. It felt too much like the mask of normalcy she had to wear had finally taken over and replaced Himiko Toga. On the other hand, though, there were undeniable advantages at being Himiko Shigaraki Shimura. She could walk around the streets without a care in the world. She could spend time with friends she hadn't had before. It was a lie, but maybe she could lie a bit longer. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled her. Why yes? She asked. Himiko, it's me. Izuku's voice said from the other side. So? Look, I wanted to say. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I figured it would make sense for us to work together, but if you don't feel like it, He took a deep breath. I'm quirkless. Toga blinked. Then she slammed the door open. What? It's true. I don't have a quirk. I always wanted to be a hero, but I was born without one, so I've always been fascinated by them. Now my trainer has finally found a way for me to become a hero, and I'm pursuing that, but I think whatever your quirk is, it will be amazing. He grinned shakily. It can't be worse than none, right? Toga looked at him, then at the wide-eyed Megitaro behind him. She sighed. Maybe they really were her friends after all. All right. My quirk allows me to transform into other people. To activate I need to drink their blood. She looked away, unsure what he would think. And then she heard Izuku squeal. That's amazing. He shouted now. Can you transform into anyone? Can you copy a mutant including their general body shape? Does it transfer quirk? How long does the transformation last? Izuku, did you hear the part where I need blood? Yeah, that makes it a bit harder to use legally. He admitted, but there are a lot of legal uses for it. You could replace pros that need to be seen in public while they conduct some secret investigation. Or you could use blood from a blood bank to infiltrate criminal organizations. I suppose legally there is also no law against people offering you their blood to transform into them, so maybe a collaborator could offer you a similar deal. There are a lot of options for an underground hero with a quirk like that. You don't think it's evil? Izuku frowned. Why? It's cumbersome, certainly hard to use legally, but there is nothing wrong with it. He pointed to himself. Again, quirkless, one of my classmates can remove his eyes from the socket partially and I still wish I had that, let alone something useful like yours. Toga blinked again, and then started to tremble as a few tears streamed to her face and rushed forward, hugging him. It's not like I like you or anything. She sniffled weakly, and Megitaro laughed while Izuku looked at him and back at her in confusion. Then Toga felt that thud in the back of her mind. That primal need to taste Izuku's blood, growing stronger. She bit her lip and let him go, and with all her might pushed her hand away from the knife hiding in her sleeve. She trembled again, while wiping away the tears. If you knew everything, she thought, but then shook her head. She was definitely not going to fall for him. She was definitely not going to kill him. Mustard sighed, his head propped on his hand as he slouched on the table in Izuku's living room. The three had moved there and decided to talk more about their quirks. Honestly, finding out Izuku was quirkless and wanted to be a hero had been a surprise. And the fact he was so excited about the flawed quirks him and Toga had even more so. He thought back to his older family. When he was really young, his mother had nagged him to become a hero more than anything. But the moment his quirk had come through, she had turned it up to 11, especially when she realized how unsuited for heroics his quirk was. The continuous nagging for him to train his power daily had become such a burden because, in her words, a quirk that can't discriminate heroes and villains. Frankly, Mustard had mostly ran away because he wanted to escape a family that pushed him so much. They still had his older sister and her missed anyway. And also because he thought that, since being a hero wasn't something he wanted to pursue, he might as well become a villain. Show back at those heroes that they were just normal people like him. And then, if it's about combat, we need to make sure that we can show what we can do. I think Masuchin can focus on debilitating the opponent, while me and Toga finish them off with what we have trained for. I wonder if you could ask in advance to someone for a few vials of blood. Izuku frowned. If you manage to find blood of someone with enough natural strength, since you can't use your quirk, you could use that strength. He turned to Masuchin. You can use your G or support item to shoot down a few opponents without damaging us, right? And if it comes to worse, you can always go all out. Better being slightly intoxicated than letting a villain go, right? Mustard chuckled. You know Izuku? What is it? I think you are a great friend. Izuku blushed, and tears started pooling from his eyes. Oh my god, thank you so much, Masuchin. You never said anything, Sanis? Mustard and Himiko exchanged a glance, and it was full of meaning. Indeed, they both agreed Izuku would pass that exam. Hisashi frowned. It hadn't been a good day. First, that Shisaki upstart was getting a bit on his nerves. The man went around looking like a murderous toucan, refused to shake hands with people, and even used a villain name, calling himself Overhaul. Which was also his quirk, by the way, so not even that good of a name. He sighed. Back in America, there was a clear distinction between organized crime and villains. Sure, some syndicates like to work with villains more, like he did with All for One, but the Western groups, like the Green Valley Clan, were not interested in pretending to be villains. It was bad publicity, and the heroes were a lot more likely to single you out if you went around calling yourself Satan McEvil Person instead of Isaiah Greengrass. Chisaki had ranted about some master plan to lead the Yakuza in full control that would be ready in about a year, and offered a sample of the product. At first Hisashi had thought it was drags, but instead the man had presented him a weird bullet and informed him that this new compound could be shot into someone to stop their quirk factor for a while. Hisashi hated to admit he was impressed. With something like this, his syndicate, that dealt primarily in smuggling guns and drags to Japan, would have an easy time increasing its power. Still, he was hesitant for two reasons. The first, of course, was that the producer was the shy Hasaikai and Chisaki. The golden-eyed bird wannabe was the kind of slimy bee Hisashi disliked, even if he put up that facade of politeness. He wasn't sure what his quirk did, but from what he had heard it was something akin to making people explode from the inside. There was probably a more nuanced facet, but Hisashi's humble opinion was that touch and go boom was enough of an explanation for how a quirk like that worked to know to stay away from Chisaki's hands. The second, and more subtle, was that no one could claim Hisashi didn't have experience about what not having a quirk meant for someone. Not only from his son, but also from a second cousin of his. Both quirkless, both around the same age, and both not really doing that well. Granted, she had found a way to work it out, but still, he couldn't really say he liked the idea of making people's quirk just disappear. Which led quite neatly to his current and more pressing headache, the family kind that was coming from his phone as he spoke. Yes, Aunt Nene, I get it, I will be there. And yes, I will bring Izuku too. But you should have done so from the start. I can't believe the heir of the Green Valley clan has no idea of what the clan even looks like. Izuku is a good kid. That's a problem. No, I meant, damn it, Auntie, you should know that children don't always want to follow their parents' footsteps. He bit his lip a second later. Oh, if he had done it. The answer was freezing cold, which was a bit in contrast with his aunt's quirk. I am well aware that my daughters were not up to my expectations. Thank you for reminding me, nephew. I'm so Don't start apologizing. It's true that your cousins have both been a disappointment, but that's more reason for Izuku to be raised as a clan member, instead of being raised by her. Now it was his turn to retort with an angry look. Inko was a great mother. She shouldn't have been. Why, You could be the head of the Hasaikai now if you listened to me and married the daughter of the old boss. But no, you had to go and marry that woman. She paused, then took a deep breath. I expect to see him here. All your cousins will be around this time, and they will drag their family there, including their daughters. I hope you know why. Oh, I know full well. I'm bringing Himiko for a reason. Good boy. They might not understand, but we know what All for One can do. Let them know that the arrangement is not up for debate. And with that she closed the call. Hisashi looked at his phone for a moment, and then composed another number. Hello, All for One? It's Hisashi. Ah, Hisashi. I was wondering when you would call. It's been a while since your wife called and threatened me. I was wondering when her boss would. Wait, she called you? He paused. Oh right, I gave her your number a month ago, but she said she just wanted to talk about Himiko. Yes, and it was terrifying. I don't know how you could marry her. All for One replied. Hisashi chuckled. Terrifying. Terrifyingly beautiful, if anything. His dear Inko was the most amazing person he had ever. He refocused. Ahem, anyway no, I'm calling for a proposal. I'm listening? What would you think of a date arrangement? Izuku and Mejitaro were now almost finished watching the first episode of the anime Mejitaro had insisted they watch, when Hisashi barged through the door. Right in the middle of the scene where the MC was getting a look at his love interest's lingerie, of course. Damn it. Mejitaro scrambled for the control, awkwardly turning off the TV. This isn't what it looks like. Kid, I watch anime in my free time. I know what you are doing. Where is Himiko? Hisashi asked. And Inko? Mom said she was prolonging her day out with Mitsuki in a girls' night out. Izuku replied, and Hisashi nodded. Good, Himiko? She is in the bathroom. Izuku explained. Right on cue, Himiko opened the door and walked right back on her spot, with a quick wave to Hisashi, who didn't miss that she was sitting next to Izuku. He grinned. Nice. He thought, good job son. Knew you had it in you. He coughed. Well, I have an announcement kids. Today and on Tuesday you have plans now. We do. Yep. Tonight, Himiko is coming with us as we go doing something that Izuku hasn't done in far too long. 13 years, actually. Dad, you are trying to be subtle, but I just don't remember what I was doing when I was 3. I guessed. Well dear, he winked, it's time to meet the family. Izuku's face paled. Frankly, Hisashi agreed that was the correct amount of dread, especially when he turned to Himiko. And you are coming too, Himiko, your father agreed. Are you nervous, Inko? Mitsuki asked. No, what makes you think that? Inko asked back, and her friend sighed. Well, for starters the fact you are at the 3rd beer, and second the fact you dragged me to a girls' night out. You also chose to drag me, of all places, to a karaoke we haven't visited in 14 years, and while this is making me feel younger, I don't want to know what the receptionist thought of 2 women in their 40s walking in like they were still in their mid-20s. She grabbed a beer and took a sip. Oh, and third, we haven't sung a single song and you are pacing up and down the room. I know. It's just. She sat back down. It's family night in the Green Valley clan. Oh God, kill me, the worst night of the year for Hisashi. She took a drink. Who gets the honor to accompany him this year? It's Kurado, like every year since we retired. My prayers to him. I can't think it has become any easier to deal with. So what's the issue? You don't have to go. She replied, and took a long sip. No, but Izuku does. Mitsuki choked on her beer and started coughing. Before the can touched the ground, her friend managed to catch it with her quirk, dragging it back to her hand. I thought you said Izuku could stay out of the family business. Yes, but things have changed. Hisashi coming back and him finding a girlfriend. Right about that, she isn't? No, she isn't Himiko Toga. Her name is Himiko Shigaraki. Inko replied, and Mitsuki nodded. Of course, her friend wouldn't let her son date a serial killer. Well, not one that stabbed her boyfriends. Right? Alright, just to make sure. Wonder why she went after Katsuki though. God knows his wonderful personality is not the kind of thing that makes him a chick magnet. Oh come on, I'm sure he will find a girlfriend eventually. Mitsuki bit her lip.
Yeah.
A girlfriend?
Sure.
Oh, her son denied it, but she had figured out what he was going for with all that hyperfixation on Izuku. And she could guess why he was always late for school, especially because she had spotted him once following Izuku home. My son is a stalker in love with his childhood friend. I really need to teach him how to properly handle emotions or things might get weird. She thought. They would have a talk when she made it back home. Bakugo felt a shiver down his back. He shouted to his spine to grow a spine and stop doing that, and went back to training. Stupid spine, acting like he was scared of anything.
Yeah.
I guess. She answered non-committedly. So, about your son. Really? The whole family? That's going to be one hell of a night. Especially because weren't a few of the branches considering marrying him to their daughters? Yes, that's what I'm worried about. Hisashi took Himiko there too to discourage them, but his cousins aren't just going to lay low and say no. And I don't know their daughters, so who knows what they might think. And I take it you didn't go with that? That's right. I didn't want Izuku to get pushed into the clan business so young. She shook her head. I guess it's proof he loves me that he agreed to that. He even stopped bringing him there during the dinners. Though it might backfire. Well, at least he has Himiko. But why do it now then? Nay. Oh my god, you are serious. That old bee. That's my husband's aunt you are talking about. Inko replied, and Mitsuki stared at her for a long moment. Please refer to her as wench. Mitsuki laughed uproariously. So what, is it some sort of, I'm back and I want to see my nephew? More like, I'm back, show me the next head of the clan, prove he is going to get married, and all that. Must be hard. You really didn't marry in an easy family. Mitsuki replied before standing up. All right, enough of this. If you drag me back to a karaoke, I know what to do. I'm calling the rest of the gang and we are having a reunion. You sure they will come? Watch. Inko sighed as her friend picked up the phone and started to call, feeling nostalgia mount. She didn't regret marrying Hisashi, of course, but sometimes she wondered if something would have changed had she not married him and retired. She would have probably been in better shape for once. Well, she might as well have enjoyed the night to come. I just hope Izuku has fun. Izuku was not having fun. He had just received a long lecture by his father about who he was about to meet. Some of those names had been quite life-shaking, to be honest. He couldn't believe his family relations went that far. Then again, he supposed extended families could be quite weird. As he walked up to the elevator, he did his best to fix his tie, an exercise in futility, but maybe the stars would align for once, and looked at Himiko. She was wearing a black dress this time, and Izuku had to admit she looked really good. Especially her BR. Shut up, brain. He grimaced, before shaking his head as his father and Kurado followed them and the elevators started to rise. Apparently, the entire building belonged to the Green Valley clan, or more accurately to a subsidiary of the clan. Why do we even live in the apartment? No, bad Izuku, stop trying to use Yakuza money to make your life better, it's blood money. He thought, thinking about it, it's all blood money. Oh god, I've been spending blood money my entire life. Was it wrong to buy hero merchandise with blood money? He was returning it to a good industry, right? His important questions received no answer as the elevator door opened on a single, enormous room. Izuku was fairly sure that the living room of the suite alone was worth more of their entire apartment. Elegant decorations filled the room, from a table that was probably expensive enough that damaging it with a fork was a criminal offense, to paintings that Izuku didn't want to examine up close because he thought he would find out they were stolen from some art museums, down to, well, basically everything else in the room. Sitting near the end of the table, to the left of the seat of honor, was a woman in her 70s. She was short, with green hair up to her shoulder and the same freckles he and Hisashi had. She was smoking from a cigarette holder, something Izuku never thought he'd see. And next to her, "Cow lady," he said, stunned, and admittedly a bit sad. His dad had told him, of course, that a lot of American pros were in the pocket of the Green Valley clan. Still, seeing the famous pro, still in activity in her late 50s, stand there was a really sad thing. "Hey there." She waved back. "Damn it, This was supposed to be a dramatic moment. Hi. Don't stutter. The woman sitting said with a clear tone, "You are the heir of the Green Valley clan. You are expected to always be in control." She sighed. "What has your father taught you?" "Mostly how to ditch the family for 10 years. He replied, and Himiko and the woman snorted in unison, while Hisashi looked livid. "Well, at least you have a sharp tongue on you." She nodded in approval. "I'm Nene Midoriya, your grandaunt. I expect you know who I am." Aunt Nene is essentially my right-hand woman back in America. If you talk with her, show respect. And remember to never bring up her family, especially her daughters. "Oh yes, he told me about you. But I'm the easy one to work with, Izuku. You might be my grandnephew, but I expect you to show the proper respect to the family," she replied, before focusing on Himiko. "Is she the Shigaraki girl?" Hisashi nodded. "Yes, this is Himiko Shigaraki." He put a hand on her shoulder, and the woman scanned her like a butcher judging a piece of meat, before shaking her head. "I guess she will have to do." "Hey!" Izuku shouted, before he could stop himself. The woman raised an eyebrow. "Something the matter, dear? Don't talk about her like that." He argued, and she raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, you are already at that stage? That will make things a lot easier." She shook her head. "Well, then, I expect you two to keep up the lovey-dovey stuff even when your cousins show up." Izuku was about to ask what she meant with lovey-dovey stuff when the towering figure of Cow Lady marched up to him, having to bend her back to look at him in the eyes. "So, you're gonna be the next head, huh?" "Not gonna lie, you are looking kinda wimpy to me right now." She turned to Himiko. "Well, can't say anything about the missy over here, she do be looking like a snack." "Why, my daughter is about the same age I reckon." "Your daughter?" My sweetie is gonna study over here in Japan. I bet you'll know her when you see her." She winked. "Treat her gently, boss." He started, but before he could continue she gave him a pat on the back so energetic Izuku almost fell to the ground. The only reason he didn't was that Stain's training had given him a lot of tips on balance. In that moment the elevator dinged and another family of 3 walked out. A large man with red hair, a girl with ash-gray hair, and another, younger, with short red hair closer to the man that was clearly the father. Besides them there was also the guy that was supposed to be their bodyguard, a short, lanky man with a mutation that gave his face a build appearance. "Oh God!" his dad muttered, and Izuku realized why a moment later when the muscular man grabbed him with an arm around his neck. "Well, look here. If it isn't my dear cousin Hisashi, back to Japan to remind us who's booze." He started to ruffle his hair. "Maguma, I can't breath. I can't hear you over the sound of me choking you, speak louder." The man shouted with a hearty laugh, before his eyes refocused on Izuku and Himiko. They turned to slits as he looked at the girl, and Izuku felt the need to step forward, which made Maguma look back at him. "Ah, and you must be Izuku, my cousin's little boy. I'm your uncle. First cousin once removed actually," Hisashi managed to say from the chokehold he was still being held into. Izuku did wonder for a second if he should have intervened. "And you are Magume Wada, right?" "Right, that is." The man shouted, finally letting his father go, which made Izuku mildly disappointed, and then moving towards him. Izuku had exactly 1 second to pray any god that would listen before Maguma hugged him tightly. Up close, the man was scorching hot, like hugging a stove, and Izuku started to sweat. Well, that was probably also the sensation of his back straining under the crushing hug. "I'm so glad we finally meet, nephew. First cousin once removed." Hisashi gasped, still recovering his breath. "Whatever it is. So, have you met my daughters?" he asked, turning around, and then turning Izuku around toward the 2 girls. The eldest one, with her gray hair kept in a ponytail, was likely in her mid-20s, while the younger was still a teenager, and more interested in her phone than in anything else. "This is my eldest, Kanako. She is married to the head of the Abegawa Tenchukai. Meanwhile, this is my younger daughter." He looked at her, but she kept her eyes focused on her phone. He coughed. She didn't give a sign to have even heard him. Who? He murmured. No reaction. You. He shouted. The girl's eyes snapped up from the phone, and she stared straight at Izuku. Hi, she said, then her eyes turned back down to the screen. Megumi Wada is my eldest cousin, so he still feels like he got robbed of the Green Valley clan since I followed my father. He has a power fire-related quirk and is the chief of our operations here in Japan. His oldest daughter Kanako is married to an Heizono, the old leaders of the Abegawa Tenchu Kai. It was a good marriage until a month later a vigilante murdered every high member of the clan. The group has never made it back on top, so Kanako's marriage was a failure. His youngest daughter is Yu Heya. Meguma's marriage was done with the deal his daughters would inherit the mother's surnames. If he is going to try to make you marry anyone, it's probably her. Ahai! He murmured, but there was no further answer by the girl. He felt Meguma's body temperature rise, and felt the sudden need to walk away fast. He looked around. His aunt was casually lighting a new cigarette, one of her fingers opening to reveal a small flame. Cool, is that some sort of mutant fire-related quirk or no focus Izuku? And cow lady standing next to her was just looking at the whole situation with an amused look on her face. Gee, glad a hero was present. He turned to Himiko, whose expression was merely disinterested. He felt a twinge of disappointment. So far no one had really given her the time of day, had they? He found himself wondering what her family was doing right now. Probably something more fun. I don't see why we have to do this. Shigaraki pouted. The boss was clear. We are to scout for Tuesday's night out that he is organizing for Himiko and Izuku, so we are going to a few select locations. Compress explained. Why, you shouldn't complain, Tamura. I will complain as much as I want. No doubt on that. Dabi replied. So, we chose the restaurant, but what are they going to do afterward? Cinema? Walk in the park? Why not an arcade? Mustard asked. Everyone turned to him and he blushed. I mean, that should work, right? Take her there, win a few prizes for her, maybe lock hands over a control stick? And then get her hands over his stick? Dabi snorted. Clever? Gross. W. Mustard and Shigaraki groaned as one, before the latter continued, but the arcade sounds interesting. I could also show a few noobs who the better gamer is. At least this would be worth the hassle. Whatever works. Is one nearby? Dabi explained, pointing to the left. Why do you know that? Compress asked. I don't spend my whole day brooding in my room, you know? Could have fooled me, the villain chauffeur said, but all right. The car turned left, and soon after they were parked in front of a building so brightly lighted looking at it was probably dangerous for their retinas. Compress decided to not go in, and handed them the money to play a few rounds, so they could properly scout the place. Mustard didn't miss that he was looking at a few nearby places to drink, lounges and clubs. There was even a host club, and he really hoped the man didn't plan to go there. Fetching his father from that place wasn't his plan for the night. Oh well, so long as he doesn't get drunk. Mustard thought. They walked in, and were greeted with 3 floors of games. The map nearby showed the top floor was dedicated to slots and pachinko machines, so really only 2 were of interest for Izuku and Himiko's date. Alright, you two take this floor, I will go up to the next. Dabi decided. Why? Because Tamura is already playing and someone has to make sure he doesn't dust a machine. Dabi replied, pointing to the 20-something years old, who had swiftly changed his portions of money in arcade tokens and was already playing some shooting game. Good point, but why me? Because I say so. And I feel like I'm the one that calls the shots here. Mustard had no argument for that. He wasn't about to start arguing with the guy that could roast him literally and figuratively. The elevator pinged again, and Izuku felt the need to hope this one was not going to be worse. Sure enough, a man with black hair and his face half covered by a modified diving helmet walked in the room, followed by 2 teens and a large man with a bear mutant quirk. The eldest son, because that was who the 2 teens clearly were, had black hair and looked a lot like Izuku. Like, a lot. They were basically clones. The only difference was that the other guy was taller and didn't have freckles. He was saying something about that same old joke when Kanako Heizono turned around with a mischievous grin. Yo, Shindo. She shouted. I hate you. No, Shindo. Can you stop? Sure. So, Shindo, I'm good. Are you, Shindo? She smirked as the teen groaned. Those jokes don't even make sense anymore. What? Did you change your name? You Shindo, really? He asked. Why don't you like it? Seriously, did you change name? Should I ask who, Shindo? They are actively becoming worse as you go. That one was painful. Yu mumbled, her eyes still glued to her phone, and Kanako just shrugged. I'm not appreciated in my age. She pouted. I thought it sounded good. The girl with white hair and light gray eyes that was hiding behind the large man mumbled, before hiding again when Kanako's eyes turned to her. Oh, she is so cute. I'm so glad you adopted a daughter, Isana. Kanako chuckled and glanced at Izuku. I wonder why. She added. The man with the half-diving helmet didn't offer an answer, but simply walked up to Maguma and extended his hand toward Izuku. My name is Isana Shindo. It was about time you started to get interested in the family business. Isana Shindo is the other main leader of our family business here in Japan. He is the total opposite of Maguma, which is why they work together. His older son is Yo. He is not that interested in the family business, and is actually training as a hero in Ketsubutsu High. Honestly, it's surprising that Isana let him, but more power to him. And also, Isana recently adopted a girl named Hana Aoi and renamed her Hana Shindo. I don't know much about her, but given her age there isn't much of a doubt on why he did that. Izuku shook his hand with a bewildered look on his face, wondering why his dad hadn't mentioned the helmet and why Isana was wearing it at a family dinner. Meanwhile, the man turned to Himiko. You must be Himiko. Nice to meet you. Your old man is an inspiration to all of us. My old man is a villain. Did I stutter? The man extended his hand and shook hers firmly. Izuku sighed in relief. At least he was polite, unlike Maguma's indifference and Nene's outright dislike. So, I guess only the American branch is missing, Isana asked. He is going to arrive soon. Just has to meet someone for a job he is planning in a few months. Wow, planning a job? That's very out of character. He is usually the let's not do that and send me more money for my work kind of guy. The younger cousin turned to Maguma. Speaking of which, did you take care of the Hasaikai encroaching? I beat the sheet out of their cellars, yes. Maguma responded proudly. Can you be a bit more refined when talking of the job? Sure. I beat them all. Is that better? Acceptable. Wait. Hisashi stormed into the conversation. You did what? The argument descended into a three-way discussion that Izuku really didn't want to listen to, so he managed to wiggle himself out of his cousin's grip and stumble back toward Himiko. I'm sorry about this. He whispered. Don't be. Your family is fun, I guess. In some sort of weird, annoying way at least. She liked her lip. Also, your cousins are hot. What? Just an observation. She replied, her eyes jumping. Izuku noticed, through every single teen in the room, boys and girls alike. Oh boy. He thought, patting his pants, to make sure nothing was noticeable. Well, he was still a teenager. He had hormones for days. The last one missing is the one that you got all worried, right? Yeah, I suppose it did, didn't it? It's odd to think he is a distant relative. Or a criminal. I mean, everyone in my family is a criminal, so I wouldn't know why that's weird. Even Dabi and Majutaro? Izuku asked with a hint of surprise. I mean, Majutaro, I guess not. You know, maybe by association, but I have no idea what he does in his free time. Todoroki Tuya, the villain known as Dabi, smiled. The brat and the man-child were stuck on the lower floors, and he had an unexpected chance to have some fun of his own. He finished changing his money, counting the tokens. Oh, hello, Dabi. The cashier said with a nod. How are you? Good enough, Shinjo, good enough. Any news? You are still at the top. He replied, but I would go take a look upstairs. I've heard there has been some commotion earlier at your station. Someone is going up the ranks quickly. Tuya frowned, but walked up the stairs to reach the arcade's second floor. Here were more machines, Mostly those of the toys and ticket-winning kind he didn't like but were probably the best bets for Himiko's date if Izuku wanted to give her a gift. However, this floor also had the only video game Dabi had poured his heart and soul into mastering. The Dance Revolution platforms were right there, surrounded by a decent amount of people. Surprising, considering usually that happened only when he was around. "What's going on?" he asked. "Oh, hi Dabi." One of the teens around the machine, a guy that he had beaten a lot of times but was a good sport about it, said, "I think you have a competitor." "Do I?" "Yeah, a student from Chiba is here and has been kicking everyone's butts." Dabi looked past the crowd and sure enough, a young teenage girl was dancing wildly on the left DDR platform, while a guy on the right one hopelessly tried to match her. He was doing his best, Dabi would give him that, but she was clearly the pro there. As soon as the song finished, the teen grinned. "All right everyone, anyone wants to take on the DDR D-Destroyer of Chiba?" A girl next to her shouted with a smile, "Come on, I thought the Tokyo dancers were good." "I'll do it," Dabi replied, taking off his coat and stepping on the platform. The crowd cheered. "Dabi, Dabi, Dabi, you are popular." The girl replied with a smile, "It will be a pity to beat you. Keep dreaming." Dabi said, "I guess I can take that D-Destroy our title after this." "Oh yeah? Prove it." He looked at her. She couldn't be older than his youngest brother, with her pink skin, black eyes and yellow horns. He smiled and extended his hand. "All right, I'm Dabi by the way. Mina Ishido." She grinned. "May the best dancer win." He watched her pick the song. He personally was very fond of Possession, but since she was the one deciding, he didn't want to butt in. As he watched her instantly choose Egoism, he grinned. "All right, so this is gonna be a challenge worth fighting." And with that, the greatest DDR match between future heroes and villains begun, neither side knowing who the other was. Himiko and Izuku were still making small talk when the elevator pinged one last time. Izuku straightened his back as 3 people walked out. One was the American pro hero Pancration, though he wasn't wearing his usual getup but a more formal suit. Besides him, here you are." Maguma greeted, "Been a long time, David." David Shield greeted his cousin. Besides him, his daughter Melissa looked around. Izuku sighed. Yeah, David Shield, the director of I-Island and All Might's first unofficial sidekick, being a member of the Green Valley clan would have already been surprising, but knowing he was one of the heads? Well, that was certainly a surprise. This was going to be a lung dinner. He really hoped at least Masuchin was having fun that night. "Tamura, stop. I will murder him." "He is a fictional character, you can't murder him," he shouted, desperately holding the gray-haired man back by his shoulders. "I can certainly try." The man-child shouted, eyes blood red, "I will murder you, Kanzuya, got it? Murder you," he shouted to the pixels on the screen. Mustard sighed while the villain wannabe ranted against the screen. What had he done wrong to deserve this? Oh right, the villain thing. He sighed. "Guess this is my life." Izuku had dreaded the idea that he would be the one to sit to his father's right, but it appeared he didn't need to worry. Maguma sat in that seat without any hesitation. Isana sat next to him, while David Shield, and holy sheet, that was David Shield, sat next to Nene Midoriya, the elderly woman barely acknowledging him. The 5 guards they had brought stood behind them, back to the walls, all relaxing in some way, though even Izuku's admittedly limited knowledge on criminal behavior could tell him they were all keeping an eye on each other, ready to jump in if something happened. Izuku had no idea of what their quirks were, well except for Pancration and Cow Lady, but he bet they were all dangerous in a fight. On the other hand, his own seating was now a matter of hesitation. Mostly because he was now sitting in the opposite seat to his father, a sort of place of honor for the group of teenagers that formed the clan's next generation. That made sense, but it still felt weird how they were looking at him. Of course, that in turn made Himiko's seat an issue. She was her fiancé, that put her above the other members of the clan, right? In the end, Himiko solved the issue by herself, by choosing the chair to his left and sitting down. Shindo, Melissa and Kanako sat next, ending up mirroring their father's seats around Hisashi, And finally the last were Yu and Hannah, that chose to seat in front of each other, Yu next to her sister and Hannah next to Melissa. The adult side of the table, so to speak, weird to say, given that Kanako was right there, was quite busy. Their chatter was rapid and his father let slip quite a few English sentences mixed in with the Japanese. I'm just saying that we needed to teach them a lesson. Maguma grumbled. You didn't do something wrong, but you should have told me. I just had a meeting with Overhaul this morning. The Japanese branch is under us. Isana pointed out, still not removing his helmet. We are supposed to decide how to handle other gangs here. Yes, but with my approval, at least when I'm on Japanese soil. Izuku sighed. There went any last hope that his dad's office was purely honorific. Not that he had any to begin with, but there it went. Nope, son of a carrier criminal through and through. The first serving arrived a few moments later, carried by a few waiters that Izuku had to assume all worked for the Green Valley clan. That part of the dinner was silent. Oh, the bliss, to pretend he wasn't at an awkward family dinner. Shindo coughed. Izuku Midoriya? Damn it. I think we should really introduce each other, right? He said, looking at the others at the table. We are relatives, after all. Izuku nodded stiffly. Well, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's horrible. Terrifying. Making me sick. Nice meeting all of you. Same here. Kanako interjected. So, I'm Kanako Heizono, your eldest second cousin and future right-hand woman. She winked. Treat me well, boss. Izuku coughed, since he had the bad idea of eating a piece of his meal just then. He begun, before he noticed a look from his father. Next to him, Nene Midoriya also sent him a look that said, don't try to say you won't be the boss or so help me, so clearly it might have been spelled on a giant billboard. Of course. Excellent. So yeah, Grumpy over here meanwhile is you. Don't mind her, she is always like this at the family dinners. I think she doesn't really like them, and she isn't the only one. And I say that looking at you, Shindo. Damn it, Kanako. He shouted, while Himiko snorted again. Izuku looked briefly at her, before Shindo spoke up. Well, anyway, I'm Yo Shindo, as you figured out. I study at Ketsubutsu High. Oh my gosh, is true, you are studying to be a pro. Izuku said, then he blinked. But isn't it a bit of a contradiction to be a Yakuza and a pro? Cow Lady coughed in her fist. Pancration stared at him. I guess not. Izuku simply said, sighing. You know, he had always heard about wake-up calls about any industry that was seen as too good to be true. He guessed this was his hero industry wake-up call. Well, here in Japan it used to be really rare. Shindo casually explained, what was it, Dad? Some sort of HPSC assassin. Izuku blinked. I'm sorry, what? Yes. Isana said casually, and Izuku noticed he had not removed the helmet, merely using the hole on the front to put the food in his mouth. She was thrown into Tartarus after her previous boss died. My bet is that she offed him. First useful thing Kaus did. Maguma muttered, and everyone nodded. Everyone except Nene, that was glaring daggers at everyone. In her cell in Tartarus, Kana Tsutsumi, once known as Lady Nagant, sneezed loudly. She had learned long ago to distinguish the sneezes she made when people talked about her. This was clearly a "my cousins are talking shit about me" sneeze. God knew there were days when she hoped she had started her murder spree with her mom's family. Hisashi coughed. Let's avoid this argument before Aunt Nene uses her quirk on you all, right? Her quirk is a flamethrower in her right arm. I'm a literal volcano. Maguma argued with a very not subtle grin. Ahem, anyway, Izuku butted in, turning in desperation to change a topic he didn't want to hear more about to Hannah, who until now had stayed quiet. You are Hannah Shindo, right? The girl yelped and hid behind Melissa. Weiss, I am Hannah Shinshindo. Shinshindo. Kanako quipped. What is fun about that? Shindo asked. It's the name of a few restaurants. You didn't know that? Yes, I knew that. Then why did you ask? She teased, and Shindo stared at her. Izuku had mostly figured out by now that Kanako pretended to be making jokes just to make the Ketsubutsu student annoyed. He was fairly sure everyone else at the table knew that too. Except that was. Either that or her sense of humor was something entirely unique. Well, anyway, it's nice to meet you, Hannah. He added, turning back to the white-haired girl, and she went bright red. It's nice to meet you too. She shouted, before she probably exhausted her daily dose of non-stuttered sentences and went back into hiding behind Melissa, who awkwardly patted her on the head. So that leaves. Hi, I'm Melissa Shield. She replied with a smile. The girl wore glasses and had long, blonde hair. Izuku had to admit she looked rather cute. It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya. Just call me never mind, just call me Izuku. He replied before realizing what that sounded like. Oh, and I mean that for everyone. Sure you do, Kaus. Kanako teased and he stuttered, turning to Himiko, whose eyes were slits. He was fairly sure that if she had X-less Quirk he would have been dead right then and there. Yes, Izuku, I'm sure you meant that for everyone. She hissed. He thought. He really did mean that for everyone. He had planned to say that from the start. Guys, this is my G-girlfriend, Himiko Shigaraki. He explained, pointing to her and swallowing back the awkwardness. I hope you will all accept her as part of the clan. His dad had told him to say that, and explain the situation. His Anna and Maguma didn't know that this was arranged, they believed it to be something spontaneous. It was important to keep it like that, because the two were in charge of Japan when his dad was away, and they both really didn't like All for One. If they found out about the fact this was arranged, they were going to break the deal the moment Hisashi stepped out of Japan and had an excuse. He wasn't sure if David Shield knew, since his dad hadn't mentioned him, and he knew for a fact Nene was aware of the deal. Maybe he did, since it didn't matter to him either way when he was in America all the time. Himiko meanwhile had blushed a bit under everyone's stare, moving a bit closer to Izuku. He knew this must have been hard for her, since he wasn't really sure what she thought of him. He wanted to think she saw him as a friend, but also doubted it was anything more than that. As the people around the table gave some nods and some remarks on Himiko totally being the right choice, which sounded pretty rich from Maguma and Isana, considering they were at the same time looking at their own daughters, he sighed and hoped the rest of the dinner would go better. As it turned out, the rest of the dinner did, in fact, go worse. It started when Maguma decided it was a good idea to make another off remark about his aunt's daughter, not the one in Tartarus, the one that apparently had married a pro-hero in America and left the family for good, and continued with Isana elbowing him in the side to make him stop. Maguma apparently took this as a challenge and started to hold his cousin in the same hold his dad had been into, much to his chagrin. The fact the two guards didn't step in even then must have meant this wasn't dangerous enough to warrant their action, but still made Izuku sweat for a solid minute. On his side, on the other hand, things were hardly going better. Kanako and Yo were arguing with each other a lot. Himiko was glaring daggers at Melissa. Alright, admittedly that had been his fault, while Melissa seemed too innocent to even realize what she was doing. Hannah, on the other hand, was doing her best to blend with the chair, and Yu was continuing to look stubbornly at her phone. Izuku wasn't even sure what a person could do on a phone for so long and with such intensity. What was she doing, writing a book? In her large mansion in Nagoya, Momo Yaoyorozu closed carefully her door and opened her tablet, blushing wildly and continuing to update her tab. The new chapter of My Heart Is a Furnace Winkwink's greatest work, a rom-com smut fic currently 42 chapters long titled My Triangle Love. Academia, about a girl named Nemire falling in love with both a boy, Tamaji, and another girl, Yuya, at the same time. It was her favorite piece of fanfiction, and always came out on the same day. Why was it taking so long to update that day though? Izuku sighed. No way he could know, right? It wasn't like he could just ask, "Oh, what are you writing, complete stranger I just met?" He shook his head as the next serving of food, this one a juicy steak, arrived, and watched instead Himiko pause his staring at Melissa to turn to the meat and start pressing the fork on it. Her face lit up when blood and juices started to come out of the meat, perfectly cooked, and Izuku smiled. Is the food good, Himiko? He asked. Yeah. She said, still staring at the meat and starting to cut it with her knife with a lot of emphasis. He sighed, wondering how Mustard's night was going. He had sent him a message earlier about being out with some of the other people from Himiko's side, and hoped for him it was all going well. For the last time, you cannot destroy someone else's property. That's what a villain would do. I am. He shouted back, and Mustard quickly put a hand over his mouth. He is joking. He shouted around, he is just a normal neat. Imdengoth Akengaith. The muffled voice of his boss' son screeched through his finger, inundating them with spit at the same time. For a moment after that, Mustard considering severing it off and adding it to Tamura's collection. Or dunking it in bleach. Or have Dabi burn it. He sighed and started to drag Tamura outside, ignoring his calls to let him go. The one good thing about answering All for One was that he could ignore Tamura's order and just focus on All for Ones. Specifically, keep Tamura in check. The crowd troubles him. He finally managed to pull him outside, and forced him to seat on the stairs that led up to the arcade. I'll go looking for Dabi, you just wait here and for the love of everything don't do anything dumb. Don't talk to me like that. The boss said I can. He replied, grinning. It was true enough. The boss did say he was supposed to keep his son in line. This still counted for it, right? With that in mind, he walked back in. Shigaraki, meanwhile, fumed. He was supposed to be the heir of All for One, the one that would one day inherit his master's place. And here he was, dragged outside an arcade by a teenager half his height, all because he had tried to show those little assholes who was the real boss. He frowned. Why was he doing this? He should have been scheming in his room. Yeah, scheming. Definitely what he did in his room. Anyone that suggested otherwise was delusional. Especially what Dabi's smirk suggested he did. Of course. Anyway, back on topic, why was he like this? The answer was only one. The girl. Since Himiko had arrived and usurped his rightful place as the heir, she had been nothing but an annoyance. He had to step out of his room all the time, either to watch her stupid boyfriend get beaten to a pulp by Stain, admittedly fun, especially the part where he kept asking for help and Shigaraki could refuse, and do odd jobs like this one. All because of Himiko. And that was when it clicked. Of course. This was a test from his father. He had set up everything perfectly. He had created him two rivals, Himiko and the Green Valley clan, to see how Shigaraki would handle an enemy that he couldn't attack head-on. Well, of course. Of course his master wouldn't just put him aside. Of course there would be tests. It was a quest like in any game worth its salt, and in hard one too. He grinned. Now he knew what he was supposed to do. All for One suddenly stiffened, and Garaki looked at him while replacing the respirator with a new, slimmer model. What is it, sir? I don't know, Garaki. I just had the feeling someone thought something incredibly dumb that will have repercussions on my plans. That's an odd feeling to have, sir. Really? I have it all the time. Like when you said you needed to buy Johnny shoes and decided to bring him to the shop to try them on. He needed them to be of the right size or they were going to be uncomfortable. He is a goddamn Numu, he is always uncomfortable. Please, sir, don't talk about Johnny like that, he is very sensible about it. All for One side. Indeed, he had that feeling far too often. Finally, dinner was over. Izuku sighed in relief. He had managed to not make an butt of himself, had made it past all the servings, was now happy and really hoped they could go after the cake. Except they couldn't, because his father and the rest of the family just stood back up and headed almost as one to a different room, and Izuku realized that now was the time for the other thing they were planning. The socializing post-dinner. He felt the need to bash his head against the wall, but instead just sighed and walked with them to a room that was decorated richly, like the rest of the house, and contained a series of armchairs and a large sofa. Izuku sat on the closest one, and then looked to his right to find, to his surprise, David's shield on the closest armchair on his side. Oh, if it's taken? No. Sit down, Izuku. I figure we should talk a bit. Izuku looked around. Himiko was trying to look behind Yu's shoulder to her phone, something that was failing rather spectacularly since the redhead was pushing her away gently but firmly, and his dad was busy discussing Yakuza stuff with his aunt and Japanese cousins. I guess? He asked, unsure. So, tell me, what's your impression on the family? It's very chaotic. David chuckled. It is. You know, at times I have considered dropping out of it. Why didn't you? Well, there are a lot of advantages. Namely, I can use their funds for Island, if I can explain why that favors us too. It still has to pass through donations from other sources, and I don't really get to choose how the money is used, but still better than nothing. You know, All Might would probably cry about it, but most of his gear is made with laundered Yakuza money. He sighed, though his reaction really would be bulking up and shouting, Yakuza? Where? Izuku finished, then covered his mouth. That's true, but only a few people know about it. How did you? I know someone close with All Might, and he told me that happened. Izuku bullshitted while kicking himself in the back. The biggest secret he knew, and he went and let it slip. Very promising for his future as a one-for-all holder. I see. David nodded. Must be a close friend of his. Anyway, yes, All Might is quite scared of the Yakuza. Why? No idea. Back when I worked with him in Cali he wasn't, but then a few years after he traveled back to Japan he called me and told me, and I quote, that he had just had the hardest fight of his life and was not touching the Yakuza with a 10-foot pole ever again if there was the slightest change that person was around. Who did he fight? I have no idea, but they must have been quite the fierce opponent. I wonder too sometimes. Don't stop believing. Inko shouted, more than sang, into the microphone of the karaoke machine, while her best friend and her old teammate cheered her on. Crusher! Crusher! The two shouted, and she grinned at her old nickname. How silly of them, it had been only one fight, and All Might wasn't prepared. He probably didn't even remember it. Wow, they must have been a monster. Izuku blurted out. Nene snorted from her chair, but when Izuku looked at her she just winked at him. Weird. Yeah, they must have been really strong. I tried to fish for details but they either don't know or won't tell me. Anyway, this isn't what I wanted to talk about, no offense. He raised his eyes and locked them with Izuku, lowering his voice. I would like for you to marry Melissa. Izuku went bright red. I can't, I have Himiko already. I know the truth about your relationship. He stated bluntly, still whispering, only Maguma and Isana don't within the inner circle. Izuku in a panic looked around, but between Shindo and Kanako having an argument, Yu struggling with Himiko's attempts to spy her phone out of, he assumed, sheer curiosity, and Maguma and Isana talking with Hisashi without holding back, no one else could listen to their conversation. What? The deal with All for One, I know all about it. It was smart. Isana and Maguma would have probably already started a turf war without it, and if they didn't now they would in a few months. But then why? Because I care more about Melissa. He replied calmly, I want you to marry her because she is a good girl that deserves the best in life. This life is hard, but it's full of advantages. She wants to build support items for heroes, and do so on Island. And to do that, strong backing would help a long way. She would have mine, but with the head of the clan as her husband, it would be a done deal. It would guarantee her she can do whatever she wants with her life. And you don't seem a bad kid, to be honest. Izuku didn't know how to say he didn't want to be head of the clan. It was the obvious answer, but he couldn't say it because the moment he did, it would be as good as destroying the alliance that had started it all. He would never see again Himiko and Majitaro probably, and his whole family would be in danger. I can't. I made a promise. David Shield looked at him for a moment, then nodded, very well. I won't insist. Does that mean you don't want her to marry me anymore? He barked. Oh no, I'm still going to try. I just thought being honest about it would work better. He winked. I guess we will have to see how your relation with Himiko goes. Izuku didn't know what to say. He really wished Majitaro was here. He would know what to do, thanks to his apparent expertise in relations. Majitaro had no idea what to do. He could just stare dumbfounded as Dabi and a girl he didn't know at all danced. If you could call dancing the shuffling of feet they were using, their hands gripped to the handlebars behind them, moving quickly and steadily to hit on time each of the arrows. Finally, they both hit the last note, and the girl cheered while Dabi slumped on the handlebar. The difference between the two was just 10 points, but 10 points in favor of the girl. Alright, 2-on-2. A guy next to Mustard shouted, it's the final match that will decide the victor. Dobby. Who wants to see who the winner will be? Dobby. Who wants to? DBI. Mustard shouted loudly over the crowd. Everyone turned to him and he suddenly felt really out of his depths. Ahem. Tom, we should go. Everyone froze, but it was the pink girl next to him that jumped up first. What? We were this close to nominating the DDRD Destroyer. The what now? Mustard asked. Dobby coughed. Never mind. Here, this is my phone number. If you come around Kamino again, give me a call. He handed her a quickly scribbled piece of paper. Sure thing, Dobby. She winked, handing the paper to one of her friends to not ruin it with sweat. We can settle this anytime. Don't get mad when you lose. He replied back, and the two criminals left a very disappointed crowd behind. Dobby waited until they were out of earshot, then leaned toward Mustard. By the way, if anyone finds out, I'm dead sure whatever. I won't shame you for your hobbies. He replied, let's just leave before Tamura actually murders someone. Sure. Mustard shook his head. The head of their group was missing half his face. His son was a man-child and his daughter an adopted serial killer. His new dad was a failed magician that wouldn't know how to drive safely if someone bashed him in the head with a book on driving codes, and his other colleague was apparently a DDR fanatic. He took a long breath. At least he had met Izuku. The guy was a good friend. Izuku leaned back. It was getting quite late, to be honest, and he was starting to get tired. Suddenly you, that had been silent all night long, grinned and pressed rather fiercely a single button. Ain't sent. She sighed in relief. And it's only 11 p.m. I was worried I wouldn't make it in time for a second. So, She looked around. Everyone in the room was rather surprised, but Izuku and Himiko were stunned. Hi. Who are you two again? Shindo and Kanako both slammed their hand on their face at the same time, and Maguma just stared at her like he was rethinking everything about his idea of having a daughter to begin with. Yu blinked, then Himiko coughed. Alright, my name is Himiko Shigaraki, and that's Izuku. She clarified, we already kind of introduced ourselves. Sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm usually a lot more serious, but I tend to space out when I'm... Never mind that. Nice to meet you, Himiko. And you are Izuku? She asked, looking at him. Yes. Nice to meet you too. She looked at him for a moment, then back to Himiko. You two are in a relation, right? Izuku and Himiko both looked at each other and then nodded stiffly, which made Yu smirk. Nice. I also think it's nice. The girl with white hair to her left stammered awkwardly, making Yu turn around in surprise. How long have you been there? Since the beginning. She gulped. I'm Hahana Shindo, nice to meet you. Oh, my new cousin. Nice to meet you too. Yu grabbed her hand and shook it so fiercely Izuku was surprised Hana still had a hand attached to her arm, before turning to look at everyone else. I'm sorry for tonight. I was really busy with something and she paused for a moment when her telephone dinged and pulled it out, staring at the screen. Whoops. Revi, a male, one. Oh my god, Yapichimamo, I can't believe she already finished it. She nodded and put the phone away. I'll answer later. Anyway, yeah, sorry for earlier, I really needed to finish a thing. But now I'm here and we can know each other more. Hisashi coughed. Actually, the night is over. What? Yes. Nene nodded slowly. We were just saying that we should all go home. It's rather late and tomorrow is a Monday. Yu stared at her, slowly turned to her father, and then deflated. Ugh, damn it. I told you to not organize the dinner on a Sunday. I did say I wasn't the one deciding. Maguma scoffed. But don't worry, I hear Izuku is joining you, so you will have time to know each other. Oh my. She smiled to Izuku and showed a thumb up. Nice choice, Kaus. Far better than Ketsubutsu. She smirked at Shindo. Want to say that again? Far better than Ketsubutsu. She replied, and Kanako snorted, while Shindo stood up. Dad, can we go? Sure. Isana followed his son's example, standing up and briefly exchanging a few words with Hisashi, before turning to Izuku. "It was nice to meet you, dear cousin. I hope we can work together well in the future." Izuku nodded stiffly and shook the man's hand. Shindo grabbed said hand the moment it got free and shook it with a strong grip. "Bye, man. If you are joining UA, it means we might be rivals eventually, but let's do our best, alright." Izuku nodded as well, unsure of what that meant, and turned to Hana, who grabbed his hand with both of hers and started to shake it up and down. "Bye and thank you," she said, before running off after her father. The man with a mutant bear quirk that acted as their bodyguard just nodded to the others, bowed to Hisashi and followed them. The second to leave was Maguma, with Kanako giving Izuku a pat on his shoulder, the man himself trying again to choke his father and then Izuku, and finally Yu saluting them both. "So, you are both aiming for UA? Well, I'm rooting for you." She winked to Himiko. "I really hope to see you both pass." And with that, she followed her family and bodyguard. David and Melissa Shield, on the other hand, followed Izuku, Hisashi, and Himiko in the elevator, bodyguards in tow. Before they left, Nene walked up to Izuku and looked at him in the eyes. "You have a lot of responsibilities ahead, kid. Don't F it up." I won't. "And stop stuttering or I will make you." Izuku nodded quickly, worried she actually might try, and followed his father and his friend. He noticed Himiko seemed somewhat tired, a sentiment he shared all things considered. It was pretty late and they had eaten a lot, before spending a long time in a strongly heated room with little to talk about. He leaned closer. "I'm sorry about tonight." "It's fine. A bit boring maybe, but fine," she replied, and he sighed in relief before she hissed, "I don't like her though." She pointed at Melissa, who clearly had heard nothing as she waved at them from the other side of the elevator. The one that looked like he had heard was David's Shield, judging by the glance he threw at Izuku. Luckily, the elevator stopped as they reached the hall and they walked out, with Izuku sighing in relief as he could finally breathe a somewhat fresher air in the night of July. David just shook Hisashi in his hand. Then Melissa walked up to them. "I'm sorry we didn't get to talk much tonight. I'm sure we can get to know each other better some other time, maybe at an event that is less personal." She shrugged, then nodded. "Oh, right. Why don't you come to the I-Island Expo next year?" David coughed. "I'm not sure it's a good idea." "What? Come on, Dad, it would be a good chance to know Himiko and Izuku better, right?" The man frowned, then sighed. "Fine, I will send them tickets. Is that all right with you, Hisashi?" "I guess. It's a good chance for them to go on a vacation together, I suppose. I will talk about it with Himiko's father." "Excellent." Melissa smiled. "All right then, see you both. Bye." Mr. Shield, actually, can I ask you something in private?" David looked at Hisashi, who nodded and took a few steps to the side, while Himiko raised an eyebrow but decided to walk next to the man. "What is it?" David asked. "I wanted to know a thing. So, you never told All Might that you are?" "Of course not. He would never let it slide." "But thinking of telling someone?" he asked. "Yes. Don't," David said with a hard look on his face that made Izuku surprised. But shouldn't I be honest? Are you going to tell Yue?" Izuku looked down. He wasn't, was he? He had been trying to tell All Might, but even if it somehow went well they would have still kept it under wraps. "No," he admitted. "And that's because you know your life would be over. You'd be marked as a criminal, even if not a villain necessarily, and you'd be forever barred from any sort of job that isn't this one." He waved at the building, but it was clear what he meant. Telling someone is basically the same risk. Even if you trust them, even if you love them, it just takes one fight to make the best of friends become bitter enemies. So, if you are asking for advice in that sense, no. Unless they are criminals themselves, never try to. "So I can tell criminals?" "Well, it will certainly save your skin in some situations. Criminals never rat out each other without a gain, and trust me, they have a lot more to lose than to win from ratting us out." He sighed. "I really wish I could tell All Might, but I care too much about our friendship, so I decided to keep it a secret." Izuku nodded. "Mr. Shield?" "Yes. Does one for all mean anything to you?" Isn't that part of the Three Musketeers theme? He frowned. Or did you mean All for One? Izuku looked at him, his expression of genuine confusion, and realized he really didn't know. Sorry, it's nothing important. He answered. David frowned but just waited a moment and, once it was clear there was going to be no further question, extended his hand for Izuku to shake. Soon after, Izuku waved at the two as Melissa and her father entered the car, with Pancration sitting behind the wheel, and a few moments later Kurudo arrived with theirs. Hisashi gave a tired sigh as he entered the spacious luxury car, followed by the two teens. So, nice family, right? Izuku hummed. In truth, he didn't really know what to think of it. Everyone was a bit stilted when talking with him, like they didn't know what to say. And while for some of them it was understandable, like with Hana and her actually beating him at shyness, Izuku couldn't help but think the real reason was that he was supposed to be their future boss. And yeah, that was the real can of worm of the night, right? He had basically agreed in front of everyone to be the future leader of the Green Valley clan. There wasn't much of a choice either, but what could he say? No, I don't plan to, I'm just doing it to avoid a gang conflict? I don't know, Dad. It was a bit much all at once and… He paused when he felt something heavy on his shoulder and slowly turned around to see Himiko had fallen asleep on it. He turned bright red and looked at his father. Dad. He whispered. Ah, that's adorable. The man whispered back. Help. He grinned and pulled out his phone. Sure, son. There was a click and a flash of light. Inko, more than a bit drunk as she entered in her house after saying goodbye to the girls, looked at the phone, where a new message from Hisashi had arrived. She opened the picture and immediately squealed in delight. They were so cute. All for One studied the picture with intent. What was Hisashi saying by sending that image of Himiko sleeping on Izuku's shoulder? That the two had a bond of trust? That was obvious. His plan had guaranteed that they would be at the very least friends by now. He frowned. Or maybe he is bragging that his plan is working too? Now, All for One was a smart man, but he never claimed to not be prideful. Tamura had learned from him after all. Hisashi's impromptu request for Himiko to go on a family visit had been the perfect chance for him to organize the first date of her daughter and his future husband, but now he had to make sure it was perfect. He snapped a finger, and when no one arrived frowned and just waved his hand. A moment later, a gagging Dabi fell on the floor in front of him. Why do you use this quirk of all things? He coughed. Can't you just call? I did. Did you snap a finger? Yes. I was on the other side of this building, how was I supposed to hear that? All for One shrugged. Maybe he had a point, but he quickly dismissed it with a wave of his hand. I didn't call you for that. Then for what? Tomorrow I want you to take Izuku aside and make sure he is going to do a good job in his planned date with Himiko. What, like, scare him into being a gentleman? Dabi asked. All for One thought. He couldn't say he was a great expert in dating, given that his last experience had been when quirks were still so rare. Writing it on a dating app had most people swipe left, but he had some ideas. For one, make sure he has a condom. Sir, it's a first date. And? Never mind. I'll do my best. Make sure to. He nodded. Good, he was going to ensure that the relationship of the two progressed as he had planned. What was it? Compress asked, his voice more than a little tipsy. I'm on date planning duty. Dabi sighed. My deepest condolences. Kurojiri, a drink on me for the man. The masked man said, pointing to the shadow Numu behind the counter. Said Numu stared at him. With all due respect, Mr. Compress, you are aware you don't actually pay for the drinks in here as an employee. On me, I said. At once, sir. The fog nodded and turned to Dabi. Yes, something heavy. He replied, this is gonna be another headache. What am I supposed to tell the kid? I guess some tips on how to date. Compress replied, you had dates in the past, right? Dabi stared at him, pointing at his face. Oh yeah, you catch girls all the time with the burnt corpse that had C with a stapler look. Weren't the piercings your idea? Nah. The quack doctor I had to pay to get the job done said it was either adding the piercings to make it look less unnatural or looking like an actual zombie. He grimaced. You know, it looks like I cry blood sometimes. It comes from the cheek, but you couldn't tell at a glance. That's pretty metal. I know, right? Looks super cool. Wish I knew how to do it on command. Kurogiri coughed and presented him with a cocktail that was noticeably on fire. The man laughed and waited for it to turn off before downing. Man, this hits like a truck. Thanks. Don't mention it. Compress said. Dobby stared at him, and when nothing happened he sighed, You just winked under the mask. I just winked under the mask. Sometimes I just forget it's there. Dobby shook his head. Well, thanks for everything, but I'll go rest now. I got a fun night and tomorrow have a sheet day of giving relationship advice. Hey, you'll do fine. Can't be worse than the date she had today. Dobby frowned. Was that bad? Well, she said, and I quote, I really hope I never see his family again. That bad? Something about a few girls clearly trying to steal Izuku from her. Compress replied, and Dobby paused. So she is already at that stage? With Himiko it's hard to tell, but I don't think so. I think she is simply feeling pressured. The boy is her friend, but she knows that friendship is built on this fake relationship they have to keep up. So my guess is that she isn't lashing out because she sees him in a romantic fashion, but rather because she is afraid she will lose a friend if the relationship sinks. Dobby blinked. That was very good. Thank you. I pride myself of being a good cold reader, among many other skills. Like what? Compress flaunted his hat, and then without hesitation pulled out a rabbit. A very dead rabbit. How long was that in there? You know, I knew I was forgetting something the last month or so. He commented, quickly recompressing the poor bunny. Goodbye, Victor, may you jump in heaven. Kurogiri, I will need a new rabbit. Of course. The shadow being nodded, and Dobby sighed. Every day that passed he was more and more convinced he hadn't joined a villain gang, but a goddamn circus. Izuku fell on his bed, thinking about the night. He had a lot of relatives, didn't? Distant, sure, but a lot of them. Glad he didn't have to interact with them too much, though. Yu seemed fine, and he wouldn't mind running into her at UA. She was completely uninterested in him either way, so there was likely no pressure on her to get with him besides Maguma just trying for her. And it wasn't like the other two were at UA, right? Power Loader cursed as he was stopped from entering his bed by his phone ringing so late into the night. He grabbed it and without even looking at the number opened it. Who the F calls at midnight? Hello to you too, Majima. He almost dropped the phone. D. David Shield? In person. I'm so sorry, sir. Don't mention it, Majima. I just wanted to make a deal. See, I was thinking that it would be interesting for the UA support course to show off some of their gear at the I-Island Expo next year, don't you think? Power Loader's jaw dropped. The idea was frankly amazing. Nedzu would probably devour a full form of cheese for the surprise. Of course, great. But what did you want to ask in exchange? Well, I was thinking that my daughter could learn a lot from the support course. Majima nodded. Of course that was it. Well, we would gladly welcome her here, though she still has to pass the exam. I'm aware, I'm not asking for that. He said, I was just thinking that Melissa will need a place to stay while she is in Japan. I'd ask All Might, but he is afraid he is too busy to take care of her. So I was wondering if I can count on the school to find her someone that can take care of her while she is here. Power Loader nodded. That was honestly almost not a favor, but it was true that it still was one. Going through the exchange students program only allowed 1 or 2 people per year to join UA, but having a residence in Japan allowed to use the regular process. I'll make sure to. But please call back when you have found an arrangement. Power Loader saluted him quickly and immediately pulled out his phone again. Shota? Yes, it's Majima. Shut the F up, I don't care what time it is. Listen, do you still live in that apartment with 2 bedrooms and too many cats? He listened to the extremely annoyed but positive reply. Nice. Listen here. The deep groan on the other end of the line didn't deter the pro-hero. He was going to find a house for Melissa Shield or die trying. The hero course is hopeless, and the support course requires too much technical know-how for you to join in the months. So, Hannah, answer me. Isana pulled out 2 documents, business or general? Hannah whimpered. See, can't I go to Ketsubutsu with yo? No. Now choose. Hana sighed, and with trembling hands she chose one of the documents. Yeah, good thing I won't have to meet them again anytime soon, Izuku said before falling asleep. Alas, Izuku, this FIC is often disappointing. Especially for you. Izuku grumbled as another school day came to an end. It might have seemed weird, but knowing that another day of training with Stendhal was coming, Izuku couldn't help but wince. Still, his training with the vigilante was giving results. While he was never going to be as skilled with a knife or a sword as the man was, Izuku was finding remarkable improvements in other stuff. His resilience to pain and reflexes, first and foremost, which sounded really bad but he was sure was going to be important in hero work. But also his hand-to-hand combat skills were showing a vast improvement. In fact, All Might himself had mentioned that it was lucky he had focused his all on reinforcing Izuku's body, so hadn't even considered combat among the list of skills for him to practice before UA. After all, not exploding the moment he received one for all came slightly higher on the list of skills he needed to possess, and UA would certainly teach him those skills. Izuku agreed with the assessment, to be honest, but it was good to know that he wasn't going to be completely hopeless. He grabbed his bag and was about to leave when 4 classmates stopped him. The Midoriya. One of them called, "Are you coming to the karaoke night next week?" Izuku blinked. "And me?" "Yeah. The class is going out and we figured we'd ask since you never come." Izuku looked at them in confusion. Yes, he never went, but that was mostly because he wasn't really sure of what he could even do. Most of his classmates either treated him like he didn't exist or actively picked on him, even if in a more casual way than Kacchan. One would have to be chronically dumb to not understand the message that he wasn't really wanted. Not that either of those two groups were doing that anymore, now that he thought about it. Kacchan had been bad, granted, but nothing out of the norm. Just stalking him around every day like he thought he would find out something incriminating. Alright, so maybe that was a bit out of the norm, but Izuku was slowly getting used to it, damn it. "When is that?" he asked with an unsure expression. He might not have gone, but at least he could see if... "Oh, it's Tuesday night." Izuku shook his head. Sorry, I can't." "Oh." They all looked at each other awkwardly. "Can we ask why?" "I already have another thing to do that night," he said, evasively. Last thing he wanted was tell everyone he had a girlfriend, to be honest. He didn't want the next 6 months and a half to be dedicated to dodge questions. "Sorry. What do you have to do, Deku?" a voice asked from the hallway. Everyone turned to look at Kacchan. Nothing, just a thing." He tried to be evasive and looked far, far away from Kacchan's eyes. He had heard people mentioning him as Katsuki of the 100 Rejections, which he privately thought was pretty funny, but would never admit in public. A bit exaggerated, but it was true that at this point Kacchan had hit unsuccessfully on every girl in their year, in the year below and according to rumors, even outside of school. Pretty amazing he could find the pride to insist on that, to be honest. Typical Kacchan. "Is it what I think it is?" he asked with a growl, and everyone looked at him and back at Izuku, now curious. He noticed even other students had stopped to look at him now. "Why yes," he stammered out. "With that beach again?" he shouted, and a few people's eyes changed to confusion. "Don't call her that, Kacchan," he shouted back before covering his own mouth. What did he just say? Her. Oh boy. It can't be. The one that dared ask the question was one of Bakugo's flunkies, the one called Aruda, with the quirk the extend his fingers. "Midoriya, do you have a girlfriend?" If before only a few people were looking at him, now every single soul within hearing range had suddenly decided Izuku Midoriya was the most interesting to happen in this school since that one time a student accidentally turned a whole class into chocolate. Wild day that one. Izuku looked out of the window, seriously pondering for a moment if he could survive a swan dive from it, all while burning bright red. He quickly grabbed his things and rushed to the door. "I really have a Tagabi," he shouted as he ran away. And then, from what he could hear, the class exploded. "What the F? Do you mean Midoriya has a girlfriend? Are you shitting me? Oh my god. I was beaten by Midoriya? How? How? Is it the freckles? Is the secret freckles? Bakugo listened to the grumbles and cries of his classmates. The boys were in disbelief, understandable, he had been too, but the girls just walked up to him. Bakugo, details. What? He asked. Who is she? Is she cute? From this school or another? Why the F do you care? Gossip is gold. The girl replied and Katsuki just sighed. PNG extras and their stupid small-mindedness. He was hunting a serial killer and they wanted gossip. He grunted, but surprisingly none of them budged. Not from this school. Name is Himiko. Cute. Why the F would I know? He shouted. I mean, you saw her, right? Yeah. Bakugo pinched the bridge of his nose. For sake, those morons were going to bother him until he answered, weren't they? He tried to picture Himiko in his mind. What did she look like? A bit above average, he supposed. 7.5 out of but beach personality, so seriously, her. All right. They nodded, thank you. Idiots. He turned around, let's go G. He stopped as he looked at the group that was standing around the chalkboard. Alright, so we have 5 people betting she is ugly. Anyone taking the bet she is beautiful and Izuku really is a lucky beefy? Bakugo glared at every single one of the 7 extras that raised their hand, before turning around and growling. Alright, time to figure out how to get rid of Toga. He grinned, this is my best chance to do that. Izuku winced as he dodged another attack from Stendhal, before kicking forward. The man had been adamant that he wanted Izuku to use both his hands and his legs to fight, because in combat, in his word, you need all your limbs if you want a chance. He wasn't sure that was valid when you had one for all and could level a building with a punch, and he still got giddy thinking at the fact he was going to be able to do that eventually, but he wasn't about to argue with the man with the sword, so kicking and punching it was. Good kick. Stendhal answered before bringing down his sword and hitting him on the side of the leg, but you just lost your leg with that attack. Izuku winced. I would have retreated the leg earlier. He tried to argue. Do it next time, don't just say it. The man answered. You think I could be so successful if I didn't treat training like live combat? Izuku blinked. Stendhal, as far as he knew, was retired, so he wouldn't really call it successful. Then again, maybe he had just gone deeper underground? He had heard of some vigilante acting essentially like underground heroes to the point they were virtually indistinguishable from the latter. He wondered if Stendhal was like that. No, sir. He replied. The day is over. Do 50 push-ups and go home. Izuku did as instructed, but as he left the room he was intercepted by Dabi, who quickly put a hand around his shoulder. Hello, Midoriya. Dabi, hello. He said, confused. Dabi was never very approachable. Was this about something he had done? Listen, Izuku, I wanted to talk to you about your date tomorrow. Think you can come back here after a shower? Izuku blinked, then the reality set in. He had a date the next day. With a girl. Granted, it was for a false relationship. But still. A date. With a girl. Weiss, thank you so much. He replied. Honestly, he was thankful. With his zero experience, there was no way he could run a proper date, and even if it was a false relationship he didn't know how to handle a friendly date all the same, given his absolute lack of friends. I will gladly listen. Good, see you later. The moment Izuku stepped through the portal, Dabi started running, rushing to the bar. Kurogyri. Relationship advice, pronto. I'm sorry, sir? I don't know shit about dating and you look absolutely dapper, you must have something for me. He shouted. Frankly, he had looked up stuff online, but people were dumb FS on average. When he had seen Pro Hero's Guide to Proper Dating written by Burnin and signed by Endeavor, he had just straight up burned his phone, which meant he also needed a new one, and now he was 10, maybe 20 minutes from the time limit. I'm sorry, sir, but I fear I don't have any. Ahem. Someone coughed behind him. He turned to see Compress sitting in the chair. Don't you think you are choosing the wrong person? There is definitely someone more used to the needs of the ladies here. Right. Of course. Dabi nodded. I'll go ask all for one. You stop right now, the last thing any of us need is asking the boss to try and look smart when he gives advice decades old. I was referring to myself. You. Dobby snickered. Then started to chuckle. Then burst into laugh. Really? It's that hard to believe. Man, I haven't even seen your face. Yes, it's hard to believe. Compress pulled off his mask and balaclava in one swift motion, revealing a quite handsome face that was also several years younger than what his voice made it sound. Oh shit, he is hot. Dobby blurted out. Indeed I am. The man said with a hint of amusement in his voice and the look of someone that had just proven undeniably that he was right, before putting back on both the balaclava and the mask. Now, sit down and allow me to instruct you on the ways to reach a woman's heart. Izuku felt pretty nervous as he walked out of the underground bar that formed the entrance to All for One's base, accompanied by the man he supposed was a villain. So, first of all, we have prepared the date for you, so you don't have to pick too much stuff. Dobby started. We already chose the restaurant, the road to the next destination, and the arcade. The arcade? Yes. Mustard's idea, and we agreed on it. We figure it's going to be easier for you two to relax if you don't go to a place that is too private or where you could only stay silent, like a cinema or a walk in the park. At an arcade at least you can have some fun before. Oh right, of course. Izuku nodded. It made sense, even if he didn't know how good he would be at it. I just don't know much about this dating stuff. Dobby sighed. All right, let's go in order. Restaurant first. He walked him to a place relatively close to it, all while Izuku found out their location was Kamino Ward. He was pretty surprised that they were just casually telling him that, but maybe they doubted he could do anything with the information. To be fair, they were right. They stopped in front of a homely Japanese restaurant, and Kurojiri pointed to the inside from the door, without entering. There is already a table for two reserved for you at the name of Midoriya and Shigaraki. Now, Lesson 1. Know in advance what to order. He said, pointing to the menu. It makes you look dumb if the waitress walks up to you and you don't know what to take. Do they have katsudon? Dobby glanced at the list. Yes. Then no problem there. All right. Dobby nodded, but you should also know what Himiko likes. Izuku nodded. From what he remembered, Toga liked meat and ketchup. The latter was probably a lost cause, but the former. Do they have any meat? He asked, going through the menu, before quickly nodding. They had bought steak and taki, so he was fairly sure he knew what Himiko would like. Good. Now, for the rest, I suppose you know stuff like helping her seat, right? Yes. Well, in that case. Dobby's advice went quite in-depth about how to behave. He also suggested him to buy chocolate or flowers, not both for the first date, but on that one Izuku was way ahead of him. His mom had showed up with a bouquet of red roses for Himiko. Frankly, he was a bit embarrassed about it. Other stuff went into the conversation portion of the date, and that worried Izuku. Although, as a friend, maybe it would be easy. They could just talk about heroes. No, that was a bad idea. Even he knew that babbling about quirks was a good way to make the night boring. So, no heroes, no quirks, and possibly no school either. Well, now it was a problem. Dobby, what do I talk about? I don't know, kid. Maybe let her decide and react as you go, right? Izuku nodded, and then the criminal took him down the road. He pointed out a few shops Himiko might like to see. Clothing stores, jewelries, a butcher for some reason, and before they knew it they were at the arcade. All right, kid, now here is what's important. You have to go upstairs and win her a prize. I have. Just. A romantic gift that you won for her is better, even if it's something dumb like a stuffed animal. Just make sure it's cute. Izuku nodded again. But. And how do I do that? Well, points of course. Tickets. Dobby led him upstairs. Here, Izuku saw a lot of different games that were made to win tickets, mostly either rhythm games or ball games. Alright, choose. What? Pick one and see how it goes. Izuku nodded, unsure. Truth was, he had never been to an arcade before with the idea of winning something. He usually stayed on the machines with hero fighting games, like All Might Ultimate Battle 6. He looked around and finally, unsure, picked a DDR machine that would give out tickets based on the points that the dancers would make. Dobby smiled. You know, kid, Maybe you aren't so bad. Start it then, he said, putting in a token. The machine lighted up, and Izuku realized in that moment something very important. He SCD at dancing. Dabi frowned. Then retched. Then audibly gagged. Too slow. Too fast. Hold longer. Not that long. That was a basic jump. Alright, that was, never mind, he fed the follow-up. Oh god, what is he doing? No, wrong pad. His mind of DDR master was utterly broken by the absolute failure that Izuku was. The moment the music ceased, he grabbed the measly 5 tickets Izuku had collected and stared him in the eye. Izuku. Why yes. Call your mother to tell her you are staying out for dinner. We aren't walking out of here until you can move on that machine without making my eyes bleed. Shouldn't I try another game maybe? No. It's personal now. The kid whimpered. No one could say Izuku didn't take any form of training seriously. The moment Dabi put him on the DDR machine, he did his absolute best to follow his instructions. Quite honestly, he thought he was starting to do well at basic. Then Dabi raised the song's level from 1 to 5, and the difficulty spiked, squashing that feeling. That's the level I want you at, got it? You need to be good enough to win Himiko that gift, and there is no way in hell you are managing that at basic with a level 1 song. I'm not saying you need to be an expert, but at least you need to be able to dance like this. He paused. Also, this is pretty good if you make her dance while helping her learn. See? 2 birds with 1 stone. Izuku would have liked to answer, but he was too busy jumping from arrow to arrow. According to Dabi, while there was a pro way to maximize points, it didn't look flashy enough to make Himiko like it, so he needed the other approach. Namely, the actual dance approach. Izuku really wished he hadn't picked the machine now. It was only 4 intense hours later, at 9:30 in the night, that a wobbly Izuku and a somewhat satisfied Dabi walked out, heading to a ramen shop to get the teen some food before he went home. Tomorrow you are coming by train. Dabi explained, not by Kurogyri. Wi. Because if you come by Kurogyri, it will feel like a normal occasion. You need to show up at the door, gift in hand, ready to accompany her around. Trust me, it always works. Thank you very much, Mr. Dabi. You have been very helpful today. Oh, right, one last thing. Dabi grinned and pulled something out of his pocket. Take this for any situation that requires it. He shoved the object in his hands and closed them around it. You might need it. Izuku looked down. He opened his hands. He stared at the condom. He closed his hands. WWWWA. Just in case. The man replied, you know, if after she handles other joysticks for a bit she goes for. Izuku grabbed with a hand the ramen he was handed in that instant, downed it in one swift motion, threw the empty bowl on the counter as gently as possible considering the speed, and put the money around it. Thank you, Mr. Dabi. See you tomorrow. And with that he ran away. Dabi sighed in relief. Well, that's done. Give me a beer too. Izuku walked into school. The next day, feeling every single pair of eyes within scan him like he was a mysterious being. Granted, he was quirkless, so he technically was, but that wasn't really the reason. Him and his big mouth. He entered the classroom and sat down, hoping that no one would actually go up to him and ask anything. Izuku Midoriya. Damn it. He turned around to see a few of his classmates look down on him, and felt a bit taken aback. Yes. What the F dash? The tallest person in the class, a teen with a muscle quirk, asked, how did you get a girlfriend? What Yoshihiro wanted to ask. Another student said, putting a hand on his mouth, is that we heard you have a girlfriend. Is that true? He glanced at the door, considering his chances of making it out and just skip school for the next several months. With his current grades, he might have managed that. No, you are right. I guess it is. He finally answered, more of a mumbled "x" than the full sentence. Amazingly, everyone had suddenly learned how to understand such a word, because they stared at each other in disbelief. All right. The teen looked unsure, before finally asking, how? I guess it kind of happened. We met at a dinner between my father and hers and, well, they forced us to get betrothed to save Japan from a gang war. I guess we liked each other? Everyone was just staring now. Even a few students in other desks had just decided to turn around and listen in. Ojo. Can we stop now? What does she look like? Another boy suddenly asked, Is she cute? Yes. Good morning, class. The teacher said, walking in. The other students sighed but rushed back to their seats, and Izuku felt his heart beat in nervousness. Every minute meant he was closer and closer to the date. The moment class was over, Izuku rushed out of the class, before anyone could stop him, and basically sprinted all the way home. He couldn't help it. All Might had even agreed that today he would cut an hour off his training, so that Izuku could prepare for the dinner. Apparently, the man found the fact his student was going out on a date quite amusing. With that in mind, Izuku ate his lunch alone, because both his mother and father were out, and to his relief Kurogiri was not hiding in his closet either, changed out of his clothes and then rushed to the beach. All Might smiled. Good afternoon, young Midoriya. I see you are very eager to train. He paused, grinning. Or is it more of a desire to distend your nerves? Yeah, I'm a bit nervous, he said. A bit was the exaggeration of the century, and he didn't even know why. Sure, he was treating it like an actual date, but the truth was that both him and Himiko knew this was all part of their arranged agreement. They were just friends going out together. That's understandable, young Midoriya. It's a very big leap in your relationship. He patted him on the back. I have a friend that would gladly give more advice, but myself? I was never much into dating of any sort. I'm afraid you will have pretty much more experience than the symbol of peace after this. Izuku nodded. It was well known that All Might, as far as the public knew, had never dated someone publicly. It still felt odd though, because All Might was someone anyone would want to be around in his opinion. That no one had ever gotten romantically involved with him was weird. Maybe he just doesn't want a relationship, he thought, pulling up a rusty bike with a missing front wheel and a bent back wheel, then paused. Oh right, All Might, there was something I wanted to ask about? What is it, young Midoriya? Have you ever heard about? He panted, pulling the bike up, an HSPC assassin? All Might blinked, and Izuku noticed genuine surprise on his face. Well, that wasn't promising. Where did you hear that, young Midoriya? Oh, someone told me about the rumor while at a family dinner. It seemed weird, but they never really elaborated. All Might frowned. I do remember that rumor, yes. It came around some years ago, but I thought at this point it was largely lost. I guess it still lives. But is it true? Well, when it first came out, I will admit I did look into it a bit. It's troubling to think the Hero Commission would stoop so low. He shook his head, but I never found out anything. The new director didn't know anything, see, and the previous one had since died in a car crash. Izuku winced. Not what his cousin had said. Isn't that a tad convenient? Why do you say that? Well, the rumor comes out and coincidentally the previous director dies? Izuku raised an eyebrow. It sounds like a cover-up. All Might nodded slowly. Suppose you are right, but I never found any hint that was the case. Still, I can try to ask a few friends that might know more, if it helps. All Might smiled. Allow me to assure you of one thing though. If it happened, we heroes had no words in it and certainly wouldn't approve of it. Izuku hummed. Frankly, he didn't know what to think of the HPSC. There were rumors all the time about them, from them collecting children to turn them into government weapons to someone working for them to create bioweapons, but that was par of the course with government agencies, he supposed. Still shady though. He sighed, and suddenly the memory of what he was supposed to do later that day rushed back in, now that the discussion had died down. With a spike in nerves, he decided to focus more on cleaning. Izuku stared at the clothes he was wearing. His dark buttoned-up shirt and long gray pants were elegant enough, he supposed, and he nervously fidgeted with the bouquet. His mom watched him walk to the door. Izuku, she said, and he turned around. Please don't say something embarrassing, Mom. Please. Yes. You look really cool. Izuku smiled. Thanks. Guess I got worried for N-. And remember to use protection if... Mumum. He shouted, rushing out and ignoring the chuckle on his mom's face. From there, he aimed to the train station. He all but jumped on the train that would take him to Kamino, fidgeting nervously. He tried to occupy his mind with a phone, but after 10 minutes of rereading the same news article about Mount Lady fighting a giant villain, he sighed and closed it, staring out of the window. It was odd to think how long it had already been since he started dating Himiko. He and All Might had met in late April, and now it was already the beginning of August. Just a few more months and finally everything would happen. One for all you the hero course? But that was closer and closer. But what was even closer was the Kamino station, and the train reminded him of that at every stop. He closed his hand around the bouquet, making sure to not crush it. What was he planning to do tonight? Did he want to date Himiko? Or did he want to go out with a friend? He was supposed to do the former. He was supposed to be on a romantic date. But he took a decision. Izuku knocked at the door of the mobster's hideout, and the one that opened the door was none other than Himiko's brother. Tamura stared at him, holding the bouquet, and then grumbled, letting him in. The rest of the league wasn't around, but as Izuku entered the bar, Himiko walked in too. He had to admit she looked really beautiful. She had her black hair kept in a bun on the back of her head, had applied extra makeup, including red lipstick, and was wearing a black shirt that exposed part of her CL, and she was also wearing a blue skirt with stockings. Izuku had to admit, if he was really her boyfriend, he would have been really lucky. "Hi Izuku," she said, blushing a bit. "Hi Himiko. Here, those are for you," he said, handing her the bouquet. Himiko stared at it, unsure, and Tamura groaned. "Give it here," he said, unceremoniously grabbing it the moment Izuku let it go slightly toward him. To Izuku's surprise, the bouquet immediately fell apart into dust. Both him and Himiko stared at Tamura, that just groaned, "Sorry? You a-hole," Himiko shouted. "That was an accident." The older sibling defended, and Himiko huffed, grabbing Izuku by the arm. "Let's go," she hissed. "Wait, by Tamura," he shouted, getting all but dragged outside. When they made it out, Himiko sighed. I'm sorry, maybe I should have." "It's not your fault, Tamura is just a-d-dash-da." His friend smiled. "Should we go, Izuku? I guess this is our first date." Izuku looked at her. She was clearly nervous underneath, unsure of what to do. Her hand was shaking a bit. He nodded. "Before that, can we say something?" he asked. "What is it?" I think we should clarify if we are going on a date or if we are going as friends." Himiko slowly nodded. What do you think?" "I think we should be going as friends," he replied. He looked at her, worried to see a sad look on her face, or another indication she wanted more of their first night out together. And this time the smile that appeared on Himiko's face was genuine. "Then let's go, friend." And the two walked toward the restaurant. Bakugo snuck behind the wall, not losing sight of Izuku and Himiko Toga as the two walked away from what he assumed was her house. He hadn't seen who had opened the door, but it could have been Himiko herself. He pondered if he should knock, but decided against it. Not because he was afraid anyone could beat him, but because he wasn't dumb enough to try and walk in a fight he could avoid. He was here for Toga, after all. He pulled up the hoodie and the black face mask. It made him look like some sort of creepy stalker, but he would take it over being recognized. And if anyone dared to say that he also wanted to see if Izuku's date would go well or not and he could be a better boyfriend, he would murder them. Mustard hid in the crowd, making sure to go unnoticed by the two lovebirds-to-be. His boss had been clear that he wanted him to keep an eye on them. The logic was that Mustard was better suited than Compress, who refused adamantly to take off his mask, and Dobby, who stood out even in a mutated crowd thanks to his piercings. Mustard, on the other hand, was short for his age and, with Willie changing his hair and eye color to blonde and golden, while changing some portions of his face, so he could be less noticeable. Granted, he was still fairly sure he was recognizable, but not as recognizable as the guy that was clearly trying to sneak behind them. With a black face mask and a hoodie pulled up, the teen was awkwardly attempting to keep up with the couple by a few meters, unknowingly making himself more noticeable by pushing aside most of the crowd. He glanced at the two. Izuku and Himiko didn't seem to have noticed, too busy talking about something. He nodded. Good, awkward silence dodged. With that in mind, he started making his way to the teen while the restaurant came into view. And a pro hero had stopped him. Mustard frowned, but decided to casually walk closer and listen in, leaning against a wall casually and pulling out his phone. "I'm not a stalker." The teen was screeching. "Yeah, sure buddy. Then why are you following that couple?" The pro calmly replied. Mustard paid attention. "I'm not following a couple, I'm following a goddamn." He paused. "I'm not following anyone." "Kid, you should know better. Jealousy is not." "I'm not jealous." "Sure. Listen, the point is, we can tell you were trying to tail those people. You aren't subtle about it to begin with, and anyway we would notice. So be aware of that before you try a stunt like this again." The teen growled, but then turned around and marched away after fishing back his IDs from their hands. Mustard frowned. Did Himiko have a stalker? That seemed unlikely. She was almost always indoor or training in Mizudafu. A stalker couldn't really follow her home from Izuku's apartment. So did Izuku have a stalker instead? He'd have never guessed that. He discreetly looked around, but the guy was gone. So with a yawn, he put away his phone and walked on. And then he said, "Is it about the homework folder? I can delete that." Himiko said, and Izuku almost choked on his dinner. He really said that in front of everyone? You should have seen the other's reaction. "And what did your dad say?" She puffed her chest in the best impression she could make of all for one. "This isn't about your homework folder, son. Though if you could delete that it would be great. I hope you know T-tentacles don't work like that." She was starting to lose it, and as soon as she finished the sentence they both roared into laughter. "Oh my god." Izuku laughed. I thought my dad was embarrassing. Tamura is so weird. He spends all day tucked up in his room unless dad calls him out, and when he does it's always, "Yes, dad. Of course, dad. Allow me to kiss the ground you tread upon, dad." She sighed. "And he just ignores everyone else. You would like him not to?" "Well, see, I thought having an older brother would be more fun. Like I could actually have someone to talk to about problems. But Tamura isn't that." Izuku nodded. He didn't have siblings. Older or younger, but if he had one he thought he would have liked a good relation with them. He could still sympathize though. "I guess it's like the relation with my dad." "Is it?" "Well see, I never saw dad much before." He took a sip of water. "He was always in America to work. And I was always happy to see him, of course, but he always felt a bit distant. Like he was trying to keep me on the border of his life." He sighed. "I guess he was." "He really never told you about the Yakuza clan?" "No." Izuku groaned. "I found out the night we met, actually. Must have been one hell of a truth bomb." Himiko chuckled, finishing the last piece of her rare steak. "I tried to call the police on him." Izuku admitted. "Oh my god, really? What was I supposed to do?" He had just confessed he was an international criminal. Himiko bit her lip. "Would you still do it? Call the police, I mean." Izuku looked down at his empty bowl of katsudon, winching. "I don't know." He groaned in the end. "That would bring my family under scrutiny. I doubt my mom ever did anything bad, but I would never get into UA. I would never get to be a hero." "I know, it sounds a bit hypocritical." "Yeah, it does." "Hey." "What?" "I'm not saying it's wrong." She pointed her chopsticks at him. "You are simply choosing the best option for yourself. Whatever you do, you are the son of your father, and there is nothing else you can do about it. But you can still be better. Honest. I guess you can be a hero." Izuku's eyes went wide, and he stared at her. "You think so? Look, I've seen a lot of heroes in my life, usually pursuing me, but I think that you can be better than most of them. It doesn't matter anyway. It's not who your parents are that decides who you are. Just like you, right?" Himiko squirmed a bit on her chair. "Yeah. Just like me." Izuku meant it positively, like she could be a hero despite her father being a villain, but she could only think of her actual parents. Disgusting. Demon child. Why can't you just be normal? "Yeah, I suppose I don't have to let my parents decide who I am," she replied with a fake smile. She didn't want to consider the fact she was letting her current parent decide too. Her hand closed a bit on the knife she had been given with the steak. Stupid idiot. Bakugo grumbled, leaning against the wall. It had taken him 2 attempts to shake off the hero that was keeping an eye on him. Just because you are following a childhood acquaintance during his date with his girlfriend, a serial killer, you are suddenly a creep that needs to be kept under control. He was still fuming. Luckily, he had managed to reach the restaurant in time to see them walk away. This time around he was more careful, not pushing or forcing himself forward but trying to follow the crowd. He looked at Deku smile and laugh with the serial killer that could cut his throat at any moment. That idiot. He looked so happy, like he wasn't just a useless hostage. Bakugo pushed forward. He was going to save that useless moron by beating the shit out of his date or die trying. The steak isn't bloody. I repeat, the steak isn't bloody. Mustard whispered in the earpiece he was wearing. What the F does that mean? Dabi asked. What? We talked about it. It means Toga hasn't stabbed Izuku. Mustard whispered. Why can't you just say that? Shigaraki groaned. Because I'm in the middle of the FING crowd, I can't just shout that out. He shouted back in the phone, earning a few glares. Whatever. How is it going? Shigaraki asked. Mustard frowned. Why was he so interested? It seemed out of place. But still he had to answer. Well, I think they are holding up a conversation. What about? Megitaro knew, of course, he had followed their talk by following Compress advice and sitting behind Izuku in the next table, with his back turned to them. Different hair color, different clothing, no gas mask, they hadn't spotted him. Still, how do you tell someone they were talking about his pawn folder? Well, that was what it was, he wasn't going to sweeten it. Well, training and daily life, and UA. Did they say something about my training? Stain asked. Yes. They actually complimented it. Mustard nodded, though they couldn't see him. Izuku said something like, he is giving us excellent basics on how to survive real combat, and it's not bad for any hero to know how to use weapons too. Stain huffed. Mustard decided to not mention anything about the other comments about him being too violent and tending to go on rants about real heroes that Izuku didn't really understand. He was a good friend, after all. They have been walking for a while, watching storefronts and talking, and now are entering the arcade, by the way. He said, and true enough, Izuku had pointed out the building to Himiko, who after a moment of hesitation nodded. Follow them. Dabi and Shigaraki said in unison. Mustard sighed and moved forward. Man, was he feeling creepy tonight. Want to try that? Izuku asked, pointing at the DDR machine. Himiko looked at it. She was familiar, of course. She had gone in an arcade many times with her classmates, but had never actually tried one. I don't know how to play. I can teach you. My friend taught me how to do it. He winced, and Himiko wondered why. But trying couldn't hurt, right? Sure. They walked on it, and Izuku selected the lowest difficulty for the easiest song. She should have felt offended, because her physical skills were good, reflexes especially so, but then again, she wasn't sure how those translated into stepping on arrows following a rhythm. And sure enough, it went to sheet fast. Izuku was doing well, but when they raised the level past the very beginners, she was constantly stepping too early or too late. This shouldn't be so hard, she thought, but apparently, I have good reflexes at dodging attacks doesn't translate into, I have good reflexes at stepping on arrows. As soon as the song finished, she compared their scores, and winced noticing Izuku had gotten almost 3 times her points. Sorry. Don't be. I can teach you, I suppose, he said, starting the song again. According to Dabi, he should have picked this one because both sides used very similar arrows, so he could actually explain how to do it. Alright, so let's start. He gave her pointers whenever she missed an arrow, and she noticed she was doing better. With her reflexes honed by her training and her time on the run, once she picked up the trick, she started to get into it. What? The F dash dot. Bakugo groaned. They have been on those things for an hour. I mean, man, there are more. A nearby extra said, hearing him. I didn't ask you anything. Geez, I was just helping. The guy said, walking away. Bakugo sipped from the cola he had bought for his stakeout and watched the idiot and the murderer dance off again and again. The NG extras ruining his perfect stakeout. Playing Deku and his Ifinji girlfriend Finji around all night, he was supposed to Finji train for Fu for you. Mustard sighed. The stalker was still there, and so was he. Stuck at an arcade watching his best friend and his other best friend, possible future boss girl that lived next door, literally dance together on the arcade machine. At this point they had a mountain of tickets on their left, but they were having too much fun, he assumed. You know, that's actually a good date, he thought, though he wasn't sure if either Izuku or Himiko were really treating it as such. For one, Izuku seemed a bit too relaxed for this having any lovey-dovey undertones. Still, nice for him, he supposed. It also looks fun. I should ask Dobby some pointers. Finally, the two supposed lovebirds took off, picking up the tickets and walking to the counter. Izuku let Himiko pick her prize. Oh joy, she chose a small knife. Why the f was that even a prize? And started walking outside. Mustard sighed and stood up. Bakugo studied the DDR machine the two had just left empty. There, near the bottom of the high scores for that specific setting, he noticed Deku's name. He grimaced. I'm coming back later and kicking him out of that list. He decided before walking outside after them, now that he had taken an absolutely not petty decision. Except he had lost them. F dash. He roared, rushing outside. Mustard looked around some more, but there was no sign of the stalker. Guess he either got tired or lost them. Oh nope, there he was, running on the street. He sighed and raised his hand, emitting but a small amount of gas the moment the dude passed next to him. He watched as the guy stumbled and fell to his knees. Are you okay? He asked. What the? He was staring at his hands and legs, confused. Mustard knew that just a quick whiff only made for a very faint effect, but it still did numb someone's legs and arms. Let me go, you extra. Sorry. He quickly said. Mustard, is everything going well? The voice of his dad asked. Oh yeah, I was just dealing with something. I'll be back soon, he said, looking at the guy on the ground cough. Are you okay? You should probably just take off the mask and breathe some fresh air. Numbed by the gas, the guy did, breathing in. Mustard smiled, finally able to see the stalker's face. Oh F, that was Katsuki Bakugo. It is mandatory you don't touch this child. All for one had said, pointing to the picture of a teen, clearly taken in secret. Why? Mustard asked. He is under the protection of the Green Valley clan. But he doesn't know that, according to Miss Mito, my source. All for one shuddered. Don't go after him. Don't touch him. In fact, maybe don't even look at him for too long. Alright, no problem, he just needed to leave. Immediately. And he did exactly that, leaving the teen behind. Absolutely not suspicious. Izuku, in the dark about the whole situation, sighed in relief as they reached Himiko's house. So eager to let me go? I know, I just dash. I'm joking, Izuku, I'm joking. Himiko replied, it was fun though. I guess going out as friends is a lot less stressful. Yeah, I guess it was. He smiled, it was a nice night. We should do it again dash, he froze. I mean as friends, not like? Why yeah, sure, we should definitely bring Majitaro next time, right? Yes, definitely Himiko coughed in her fist. Izuku looked away. Alright, so I guess, goodbye. Goodbye, yeah. They looked at each other, unsure what to do. A hug? A handshake? A kiss? Izuku shook his head and just shaking Himiko's hand, before waving and walking away. He had finished his first date with a friend. He felt extremely happy for some reason, more than he had been for a long time. He didn't notice, or he chose to ignore, the small feeling of longing he was feeling under the happiness. Himiko looked at the knife she had bought with the tickets they had won. It was basically a toy, a silly little thing that would probably break the moment she stabbed someone. She would have probably thrown it away. But after all, maybe she could keep it, right? As a friend's gift, of course. She didn't notice, or she chose to ignore, the hint of bloodthirst she felt as she stared at it. Bakugo kicked a can on the way home, roaring in disappointment. He had Fanji lost them. What if she was murdering Izuku right now? Well, he was fairly sure she wasn't, but she could have been. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the smoke he had sniffed was a trick from some ally of Himiko. So she had allies, Then he needed to get even stronger to take them all down. 6 months to UA, a school that would prove he was the strongest. He nodded. The beginning of a plan started forming in his mind.